Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show, our second to the last show of the week. This one's going to fly by. Hope you're doing well. I'm Aaron Imholt, and Oz is back.
Yo.
2 weeks ago, it was not feeling well. Last week was purely weather-related. We had a bit of a snowstorm.
String of luck there.
Here in central Minnesota. And how is your, since recovering and everything, how is the driving? Is it different? Is it...
It sucks at night for me.
It's bad at night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this time of day, until March, not the best?
Yeah.
Well, you know how we work over here. If you ever need any time or anything, no shame in that. No problem there. I wrote to Oz last week. I said, look, I know it's nighttime driving, and that's a bitch, and we got snow coming, so, look, I like putting April to work for free. So if you want to take a day, no problem with that. But he's back now, and he's wearing a baseball cap, and that might look a little odd to you folks.
So I don't wear hats very often.
But Oz is overdue for a haircut.
Yeah.
And are you going today?
I'm gonna go this week for sure.
This week, okay. I mean, why rush?
Right.
It's not like once a week you're on a visual medium. I mean, there's no rush.
No. We're good.
You are starting to get the super macho man from Punch-Out curls in the back. You're starting to get a little curly. But you've got your 3rd Street Brewhouse hat on.
Yes.
Fuck those guys. I'm just kidding. I
had to do it with the select stock.
The SS from Cold Spring, of course. So we've got a great show coming today. Very odd. I think overtime's happening regardless. Of course, the goal is very important to the survival of this show. But I believe overtime is coming no matter what, because at 10:45 today, I'm going to be sitting down with our buddy Karl from Who Are These Podcasts, who's got DabbleCon coming up. They're taking a 300-seat venue, and himself, Shuli from the Uncle Rico Show, and Anthony Cumia are putting on a convention in honor of Stuttering John Melendez.
Oh, wow.
The Stuttering John shitting on has gotten so big that they're able to have a 2-day convention for it.
Wow.
So we're going to talk a little bit about that and some controversies, of course, that surround Karl constantly, all the time. I'm going to do that at 10:45. So Oz and I will basically do a show until 10:30, and then I will let Oz have himself a day, and then I will be the psycho that sits here for another hour and a half while we talk to Karl. So that's going to be today's timeline. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. As I said, very, very busy. And then this evening at 6:30 Central Time, I think April will be joining me on Levy Land with the Reverend Bob Levy.
Okay.
And then at 7 o'clock, we'll do our evening show. And then at 9:30, we'll go upstairs and pass the fuck out.
Yeah, sounds like a day.
I think that'll be the goal. And then I think April during the day, like a good woman, running around and gathering Thanksgiving groceries.
Oh, yeah. We got that this week, don't we?
Real traditional household we got going on over here. I like that Sir K has changed his name to Sir Cumfrence K. I don't know if that's supposed to reflect the fact that I'm feeling awfully chubby. I got to bring it down, man. Thanksgiving's coming. That's a couple of pounds at least.
Yeah.
By the next day. I'm, for my last fight, I was at 215. And I'm sitting at 223 right now when I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to give some of it back. We got to get that shit under control. I've been eating the way I normally eat, but then only going to the gym twice a week, and that's the result of that. When you eat like I do, and then you go to the gym twice a week, you put on 8 pounds.
Yeah.
I gotta cut back.
It's the 3 major holidays, in my opinion, that I just let it go, and that's Easter, Christmas, and then, of course, Thanksgiving.
You don't have Rosh Hashanah in there?
Nope.
You're a terrible Jew. Kane B says, weird, last night and this morning didn't show up in my feed. I had to go to a video and click the icon showing live. Well, that's very odd. But I'll say this. Last night we had our highest live audience ever for an evening show. So that was very, very cool. And the morning shows are regularly in the 500s now. So something's happening with Steel Toe, and it feels very, very good. Let's go to David Chandler with $9.99 says, good morning, Aaron and Oz. Good morning, buddy. We were well ahead after last night. And I believe we're starting today at 3:05. That is the goal at the moment. Ryan, the garbage man, wants you to show the hair. No? It's that bad?
It's all over the place.
Oh, man. Is it like floppy or does yours go up?
I don't know. I think it's just a mess. I'm not sure.
Are you going to show it? Oh, that looks fine.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's all right.
Jesus. What do you think
I'm
you
worry
are?
about my locks.
What do you think you are, a fucking runway model most of the time? I mean, I'm not trying
in a different universe.
Look, I'm not trying to insult you, for God's sake. Far be it. But I don't know what you expected it to look like that made you.
Just boom. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that looked fine.
It's just one of those mornings where you just get up and you're like, I don't feel like doing my hair today.
All right. Well, I hear you.
Throw the old hat on.
I mean, not me. I always have to look my prettiest.
I understand.
Thus these titties. Somebody says, good morning, Oz. Glad to see Aaron decided to unfire you and take you back. Yeah, whenever somebody misses a day, the theory is always, I've decided to let them go.
Yep.
So, Oz, we reversed our decision on Oz. We lost 6,000 subscribers. We decided to bring them back. And then they all came back. It was weird. I think it's all Oz's sock accounts. The Mood says, weird not getting you on my subscription feed. Had to view the channel. Okay.
All right.
That's getting a little fucky, then I would say. Six String Man says, I just found on Dabblers Anonymous that the world famous piece of shit Stuttering John is doing a comedy show in my town this Saturday. I feel it's my responsibility to get footage of this. I would love that.
Ooh, that'd be good.
If you went and got some what do you call it? Some Stuttering John footage.
I can't imagine it being really good.
Yeah, feel free to send that over yonder way. Hulkamasha Baby says, will you talk to Kumia or will you puss out? I mean, eventually. I can email E-Rock and see if we can book something. I will say this, next week, you know who finally got booked? And you know who tweeted out our stuff and gave us a shout-out last night? The wonderful people who run Stone Fury himself, Perry Caravello.
That's right. Yeah, I did see that.
Windy City Heat fame. Perry Caravello, I talked to Tom, who's like his manager and everything else.
Yeah.
We are going to have Perry on this program possibly next Tuesday.
I watched the premiere with the where he mentioned the steel toe.
Yeah.
Or the guy mentioned it to him.
Right.
Yeah.
We played that clip on the show and put that up as a clip yesterday. So
that's good.
Perry Caravello, it looks like, is going to be on the program next Tuesday, as I understand. Let's go to a phone call.
Call from
Raz of Chaz.
Raz, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I have a deal for the audience.
Okay.
I've got some information I want to share here,
Ooh.
but I think we need to hit our goal first. So
Really?
I'm going to be listening periodically throughout the day, and I'm going to tune back in for sure towards the end of the show. If we've hit our goal, I'm going to call back in with some fun news.
All right.
There was a lot going on over the weekend for you guys and for all the listeners. So hit this goal, and we'll see how if I can share some positive news.
I had nothing to do with this, but Raz of Chaz has some news he wants to share. Should you folk hit the goal?
I like
All right.
surprises.
All right, Raz. Thank you very much, buddy.
Yep. Thank you.
Watch us not hit it, and Raz can't give us whatever news he wants to give us. And then he just feels like a complete ass, like it was all his fault.
Yeah.
Elias with $8 says, happy Thanksgiving, Aaron and everyone. Your episode is up on Monkey Mouth. Very cool. Shoot me a Twitter DM or an email or something with that link, and I'll put it up, and people can go watch it. I did an interview with Elias for his channel, and it went very well. I had a good time. So
Good.
We'll get the link to that, and you can do with it as you'd like. Six String Man says, I'm going to record Stuttering John and post whatever I get to Dabblers Anonymous. All right. Sounds good. Gotcha Alexia says, I don't know how I found this show. Maybe a red bar algorithm, but I'm glad I found y'all. Well, we must get caught up in a lot of people's algorithms because a lot of these podcasts I'm listening to now are mentioning Steel Toe. And they're saying, I watched a couple Steel Toe videos, and now it's all that shows up in my feed.
More the merrier.
And you were saying on your YouTube feed, there's a lot of shit like related to Steel Toe that now shows. Like the word Steel Toe shows up in your YouTube.
When it says recommended, and then all of a sudden it'll be like, and it'll be a different channel mentioning us.
Yeah. Well,
which is cool.
Pretty cool, yeah. Balls Deep with 501 says, one titty is art. Just saying. Thank you.
It's good to know.
You make me feel so much better. We got to figure out what kind of jokes we're doing because we've got 3 people who are owed them today. What do you want to do? You want to do...
I'll go pull the book out.
You want the book?
Yeah.
So I was going to say we could do abortion. We could do... we could go old school memes and go anti-joke chicken. Or we could go... really nowhere to go after abortion, I suppose. All right, why don't you go grab the book and we'll do 3 of those for everybody. Of course, when Oz is on here, it's dad jokes, anything over $5. So 501 and up gets the dad jokes, and we owe 3 of them at the moment. $295 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Already under 300 for today. Let's catch up with the chat, and then we'll dive into all the great stuff that we've got for you today. Ian says the hat makes you look younger, and Aaron's tits are looking bigger than ever. Look, man, I got to get this shit under control. I've gained 8 pounds. It ain't good. I like 215 is like my absolute low, but I'd like to have it under 220. And I have a feeling that with Thanksgiving on Thursday and a Vikings game on Thursday,
yeah,
I'm not going to do myself any favors. So you know what? Maybe here's what today maybe should be: chug water, because you can drop. I mean, I know it's not healthy, but you can drop 2-3 pounds if you just have a chug water kind of day and you eat very limited. Maybe we do that. And then also maybe catch the gym at some point today. Gotcha says Red Bar is the dirty cuck version of Steel Toe. It's a creepy vibe watching his set. Mike is fine. He's not feeling well and all that shit. It's to each their own. Joe Smash says I couldn't open the show this morning without the notification. Was nowhere on YouTube. Informal Warfare says I opened YouTube and you guys were at the top. The rest of you are using YouTube wrong. Yeah, see, I mean, just one of those things. Oz, fire away. We got 3 of them. Boom, 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 right in a row.
Did you know hamburgers feel sad at barbecues?
Really?
Yeah, they have to meet their old flames.
All right, second one.
What do you call an espresso with a cold?
What's that?
Coffee.
Third one.
When I'm sad, I like to make pork roast. That way, I have a shoulder to cry on.
Oh. Lip Ripper says, sounds like you won $10 million from a Nigerian prince. No, Raz just has some news, and he wants to share it if we hit our goal today. That was his thing. Loaded Wrench says, I found this show on Jew Nation. Oh, is that what we're doing now? Just everyone's letting us know exactly how they found the program? Okay, I see. I've had diarrhea since last Monday. I've lost 15 pounds, says Sean Raz. Not fun. I mean, losing 15 pounds sounds great. I mean,
the whole diarrhea thing.
The diarrhea thing, I mean, rough way to lose it, but losing it is losing it. I say don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Hulkamasha Baby says, all I see in my feed is Stuttering John, Compound, and Opie from you guys talking about it. Sorry. My bad. I should just start putting gay in the tags and just see what you guys get for watching so much Steel Toe. Greg Nutterbutter says, April down with the spray butt. Again this morning, I see that poor, brave, smelly girl. Yeah, she's got violent shits, is what it amounts to. Sorry. Disclaimer, this is not nutritional information. This is only entertainment, says Kane B, of course. The Mood says, I always get my notifications. The Mood says, I always get my notifications. Just now, it's not showing up in my sub feed. What do you do, I suppose? Puerto Rico Mango says, damn, Oz, you got your white New Balances on when you read those?
They're actually gray.
Exactly. Guys, don't shit on his gray New Balance. Get the color right. Lip Ripper says, little blow goes a long way, Aaron. Now that's how Hollywood stays thin. Okay, thank you. It's a little more expensive than I was looking to do, but I'm willing to hear you out. Ratface said, oh, sorry, lost it there. Ratface says, can you discuss the Elisa Jordana more? This has been your most interesting and entertaining bit yet. I mean, look, as she does more dog shitty things, and we've only scratched the surface, yeah, we can dig in deeper for sure. Ian says, I found this show on some shit radio station in Minnesota. Thanks, buddy. Citizen M says, a YouTube Chrome extension suggested Steel Toe to me as the quantity over quality version of Red Bar did not disappoint. Fucking dick. Thank you, Citizen M. The Tigger next door with $10 says, those jokes make me want to fall asleep while driving. Do more, please. All right, you owe him one. That's over $5. $2.85 away from this morning's goal.
What is a cheese that's made backwards?
What?
Edam.
What? Edam? Can you show me that one, please? I'd like to read that stupid fucking joke you just read to me that offended me. Which one is it? What is a cheese? Oh, made backwards is Edam. Oh, God. Okay. STC Pours says, wait, no, first, Balls Deep says, I found this show from the JDL website. I highly doubt that. Sage, our buddy Sage.
Sage Retard, PhD, KF.
Says, LOL, notifications. You guys have a literal set time every day. Also, good morning. Yeah, I think that's a nice backup plan, is just go with the fact that we're on every day at the same time. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, a Jew told me about this show when you were still on the radio. Well, it's very nice of them to spread the word. That's
weird.
Ironically generous of them, I suppose. The Mood says, you showed up in backwards internet, his chat, and I went to watch and enjoying it. You showed up in backwards internet, his chat. Cog? I wasn't in Cog's chat yesterday. Was somebody pretending to be Steel Toe in the Cog chat? Nothing to do with it. John Sotera says, you're not in my sub list. Yesterday is, but not today. But I got the notification on my phone when you went live. Well, guys, it's probably just a temporary little YouTube thing. It's probably not a big deal. I'm sure it's fine going forward. But thank you guys very much for keeping me abreast. No, 3 months ago, says the... Oh, okay, when I was on... Okay. I have no idea what the fuck that meant, but thank you very much anyway. All right, time to get into the stories. I feel like we've caught up with the chat here. Of course, it won't last forever, but we are caught up at the time. What are we at? 295, or 285, I'm sorry, is today's goal. Let's see if we can knock that out. Usually we say down to 300 by 7, but we're already way ahead there. So I guess 200 by 8, 100 by 9, goal by 10. We'll knock it out. And like I said, we're going to do overtime today no matter what, but we still want to hit that. Karl from Who Are These Podcasts will be on at 10:45, and I'll talk to him. Triple N says, pretty sure I just subbed because Royce told me to. He's a mean Puerto Rican. He's Cuban. Don't get that shit wrong. Do not get that wrong. Thank you, Informal Warfare, for renewing your membership for 5 months. Remember, the more of you become members, the less our goal is every month. That's pretty cool. Mr. Sane Caesar says, I found your show through Review Tech USA reacting to your clip of DSP being racist. All right. I will check it out. Sage says, I sent you a funny Dennis Prager clip. 20 seconds. Dennis Prager and funny usually don't go together. He's usually a very stiff...
This is accidentally funny.
Yeah, he's usually a very stiff conservative. But let's see. Dennis Prager, Mr. They did one of those like they did with the Jordan Peterson thing. I
want to drown in cum.
So they did one of those with Dennis Prager. If you don't know who Dennis Prager is, he's been around for a while. He's one of these like super conservative radio guys. He's a Rush Limbaugh baby.
Okay.
And now he does like anti-cancel culture stuff and all that. But okay, this is I'll watch a Dennis Prager mashup video.
Boys. What are boys about? What is that like? My life is awful. My dick is even awfuler. Everything I touch is ruined. The future is utterly bleak. Everybody dies. Fuck me. Okie doke. Ready?
Hi, Mr. Penis. My name is Texas, and I am from Texas. How can we impart the love of Texas to more people across the country?
Lick the other's face, eyes, etc. I love
All right.
liberals.
All right, not bad. I like it. Pretty good.
Somebody did that mashup with the review of the week or report of the week.
Oh, your food review guy.
Food review guy. They call him Review Bra.
Yeah, Review Bra, yeah.
And they've been cutting up with stuff.
They've been cutting him up too?
Yeah, they're cutting. Yeah, like.
Is it on YouTube?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I'd love to see review.
Just type in Review Bra.
Review Bra mashup?
Maybe, or yeah.
The Tragic Life of Review Bra. That's not it. You're not sure what it could possibly be?
I got to think of the name of the... I'll look at my history, and it'll show me.
Why don't you go to your history?
Because I'm telling you, there was one where they
Could it possibly be Review Bra Suicide Wings remix?
just along those.
You take a look at your history.
Okay.
And we'll see what.
Because
we'll
there's
see
some
what
guy that's been
comes up.
cutting them up, and they've been amazing.
All right, you take a look at your history, and then we'll see if we can find it. We're starting today with Grady Judd. I'm very excited about that.
He's always great.
There was some guy in Florida who got taken in the hard way by the cops, and Grady Judd gave one of his classic press conferences on it. We'll find it in a second here. I'm going to give you about another 30 or 40, maybe 20 or 30 seconds to find that, and then I'm going to move on with today's show. If you go to library, you should be able to find it in your history.
Library would.
You know what? Forget it. We'll just
Okay.
Look. If you find it, you find it. If you don't, you don't. But we gotta
It's all good.
keep going here. All right. So a guy an accused arsonist armed with an AR-15 and a handgun was shot by deputies following a chase on I-4 yesterday.
Yep.
And of course, Grady Judd was Grady Judd. Now, I'm going to give the audience the opportunity here to see which part of this we watch. Do you want to just watch 2 minutes into Grady Judd's press conference on the whole deal? Or do you want to watch the news story that includes clips of Grady Judd? Because if we watch the press conference...
Which one's better?
It's long, and we got to skip about 2 minutes in.
Let's just go straight to him.
Or we can go to the news clip, which is about 2 minutes long, because his press conference is 19 minutes long. The news clip is about 2 minutes long, but we get more Grady with the press conference. So I'll let you guys choose. Circumference K says news clip. Well, and then you guys are saying, of course, highly inappropriate things about how much you like Grady Judd in the chat. So there is that part. So you guys want the news clip, or do you want the... okay, Triple N says clip. It looks like so far it's unanimous that people want the clip over the press conference. All right. This happened in Florida yesterday, and our boy Grady Judd just being himself. Here we go.
Tonight, an accused arsonist is in custody. Authorities say he went on a crime spree that ended in a deputy-involved shooting on I-4. It began in Ybor City, where Sheriff Grady Judd says the suspect tried to set fire to a nightclub while more than 1,000 people were inside attending a concert.
Jesus.
As far
What is it with nightclubs lately and like shootings and fires? And there's one nightclub in New York City that's had like a rock thrown through the window 4 times this year. And
They just had one just in the last couple of days, that LGBTQ one that got shot up.
now, is it like incel-y type people just not liking people having fun? Is it hating the gays? Is it like what's with the going after the nightclubs?
The motive is interesting, yeah.
God, what are you, a bunch of Elisa Jordana fans? You just can't be happy? What's that? What the hell's going on here? But it started in Ybor City. Now, what I know about Florida, Ybor City is a bit white trashy,
Okay.
a bit rough and tumble. You might find some interesting characters out in Ybor City.
Fox 15's Jordan Bowen reports now the suspect had a loaded AR-15 rifle when he was arrested.
30-year-old Luke Neal.
That's way worse than any other gun that's fully loaded.
It's always an agenda with them, too. They got to make sure it's this AR, and then the next thing they're going to do is make sure they say high-capacity magazines. That's their 2 go-tos.
Yeah, they're not really leaning on that.
Not the psycho that is pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
No, that guy. No. It's the evil gun.
Right. I know this Colorado shooting, they're not really leaning on that. They keep saying, well, he had a long gun. He had a long gun. He had a long gun. Like, it must have been like, I'm not saying he used a bolt action or anything, but like, or maybe he used a shotgun, because I feel like if it were an AR-15, they just would say 900 times AR-15.
Yeah.
But saying long gun, I'm guessing what? Shotgun maybe? Shotgun doesn't sound as scary.
A deer rifle, a 308, any of that stuff.
Yeah.
He is now facing a slew of charges after deputies say
Not a
he went on a
slew.
multi-county crime spree, ending in a deputy-involved shooting on I-4.
Is a slew of charges more than a shitload?
That's a good question.
Or is slew a news way of saying shitload?
Without having to swear.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Slew means shitload. So he's facing a shitload of charges, if I can translate for you guys.
This could have been a bad scene. But that's what deputies do. They stand in the gap between good and evil.
It all started early Sunday morning. Neely is seen on surveillance video just before 3 o'clock, setting a fire to an air conditioning unit connected to the Ritz Ybor, all while a concert was going on inside. Deputies say he also tried to set fire to a tree and a garbage bin.
Let me underscore, it's reported to me there were 1,000 people in that building at that time. Did you hear what I said?
That's it.
Well, he fled from there.
Hours later, Neely ended up here outside this home in Polk County. Just after 8 o'clock Sunday morning, a 911 call came in saying Neely was throwing Molotov cocktails on the roof of the home.
What
This guy is really a pile of crap, isn't he?
This guy is a giant piece of shit, I would say. He's setting fire to air conditioners, garbage cans, trees, chucking Molotov cocktails at people's houses. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here. This guy holds a grudge. He holds it pretty well.
It sounds
too.
pretty controversial what you just said. But.
I look, as Norm Macdonald once says, I know the Bible says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." But I mean, this guy's a real jerk.
A deputy was there within a minute. Neely drove off. Deputies eventually caught up with him on I-4, where they performed a pit maneuver and forced Neely to crash his truck. That's when they say he got out and started running with a loaded AR-15 rifle. 3 deputies opened fire, hitting Neely multiple times. He's now recovering at the hospital.
We hit Luke 3 times. Twice in the right leg, once in the left leg, and once in the groin.
I knew he was going to say crotch.
All right, look, folks, we hit him a couple times in the leg, and then for good measure, we shot him in the dick. I expect that out of Grady Judd. I don't expect to hear the word groin. Out of Sheriff Grady. I expect it to be, we shot him in the leg, and then we shot him in the other leg, and then as though the other 2 shots were warnings, we then shot his cock off.
We then shot him in the third leg.
Let's just say, today, he's singing soprano. I heard him hit a high note when I was in there questioning him, and it sounded purty. I need a little more zip on Grady for this one. You shot a guy in the dick, Grady.
Twice in the right leg, once in the left leg, and once in the groin.
He had to take some advice from John Wayne Bobbitt.
We had to reattach his dick surgically. I've never seen it before.
Changed the look. We hit Luke 3 times. Twice in the right leg, once in the left leg.
That's 4 times then.
And once in the groin. And we've changed the looks of his groin forever.
He is the best.
I believe that's Grady's way of saying we shot his dick off.
Yeah.
I think somebody's got a mangled dick, or at the very least, you got hit with a bullet, and now it looks like a hot dog that was in the microwave too long.
Yeah, that just exploded.
Yeah, it's got the splitsies. Uh-oh.
You just put a ballpark Frank in there. And
This might be the first involuntarily trans person in America. You might be taking on a new gender. They might have to just turn that thing inside out for you there, Luke.
If you know what I mean.
Sheriff Judd says a mother, father, and adult daughter were home at the time, but made it out safely. The adult daughter knew Neely from high school, but Judd says the 2 were acquaintances, never dated, and hadn't spoken in 6 years.
I have a few 6 years. So this woman wouldn't fuck him 6 years ago, and he still holds a grudge now.
Guess what? She's definitely not going to fuck him now.
Oh, yeah, now she's definitely not going to fuck you. Not with the mangled-ass weirdo cock you got. Florida, the Polk County Police made sure that you're not going to get anywhere near that girl. Now with that cartoonish Chris Elliott hand from Scary Movie 2 dick that you've got.
It's no longer Polk County.
Take my strong dick. Yeah. It's Nub County.
Yeah.
He creeped her out.
Sunday, the sheriff couldn't say more about a potential motive, adding that the state attorney's office in Hillsborough and Polk counties will now take over the investigation.
I mean, I could say a lot more. What do you people want me to say? We shot his peeper off. What else do you want me to say? We mangled his ball sack.
Hell, you guys can censor this. He shot it.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's the long and short of it, and you guys can censor it as you please. We shot him right in the dick. It bled like a son of a bitch. We shot his nutsack off, and all his pubes have been burned off too. So you could say that this man, he's walking around not so cocksure.
I could give you the long and short of it. It used to be long. Now it's short.
Exactly. We hit it with a bullet, and we shot off his dick.
The work that these agencies have done.
And we gave it to her.
That's the only pearl necklace she's going to get.
Jesus, did you go a little overboard there, lady? Fuck.
She's dreaming.
Your fucking kids dress you today? What the hell?
Yeah, Jesus.
Did you play around a pretty princess before you came into the, we get it. You've got pearls, for God's sake.
Today, since the early morning hours of this morning, and continue to do together, will keep all of our communities safe.
Reporting in Polk County.
Do they have his shot off dick in a plastic bag for evidence?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I give you Exhibit A. We have a...
No, it's Exhibit P.
Yeah, Exhibit P. If I could, not to editorialize, Your Honor, but I have a smaller than normal dick as Exhibit P. There you go. You can file that into evidence. Sir, is that your dick? Yeah, but it's a grower, not a shower. It's what they all say, sir. Just enter that into evidence. Yes or no will be fine.
When they shot me, it was cold out.
I was in the pool.
Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, one circumcised dick. Enter that into evidence. Grank says, an AR-15 farted on my cereal, never apologized to me and my family. Joe Biden was a good choice. Attaboy. Lip Ripper says, Butters, stop shooting people in the dick. Yeah, exactly. They just keep shooting people in the dick. Balls and Wiener says they only missed what they were aiming at by a couple of feet. I don't know. Seems like they got what they were aiming at. Derek says, so he'll be a favorite in prison. Maybe. Razov Chaz says he was dressed to the right. He used to have a cock to his knee. Not anymore. All right. Grank Nutterbutter says, oh, fuck, he'll come out of prison with a new name and address. Well, you know, new clothes. Who doesn't like new clothes? Triple N says, apparently the woman was super hot, according to sources in Florida. She better have been super hot. It was worth getting your dick shot off over.
Yeah.
It's got to be some kind of attractive. David Chandler says he'll need one of those catheter delivery services they advertise on cable TV for the remainder of his life.
Not a good way to go.
Yeah, have you ever heard this from Grady Judd? From Little Lemmy, don't break the law and we won't shoot your dick off.
There you go.
Grady Judd. Somebody else might, but I can promise you it won't be us.
It's a perfect example, though, of how watching the crime rate go down, because it's like, hey, you're thinking about doing this, stealing this. No, dude, didn't get your dick shot off.
All right, you can either take the money and the shot to the dick, or you can walk out of here. Which one do you want? Good. Tell all your friends we don't fuck around here in Ybor City. All right, we do not fuck around. You come back like that again, I'll shoot your fucking dick off. Throw him in the street. Tell him the cops a car got him. Sheriff Grady Judd, he's in the next county over from me. They love him over there. Well, what's not to love? He shoots guys' dicks off when they perv out on women. It's pretty good. He sets your air conditioner on fire. You want to do that, it's going to cost you your cock and balls. That's a pretty fair deal. I like the sheriff. Six String Man says Sheriff Grady is famous across the country for his total lack of fucks to give. I think it might be time to go back to the old YouTube best of Grady Judd moments. Skeezy says Grady Judd huffs his own farts. He is kind of into himself. I will give you that. There's a
but
trade-off.
he's worth it, though. He's worth every bit of it. It's the best.
Rupert with $4.99 says, do you think the jury knows about shrinkage? Well, I mean, look, you're going to know, because if this guy's more concerned about that than he is preserving his own freedom, he'll go, may I take a moment to address the court? My dick is usually not that small. There's got to be some blood drainage or something going on. That is not my dick.
Oh, Grady, he was the one that had the best quote on the planet when they said, why did you guys have to shoot him 452 times? And he goes, because we ran out of bullets.
We ran out of bullets. It's like if Forrest Gump became mean and became really good at law enforcement.
Yeah.
Be great. Sometimes there just aren't enough bullets. Grank Nutterbutter says, you guys are right. She was hot. This is her fault. I guess.
How was she dressed?
Yeah, it was a sting operation. They just wanted this guy's dick, and they lured him into it. Salvatore Martoni says, nobody ever references that Chris Elliott sitcom he had on Fox. He played an adult paper boy who got his dick shot off. Oh, did he? Is that true? They couldn't put that on TV back then, could they? Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, I'll take that shot and get me a new cyberkinetic enhanced penis. Oh, yeah, in prison, they're usually really generous with, like, surgeries and stuff like that. Maybe
That's true.
Give you a nice big bloomin' cock. Although his cock did look like a bloomin' onion when they were done with it, so that's kind of a... It's new to him.
You get one like the Terminator.
Little Lemmy says, Grady Judd has a podcast called Cream of the Crop. That's not true. That's not a real thing. Grady Judd, Cream of the Crop. Is it on YouTube or is it just... Okay, I don't see it. It must not be on YouTube. Please tell me that that's real and he has a podcast. Grady Judd compilation. Let's see what we got for old Grady. Usually we play this whenever he's in the news. A look back at some of our favorite Grady Judd moments from 2018. How about 2020? Let's see what he's got for 2020.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said?
He is best of
I want
Grady.
you to understand what deviants these people really are. You know, I had a wish you were here vacation. It was at the county jail. This is a peaceful protest. This is a riot. This is a picture of Christopher. It's a very nice picture in his state prison outfit. You see, if you loot, the next thing
is that
you
DeSantis?
Yeah, it's DeSantis behind him. DeSantis was governor.
And he's laughing at him. He's laughing with him. I mean, that's funny.
DeSantis was inaugurated 2019, so he was just in there.
Try to steal is something off of your food tray.
He's trying not to laugh his ass off.
This is not only a bad turkey, he's a bad man. The Southern gentleman who's now a battery suspect who is. Some people are slow learners. This is peaceful protest. This is violence. Charged him with 408 counts of child pornography.
Shoot his dick off.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me? So she offers this truck for sale for $200 and says the owner of it's not going to need it any longer because they've been murdered. Did you hear what I said?
I mean, yeah, the murder part, right? I mean, it looks like I'm going through my list here. There's a lot of people that I could shoot the dicks off of. I mean, I got this feller here. He's got 800 counts of child pornography. We can just go and shoot his dick off. Becomes his new favorite punishment. He's like, all right, Grady, how do you want us to arrest this guy? I want you to take him alive, but dickless. Did you hear what I said? I want you to shoot off his dick and balls. Carefully. Don't let him bleed out. Save him.
Secretary stole $768K from Polk County Church.
Oh,
Did you hear me? Did you hear me? He was purchasing soiled underwear.
What the?
Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said?
I always like that when he says that.
Now, there's a problem with anybody selling their soiled underwear, but there's twice the problem with the person who decides to buy it.
Yeah.
Is
he selling just his or is he selling other people's? That's the question.
Right. And who's buying his soiled underwear? Oh, no, he bought soiled underwear.
Jeez.
I didn't know there was even a soiled underwear market. I'm shitting my pants today. I'm going to make a fortune. It's a renewable resource. I just keep shitting in my underwear and I can sell it on the internet.
Skid market. He's on Skid Row.
You think you're passing gas and you're not. You can't trust a fart when you're over 60. I know this. Jesus ain't happy. I can tell you, Helen Keller could have seen all the evidence they left.
Helen Keller could have seen all the evidence they left behind, and we shot her dick off.
Oh, my God.
I don't think that's the right person, Grady.
Huh, guys? It really is a small world after all. This ain't California. It was evident this morning he might have had 5 brain cells. 3 of them weren't working. Were your 3
And we shot the other 2, along with his dick.
Brain cells in overload? But I want to talk to you today about a turkey that's a bad turkey. I think he's thinking, I don't want to go back to prison. But we're thinking you should. Leaving the channel.
Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, my God.
What did Gail do?
Yeah. Jesus, I need to get in there and check her. Maybe if I hand her a Macintosh Apple, she'll let me in there and I can inspect those choppers.
Morning show? What were you thinking? Can you believe that? I expected her to at least say, well, the devil made me do it. But I want to introduce to you
a dick that we shot off.
Evidence P.
There you go. Here's a bag with a dick, and there's a bullet right there in the dick. You know, you wouldn't think that a dick would take a bullet very well, but it takes it like it's ballistic gel. It's remarkable.
thug, a pedigreed thug. You know, we were born in the morning, but it wasn't yesterday. And the reason we didn't arrest Eric is because he's dead. We thought it'd be a waste of time just between you and me. And
this guy's just gold.
What do you think would happen if you told Grady Judd he was being insensitive towards those people?
Yeah, I would like to see that. I'd like to see one person.
Do you think you'd get a talking to?
Like, did you just call that guy a turkey? Well, yes, I did.
Yes, I did. If you have a problem with it, I can shoot off your dick and balls.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Did you hear what I said? Your dick and balls. And I carry a .45 caliber. It don't fuck around. I'll shoot you in one ball, but it'll blow up too.
Here's our promise. We'll open the door for you at the county jail. The men and women of law enforcement that write you a ticket today will stand in front of a bullet for you tonight.
Except if that bullet's aimed at your testicles and your penis. If that's the case, we're probably the ones who put it there.
So you were racing and you hit a wall, and it was called the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Come on, man. What are you thinking? Had that guy, that police officer up there, done that here, I'd have had him in jail by sundown. And one holds the door open for the other because that's what we do in Polk County. Well, isn't that special? I'm not going to answer that question.
Ooh.
You have any other questions you want me to not answer?
I want to hear the
Thank
question.
you. God bless you. See you later.
There you go. There's our boy, Grady Judd.
I'd like to see him reacting to some questions. That would be fantastic.
Like usually a guy like that's controversial, but from what I hear, like people really like him.
I can see why.
The people there in Florida really like Sheriff Grady. Where are we at now? 280 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for the nice head start that you've given us so far this morning. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal link if you'd like to contribute to our listener-supported program that we put on over here. Anything over $5 on a Tuesday gets Oz reading fucking terrible jokes. And apparently Raz of Chaz has a big announcement for us if we hit that goal. Overtime is coming today regardless because we have Karl at 10:45 from Who Are These Podcasts joining the show. Hey, what do you guys think? So you know we have the Bret Hart thing to start the show. We have the copyright safe Bret Hart music. Well, I just saw something in my recommendations. NWO theme 8-bit.
Oh.
Let's check this out and see if you want to replace the Bret Hart thing with the, or you know what we could
switch them out or just go back.
This
and
could
forth.
be our 2-minute walk-up music to people coming in when we hit start 2 minutes before the show starts. We could do this one. Oh no, this is fucking terrible. This is really bad.
Very Nintendo-ish.
Yeah. This is like a Super Nintendo WCW game. No.
Super Mario.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can find NWO theme MIDI. This one? This is actually from Sega Genesis.
Maybe it's better than the first one.
It is better. 80s remix WCW NWO Rock House entrance theme.
The following announcement
has been paid for by the New World Order. Similar.
That's some real guitar, though.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You know what I think we should do? Keep looking.
Okay.
We'll keep our ears open for that. Kane B says, yeah, it was better, but still trash. Yeah, better, but still trash. Virgie's Useless Rumble Checkmark says, is there a 16-bit version? Yeah, right. All right, let's move on to our next thing this morning. I'm always in a good mood if we start with Grady Judd.
Yeah.
Grady Judd's one of my favorite guys. Hey, I didn't even know this had happened, but apparently Steven Crowder got suspended from YouTube again. I don't know. For a guy who keeps telling us that he's canceled and that he's just YouTube's against him and everything else, Crowder really does seem to get 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8 different chances. Last chances. He's been on his last strike, and he's been on, we got to fight for free speech, and we got to be, we're the good guys, and YouTube's against us. And then
he's had more chances than Amaranth.
I mean, him, Amaranth, and Ethan Klein seem to be the only people where the rules don't apply to him. He gets banned from YouTube for shit. And then that's very funny. Fauci's pangolin. He goes, "Did he show his pussy?" He could have. He does like dressing like a woman. Maybe he went the full way. I don't know. But he got banned again. And I'm sorry, but a guy, if you're being targeted for cancellation and you're being, if you're being, treated unfairly by those libs over at YouTube, I mean, you've been banned like 5 times. And they just keep making it 2 weeks, and you're back again. And then he's like, "Can you guys believe we got banned?" And then I listened to the clip that got him banned, and I'm like, as a YouTuber, yeah, I can see why you got banned for that one. "Oh, it's because YouTube's got it out for us." I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure anybody says that, they're getting banned from YouTube. Well, he came back yesterday.
Okay.
And he did a promo for it, and the whole thing, it was all remarkably Crowder-esque. Let's watch some of this. Now, first of all, this clip is from Media Matters, who are highly dishonest and scumbaggy and awful. But they just showed the clip that got him suspended. It's not like this was like they pushed this forward and he got suspended. It was already in the works. Crowder came back yesterday. This is the clip from his show that got him kicked off the platform again. And again, he's like Ethan Klein, where Ethan gets banned again from YouTube, and it's for 1 week, and, oh boy, YouTube's really got it out for me, and I don't know, you guys seem to make them a shitload of money, and
that's probably why they're always coming back, though.
Yeah,
they are generating a lot of revenue.
They seem to keep giving you a slap on the wrist, but all right.
Kamala Harris, everyone's favorite nothing. Mm-hmm. So Kamala Harris appeared
as a good ad lib for a comedian, wasn't it?
Yeah, a nothing.
Everybody's favorite nothing.
In Seattle. And here's something I wanted to talk about. Do you guys, let me ask you this. This is another question I have for you. And by the way, you can hit the like button, share. It helps with the algorithm. YouTube hates it.
Yeah, YouTube really hates it. That's why you're on there and getting pushed. By the way, is he overcompensating even more nowadays? Is he wearing the shoulder holsters and he has a gun right on the desk?
Jeez.
I mean, are we honestly?
I get it if you're a gun guy, but relax.
I understand.
Calm your tits.
You're Canadian and you feel you need to overcompensate. Like, no, guys, I'm really one of you. I really love guns. But like shoulder holsters and the gun on the table, Crowder, take it easy.
Diesel. When I say Diesel to you,
I think Kevin Nash.
Oh.
Big Daddy Cool. Okay. For sure.
You guys know that diesel and nuclear are two, I would say, arguably of the greatest answers that we have available to us right now as far as
Vin Nuclear.
Yes, Vin Nuclear. No, diesel is something nuclear energy.
Look, I'm not saying it was addition by subtraction for Anthony's show when he lost Dave Landau to Crowder, but I mean, who doesn't want to hear more of that gold? Vin Nuclear. Because you get it, Vin Diesel. It's an actor.
This is like watching Impractical Jokers. Yeah. Hilarious.
You know what? You're right. This is like the conservative talk radio form of Impractical Jokers.
Obviously, but diesel is something that we really have underutilized. A lot of people don't realize. They hear diesel, they think it's bad, it's dirty. It's actually an incredible resource that could really help us transition to whatever other energy that is completely unrealistic that you want us to transition to. But for some reason, it's just overlooked. So anyway, before we get to that, let's set this up with Kamala Harris appearing in Seattle. It was Wednesday to announce a $1 billion grant for electric school buses. And her performance was not Miss Frizzle. She is not.
We'll deal with what we need to deal with in terms of also as we move forward.
All right, so this is how he got suspended from YouTube last time. He's about to play a Kamala Harris clip. We'll see where this goes. Look, I'm keeping an open mind. Maybe it is YouTube targeting him unfairly. Or maybe he said something that typically gets you banned from YouTube.
Here's the thing. Who doesn't love a yellow school bus? right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right? Just, there's something about...
The only thing saving Crowder in this clip for me is that he played a clip of someone more retarded.
Yeah.
That's the only reason Crowder's getting the benefit of the doubt here. That's a good strategy, by the way. When you're an absolute dipshit, play an even dumber person and go, see, who are you going to go to?
And most of us, many of us went to school on the yellow school bus, right?
Some of ours were shorter than the others. It's, it's...
like the one she rode.
Yeah.
Blew the mayor
Today, 95% of our school buses
There were no hotel rooms.
are fueled with diesel fuel.
Good.
Which contributes to very serious conditions
Listen.
that are about health
Okay.
and about the ability to learn.
Oh,
and
the
when
ability
I
to
think
learn.
about what we've been able to do through the infrastructure
What are you forcing
law,
every kid to line up
what
and
it
suck on the
means is that
exhaust pipe?
We have now
What?
invested, and that's the announcement today,
I mean, it got her a good career.
I guess.
$5 billion over the next 5 years. What we are doing today is the first of those $1 billion, $1 billion, through grant proposals from the 50 states, distributing to the 50 states an investment for their ability, starting the next school year, to roll these buses out,
they're
to pick
playing
up our
sound
kids
drops.
and take them to school. That's our announcement today. We'll deal with what we need to deal with.
We've got like 40 seconds left in this clip, and so far it's just been unfunny. But I don't really understand what he got. The suspension part must be coming. But I think this is a great example of anyone who listens to our show. You know, we had these people before, and they go, I like Crowder. Why? What is it about Crowder that's so... Because he's got like lukewarm conservative takes and lukewarm jokes. So there's this weird thing that conservatives do where if anyone just giggles or tries to be a little funny, they're like, oh, this guy's so smart and he's hilarious. It's like, no, conservatives are just so starved for humor that if a guy just chuckles a little, they're like, oh, a comedian, isn't this great?
Yeah.
Crowder is not funny. Crowder is remarkably basic.
As we move forward.
Well, now it's time to take you to school, you generically ethnic whore. I was debating it. I went for it.
I think that's going to fix everything. I'm glad this is happening.
Is that what he got banned for, calling her a genetically ethnic whore? Well, that seems kind of... I'll say this, like...
Interesting.
That sounds kind of weak. Plus, he didn't even lean in. He didn't even, like, commit to it. He kind of, like, half-assed
Every
it.
time she writes a speech, they remove all sharp objects from the speech writers.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. She's up there reading, yes.
So I don't know how this is going to help students learn by switching them to electric school buses. But again, this is when you see this in something seems to be so nonsensical, don't just look at it and say, what an idiot. It's these people have gotten away with this for so long because they've never been called on it.
That's the end of the... That's it? That's what got him suspended for 2 weeks? I mean, look, I'm not a big fan of Crowder. I don't like Crowder very much at all, but that didn't seem... I'll give him that. That band... I mean, I get it. You're not supposed to insult people and you're not supposed to bully them or whatever, and genetically... What was it? Genetic... Whatever. Whore?
Ethnic.
Joe, genetically ethnic whore. I guess you could argue that that's slut shaming, that's, ethnicity shaming or whatever.
Yeah, I suppose.
But, like, he does all this shit. Like, he goes in, like, YouTube's terms of service say, don't bully trans people. And then he'll do a video where he goes somewhere dressed as a trans person and bullies trans people. Yeah. And then he'll be like, I don't understand why I got banned. And then he goes like, YouTube's got it out for us, and we're going to sue YouTube. Sign up for our mug club, and we'll fight for your freedom, and we'll sue YouTube. And he hasn't done it yet. Hadn't seen a dime of that YouTube thing, but he took that mug club money. And then, they're trying to silence us. Like, really? Are they? Because if they want to silence you, they can. They did with Alex Jones. They just took away all his shit. So I don't know if they're trying to silence you or if you're just a dishonest grifter, but
that's weird.
Definitely leaning one way over the other. D. Gulag says, constant fake laughter on Crowder. It's obnoxious. Crowder was pretty good back in 14 to 16. You know, I have a theory about that because I used to agree with you that Crowder was better from 2014 to 2016. I disagree. I think we just weren't tired of Crowder's bullshit at that point. He was still...
He hadn't worn out his welcome yet.
Yeah, he hadn't worn out his welcome. If you go back and watch that shit, you're like, oh, that's the Crowder that we've come to know.
Sure.
Balls Deep says Crowder is room temperature coffee. Right. He's not a particularly good analyst, and he's also not a particularly good comedian. But if you're not a very good comedian and you kind of wash out at that, you just become a conservative commentator and they'll bring you in. It's like if you suck at comedy, but you want to do the church circuit, like the youth church circuit, you can become like, you make a lot of money being a comic at churches and youth gatherings and shit. Same thing with politics. If you just go right wing or left wing, like Tony Michaels failed at comedy, he became a left wing commentator. It's done pretty well for him. Crowder didn't work out as a stand-up comic, so just start throwing out conservative talking points. Now you got yourself a career. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed me pawing at it this morning. I'm very bothered by this zit I have right on my forehead there. You see that bad boy?
Oh, yeah.
Sticking out like a sore thumb. I want to give it eyes and a mouth. It's so protruding, but I really do want to just get rid of that thing. I'm tempted to just go underneath the desk here and address it, but I don't know. Someone talking about Cardiff Electric's show. I heard that Cardiff was going to have... What's it called? Chad Zumach on his show, and it didn't work out. That Chad canceled on Cardiff. I wonder what that was all about. Tim Down says, no, I fell asleep about 40 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. They're talking about that in the chat. All right. Let's go to... Oh, he said... I think he said generic, not genetic. He's still a tool. Fair enough. Hobo Flexible says, you should be able to bully people, though. Look, man, I don't make the rules. You know my feelings on bullying. Totally fine as long as you deserve it. Citizen M says, waiting for the day that Aaron draws the parallels between Crowder and Chrissy Mayer. I think Chrissy doesn't do the conservative political grift the way Chrissy does. Like, she doesn't make that part of her content on a regular basis. And I think she's funnier than Crowder. Captain Charisma says, I miss Stuttering John. I still hate him. I miss laughing at him. Hope he's back soon. I think we're doing all right without old Stuttering John. Why Do I Podcast says Tony Michaels did comedy. Oh, you haven't seen his sketches? You haven't seen...
Are we missing gold?
You haven't seen Chicky McNugs? You haven't seen the drive-in, drive-out, drive-through video? Yeah, he wanted to be a comedic content creator for the longest time. Union Jack says, I didn't notice until you pointed it out. Yeah, my zit here. I do want to take care of it. Because it's now I've pointed it out to people too, so they're not going to be.
Go in the bathroom, just hit the mirror with it.
We'll see. Dinosaur Fuel says, didn't know we had a third mic today. Oh, it's not very nice. Oh, there's holy shit. Give that zit the third mic. Oh man, it won't get better on cam if you pop it now. Let it be. I know, but I won't be able. I won't feel it like this and be able to feel the bump, as it were. Z Kyle says, zit, I thought you were pointing at something on the whiteboard. Captain Charisma says, Chad Zumach was too busy because he's a cool guy and hangs with a cool crew. That's true. That's true. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, I wonder if Crowder was a female, if he would not be canceled. He's not canceled. He's not, the guy isn't canceled. He's everywhere. He's on YouTube. He's on The Blaze. He's a multimillionaire. He's doing very, very well. That whole grift of people saying, I'm targeted, I'm canceled, I'm this and I'm that, while they're raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I mean, great gig if you can get it, I suppose. Twisted F and Joker says that's it's going to need a name if it's going to be the third mic. You know what?
Yeah.
Excuse me, everybody. Let's tell them about AP Lasers.
APlasers.com. Check that out. Doing all sorts of engraving coming up here. I'm going to be at Bram this weekend.
Bram?
The Duluth after that, and then River's Edge in St. Cloud the second week in December weekend. Ooh. Friday, Saturday.
Oh.
Ooh, did you lose a couple pounds there?
I did. You know when you hit a mosquito on your arm and it's been sucking your blood for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those deals.
Well, there you go.
Oh, and don't worry, I did a little bit of coke while I was down there. APlasers.com. All right. So Crowder came back yesterday from a suspension. And, of course, he promoted it in the classic Steven Crowder promo way with one of his shitty movie bits.
Oh, no.
You know, we've seen Crowder do like the Tombstone one. We've seen him do the 300 one. Every time his motherfucker gets suspended, it gives him a chance to work out his inner gay theater kid bit. And he gets to remake a movie trailer with his hilarious humor. You know, when Crowder has to talk about politics a lot, it takes away from his ability to be super hilarious. So when we watch these movie trailer things he does to announce his return from yet another YouTube suspension, he gets to really go for a walk comedically. Would you like to see?
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the lovely and talented Steven Crowder. And yes, that was sarcasm. No, fuck that. You guys get, my audience gets full screen Crowder. Here you go. Production value.
We wouldn't be able to discuss this right now on YouTube at all. It wouldn't be allowed. And this is why there's a problem with YouTube.
The contentious relationship between YouTube and Crowder.
Time out. Let me tell you what the problem with YouTube is. He says, I can't talk about this. That's the problem with YouTube. No. The problem with YouTube is YouTube's remarkably successful. They have McDonald's, they have Nike, they have Disney, they have all these corporations, all these companies that advertise on their platform. And those companies have come to YouTube and said, you can't let this thing be a fucking free-for-all. I won't put my ads on it. And I don't know if you know this or not, but McDonald's spends a dickload of money in advertising.
Yeah.
So YouTube decided, well, I can let Steven Crowder and all these other people say whatever they want, whatever wild shit they want to put out there, and I can forego millions of dollars in McDonald's advertising, or I could check these guys with 7-day bans and say, hey, don't fucking do that, and I can keep my McDonald's money. I mean, yeah, from a purely free speech point of view, it sucks what YouTube does to people. But if you're a capitalist and from a purely business standpoint, it's a no-brainer what YouTube does. The rest of us, if we like having the reach and the access to YouTube's audience, we kind of stay in between the lines. You know, we slalom it. We try to go outside a little bit and then get back in quick. But I don't know. Let's go ahead and watch Crowder's trailer for his return from a 2-week suspension.
And this is why there's a problem with YouTube.
The contentious relationship between YouTube and Crowder has been heating up.
So I'm Steven Crowder, host of the show that is currently banned on YouTube.
We hit 1 million subscribers on Rumble.
Oh, thank you! This is the most watched live stream ever of all time that's not been broadcast on YouTube.
Our club and its viewers are linked together in their cause to free speech.
Steven Crowder kicked off of YouTube. Well, guess what? Steven Crowder last night was also trending.
Louder with Crowder got banned from YouTube last night. They were to go on there and actually set a new record on Rumble. I think they had over 3 million.
No, wait a minute. This is a little disingenuous now. I have a problem with this.
Okay.
You get banned off of YouTube, and then you start caulking off about how, big dick the Rumble thing's going and how great the Rumble deal is. Then why are you coming back to YouTube after the suspension? YouTube sucks. YouTube's bullshit. I fucking hate it. They're targeting me. Can't wait to come back on Monday, November 21st, though. Rumble's the greatest. Rumble's amazing. Rumble's awesome. Oh, man, I got to get back to YouTube, though. The second they allowed him back on, he's back on YouTube. Which one is it? Is Rumble fucking awesome? Is it the greatest thing ever? Or can you not wait to get back on YouTube? I mean, I'll give the Revenge of the Sis guys, I'll give Mersh and Royce, and I like them, so it's not hard, but I'll give them a lot of credit. They're putting their money where their mouth is, and they're going, fuck doing our show on YouTube. December 1st, we're going exclusively to Rumble. It's a ballsy move. I like it. It's respectable. Crowder could do the same thing, but he wants the reach. He wants the access, and I get that. But then don't go while you're suspended. It's almost like when a girl dumps you, and you go, I'm better off without her anyway. Fuck her. She sucks. I hate her. See, I was going to break up with her the next day. She just got to me first. And then the minute she goes, I'll take you back, you go, okay, can't wait. I'll get in the car, Pookie.
Same thing.
Yeah. So which one is it? Do you love Rumble? Is it way better than YouTube? Does YouTube suck, or can you not wait to be back?
You've proven that you can have a powerful voice without traditional mainstream tech.
Louder with Crowder returns. Monday, November 21st, 9 a.m. Central.
What a Michael Bay ripoff.
Right? I will say this. He's toned down the douchiness on those. Like, they used to be way worse. They used to be incredibly cringe. Those Crowder trailer thingies. He's toning it down a little bit. He's not doing like full 300, He's not doing like the Tombstone one. But it's just like, I love this thing and fuck YouTube and this and that. And then YouTube goes, you can come back today. And he's like, oh, can't wait to be back.
Yeah, it's so weird.
It's very strange. D. Gulag says, the boomers in my family love Crowder. I'll forgive them. I think what it is you've got a guy who's being quirky and giggly, and he agrees with you politically. So this is the problem with America, like splitting up between left and right. They forgive a lot of cringy, douchey, unfunny things as long as it says things politically that they like. And Crowder's a great example of that. They're like, he's really funny. You wouldn't think he's really funny if he didn't like the same political stuff you did. And I'm sorry, but that's not how I judge comedy. I don't judge comedy on, does this guy feel like the tax rate should be the same as I think it should be? Oh, well, then he's hilarious. People are saying, put some Valtrex on that zit, Aaron. Did you just abort your twin? It's not running blood, but you did just make me check it. Thank you. Union Jack says YouTube is too successful is the problem. 100%. 100%. Captain Charisma says, I don't trust Crowder, but I will admit I enjoyed the French-Canadian character he played where he pretended to be a Bernie Sanders supporter. It was called Journey for Bernie. It's objectively funny. Look, I'm not saying the guy's incapable of ever doing anything that could make you laugh ever. I'm just saying that, look, a lot more misses than hits, and a lot of people forgive him because he likes the same political stuff they do. Greg Nutterbutter says, I think his attempts at comedy are real sins. I haven't explored every corner of his political stance, and I don't care. His failure at comedy makes him a dangerous, bad person. I mean, I don't agree with that part, but I just think he's not very funny, and it's frustrating when people you respect go like, oh, I think he's really good. It's like, no, you don't. You just agree with him. SC Motorsport says at this point, he just takes a couple weeks off to make a short film and then comes back for the views. Pretty much. I mean, it's just, he goes, oh, yeah, I'm suspended. I can't live stream. And you're like, really? He's like, yeah, and I made this really gay art house trailer about it, too, and I can't wait to come back on Monday. But the other platform is way better, and I got millions of subs on there. Well, then why don't you stay there? Because I really want to use YouTube.
Yeah.
I just really like it. Citizen M says, you know what Crowder is with YouTube? He's that girl that keeps fucking the ex because he's like, I hate him. He's terrible. He's the absolute worst. Like, why did you spend the night at his house? Well, I was just really lonely and we have a difficult relationship and, we could get back together. Who knows? Like, no, he wanted to dump a load and then he wanted you to leave. That's all it was. I think some people treat comedy like a religion. True Crowder is cringy sometimes and sometimes fails at comedy. Maybe most times. But let's not act like he's evil because of it. I don't think he's evil. I just think he's remarkably dishonest to his audience. And as a guy who begs for money on YouTube and is very open and transparent about it, I don't like it when people lie to grift their audience. Just be honest and tell them, look, I have a product. It costs this much to run. Could you help us out?
Yep.
Don't be like, we're censored. YouTube's going to come get us. They're against us. And then every time you get invited back, you go, it's going to be fucking great. We're back on YouTube, baby. Because,
hate.
You spent the last 2 weeks sucking Rumble's dick. This is the biggest stream off YouTube. Fucking Rumble's cool. Look at how many millions of people we have. And then the minute YouTube goes, all right, your timeout's over, you go, anyway, fuck Rumble. They suck. Back to YouTube we go.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Which one is it? Balls Deep says YouTube delivers a superior product. Yes. That's Rusty Grammar says, but Aaron owning the libs. Exactly. Citizen M says, Aaron is dead right. I hate cancel culture, but I know a grift when I see one. Here's my problem with Crowder. Another problem I have with Crowder. There are people who have legitimately been canceled, but now people kind of jump on the cancel bandwagon and they wear it as a badge of honor. Like I heard Chad Zumach say on a show that he's canceled. You're not canceled. You just haven't been funny enough to build a career for yourself. He said because he tweeted something at Patton Oswalt, and then he accused Patton Oswalt of killing his wife on Twitter, that got him canceled in comedy. It's like, dude, you were a nobody before that tweet. You were a nobody after. You didn't get canceled. Alex Jones got canceled. There's a guy who got canceled.
Yeah, big time.
Crowder is available on every platform he's ever been available on when he started. And he's doing remarkably well. Who's worse, Crowder or DSP? DSP only because he's really mean to his audience.
Tips.
He's really impolite to the people who support him. So he's way worse. See, now people are going on the Patton Oswalt thing. Look, I don't know what the hell happened with Patton's first wife. I don't know. Brittany Martini says, Revenge of the Sis ruined Crowder for me 4 years ago. I never looked back. Phage Live says, Alex Jones did not get canceled. He's still making bank off his fans today. No. I mean, like, he legitimately got kicked off all these platforms. Like, he got canceled from all of those places. That's legit. Crowder likes to say that he got canceled while meanwhile not being canceled for anything and using it to gin up support for people to buy more Mug Club memberships. That's kind of weird. Ozzy Mandia says, I think Crowder's show is informative, offers a lot more than mediocre comedy. Aaron, you're my guy, but you sound kind of jelly. I mean, that's fine if you think it's jealousy. I got to say this. I can tell you with 100% certainty I'm not jealous of Crowder. I'm never going to be anywhere near what Crowder is. I totally get that. Look, I'm not jealous of the guy. I understand the hustle. I understand what he's doing. My message is not to Crowder. It's more to the people who think that he's like the thing that he says he is. It's like, that's just for the Mug Club memberships, guys. So no, don't worry, Ozymandias. I am definitely not jealous of Crowder. I know my place, and it's nowhere near where he is. 280. Oh, I lost. Oh, that's right. I copy and pasted the Crowder link. So we got to reset this whole thing. 280 away from today's goal. If you feel like, oops, not 310. That was the original. Oh, boy, look at me just falling apart over here. 280 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's the PayPal and the Streamlabs link. Also, Super Chats count as well. Lip Ripper is right. He says Aaron's jealous of Crowder's hairline. That's true. That's the man does have an astonishing head of hair. Look, there's analysis, and then there's just flat out lying, and I can't be a dirty, filthy liar. That's for sure. Let's talk about the World Cup a little bit. We've done no World Cup talk on this show so far, and it's been, what, a few days since the World Cup
from
started?
The United States.
Yeah, and we're not gay. But when it comes to the World Cup, they had a little controversy last week. And the controversy was very simple. No beer. Now, the World Cup is in Qatar, which I guess Qatar... FIFA's really corrupt. Like, if you throw enough money at them, they'll put the World Cup in your country.
Yeah.
And Qatar is getting it this year, and Qatar being a Muslim country, they made an agreement when FIFA gave them the World Cup, and they said, all right, even though we're a very strict Muslim country, we'll allow beer to be sold on the grounds for the World Cup. And FIFA went, okay, cool, then you can have the World Cup. It's yours. Great, you're going to sell beer. Well, like a couple days before the World Cup started, Qatar went, well, they can't take back the contract now. Hey, guess what? We're not selling any beer there.
Yeah, I heard that.
We're going to have our cops come in and shut it down if anybody tries to sell any beer during the World Cup.
That would be so much fun to go to that in the first place.
Oh, could you imagine
and then
watching
watching that sober?
Yeah, a 0-0 soccer game, and you can't even get shit hammered? Yuck. Well, they're not allowing the beer. People have been very upset about it. I don't even know if they've been able to get it, if there's like a bootleg beer trade. I know I've seen fucked up people at the World Cup. I know I've seen like women hammered showing their tits at the World Cup. So, I mean, that's a thing. But I don't know where they're getting it from. The Mood says Budweiser is investing $75 million to be the main sponsor. And part of that $75 million is we get to only sell our beer at your event.
And at $30 a cup or whatever it is, they're going to make their money back.
That's
not anymore.
Something tells me Budweiser's getting that money back, though. Something tells me that that's going to be a lawsuit and Budweiser's going to win it. Why Do I Podcast says, I saw some gay dude got kicked out for wearing a rainbow shirt. Oh, yeah, they're doing that too. They're like, if there's anything gay going on, the Qatari police and the government are like, get it the fuck out of here. I mean, how can you kick gay out of soccer? That's like kicking bats out of baseball.
Yeah.
You can't kick gay out of soccer. Then what do you got? Just slightly less gay soccer. You got straight guys in denial playing soccer. That's what you have. Captain Charisma says, one thing I like about soccer is there are no television commercials. During an American football game, most of it's commercials. That's because American football is really, really fun, and you'll sit through commercials to watch it. Soccer, I'll just go find something else that's boring the shit out of me on TV.
And aren't those like really, like when they have riots or whatever, like against other teams, like they get violent, these crowds do. Aren't soccer known for that?
Yeah, they'll get violent.
Like
sure. They'll start
literally-
fires.
Yeah.
Like they'll just, all of a sudden you'll look out in the stands, you're like, shit's on fire. Why? And they're like, it's a soccer game.
It doesn't go in their favor and they're throwing shit on the field.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, soccer can get nasty. Union Jack says, watching a 3-hour 0-0 game sober, right? What a terrible time. So they're trying to navigate that. Meanwhile, you got people protesting that it was ever put in Qatar in the first place because of the way they treat homosexuals and minorities and things like that. Well, the FIFA president, Oz, came to the rescue. The president of FIFA wanted to send a message that, you know, no matter who you are, you're welcome at the World Cup, and he's with you.
Okay.
And I don't think he intended this to be a comedic speech, but it did kind of end up being a comedic speech. Here we go. This is the president of FIFA talking about the World Cup in Qatar. Let's go. He's African. He feels, you know, he's trying to say that he's everybody.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm with everybody. I'm showing no bias here. Let's, how far does he want to go with this?
Wait a minute. I thought they were not.
You feel gay today? As opposed to the other days where you felt like pussy? Today he feels gay. All right, let's see where else that goes.
You're gay, Morocco, Saudi Arabia.
Shut up. This fucking music is killing me. Can we find another version of this guy talking? Because it is really funny,
Well,
but
this guy
whatever
really
that
had to spike it
fucking
up,
song,
bro.
oh my God, is that awful. FIFA president gay. Exudes the aura of gay. Oh, here we go. Good.
Today I feel Qatari.
Yeah?
Today I feel Arab. Today I feel African.
Let's see your dick.
Today I feel gay.
Let's smell your dick. So he's got a big Muslim African gay dick.
It's weird.
It's weird dick, man.
Today I feel disabled.
What the?
You see, the president of FIFA feels gay and disabled. So immediately after this press conference, the Qatari government took him to a tall building and threw him off the roof.
Yeah.
In a wheelchair.
Today I feel a migrant worker. Of course.
Well, then the back 40 needs plowing, motherfucker. Let's get to work. What are you doing sitting here in a suit and tie? Get your fucking scrubby ass holy clothes on and go pick the fields. He feels gay. He feels disabled. He's a migrant worker. Do you feel like a beer vendor today? Because it sounds like they could use this at the World Cup. Today I feel gay. The police came in and grabbed him, and he went, no, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. I
Too
don't
late.
really feel like a homosexual.
I'm not Qatari, I'm not Arab, I'm not African, I'm not gay, I'm not disabled.
What? But I thought you said you just felt those things. You fucking traitor. God, just when you think you can trust a guy, he goes and pulls the rug out from under your feet. Here I thought we had a fun, gay, crippled, black Muslim guy who was running soccer. Nope.
Really, a migrant worker.
Oh.
But I feel like them because I know.
Cultural appropriation, anyone? Clearly.
What it means to be discriminated.
Oh, because you're bald.
To be bullied.
Right, because you're
as
gay.
a foreigner in a foreign country.
Stranger in a strange land.
As a child at school. I was bullied because I had red hair and I had these red, how do you call them?
Freckles.
Oh, you're a ginger. Oh. So you got bullied because you were a freak.
Soul.
It's good to see that the bullying didn't affect you at all, as you seem to have cut off all of your hair.
Yeah.
It's good to see.
Sorry?
Freckles.
Freckles? You see, I don't even know the term.
They would always just call me filthy ginge and throw rocks at me, so I don't really know what the terms for my condition are.
I was bullied, of course, for that. Plus I was Italian, so imagine.
Right. I mean, who doesn't want to bully those people? Wait, a ginger Italian?
That's...
What the fuck happened there?
Didn't speak good German. And what do you do then?
Tell you what we do in America.
You lock yourself down, you go into your room, you cry.
Oh. So it sounds like you've been gay for quite some time. It's not just today that you feel gay.
And then you try to make some friends.
Aw.
And you try to speak, to engage.
So you played Dungeons
and you try to
Dragons.
get these friends to engage as well with others and others and others. You don't start accusing, fighting, insulting.
Banning beer from tournament. You know who I'm talking about. It's a bullshit move, and now Budweiser is upset.
You start engaging. And this is what we should be doing.
So that whole speech was a giant waste of time where he goes, I feel gay, I feel
2 minutes,
disabled,
you never get back.
I feel African, I feel like a migrant worker, and then he's like, I want to tell you, I'm not gay. I'm not like, what a weird way to show solidarity with a group of people, but then get scared people are going to think you're a Peter kind of guy. And so you immediately go, oh, I'm not gay though. I mean, I love pussy. I just said I feel like a gay. You know?
I got news for you. You're gay.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Yes, there you go. Kate Golem says, holy shit, get to the point. Oh, no, you don't understand.
Oh, yeah.
There was no point.
No.
Absolutely no point. So it's fun. It's always fun to see like when an Olympics or when a World Cup just completely goes to shit right in the beginning and they spend the rest of the thing trying to bring the nose of the plane up. I don't know. Once they banned beer at the World Cup, I don't know if there was any bringing the nose of that plane up. Scotty Faye says, I'm not gay, but I love hairy man ass. Yeah, I don't. You know, I'm just sad because we watched that entire speech and I still have no idea. Is he or is he not a homosexual? I still don't know. Still have no idea if this guy's gay or not.
The FIFA president.
You know, I would be more gay if I maybe had a couple of beers I could drink. Qatari government, I'm looking at you.
You can be drunk and gay, like Kevin Spacey.
I could be drunk and gay like my hero, the Kevin Spacey, but alas, here I am, wandering around in the fucking desert without a beer. It's okay. It's not like it's hot here or anything. Anyway, go watch a bunch of fucking weirdos kick a ball around for 90 minutes to a 0-0 tie. I'm going to go try to find some booze in this godforsaken hellhole. Thank you to our hosts in Qatar. Thank you very much to Gray Duckling says happy birthday and throws a 10 at us. Not my birthday, but thank you. David with $80. David, you generous son of a bitch.
Thank you.
And Ryan the Garbage Man says, did you play the deaf mute trans woman video that I sent you? We might do that either today or tonight.
Whoa.
We got time. Thank you very much. Let's knock $90 off that goal. And Oz, two dad jokes for those two guys. 190 away from today's goal. So we are right on track today. We said under 200 by 8 o'clock, and we are under 200 by before 7:30. So thank you guys very much. 190 away from the goal. There's the links in the chat. Oz, fire away.
What's a cucumber's favorite instrument?
What?
Piccolo.
The piccolo. Okay. All right. Next one.
The best jokes are oranges.
Yeah?
Yeah, they have a tang of truth in them.
Oh, fuck. You know, I like when you read these because it gives me a chance to clear my notifications.
Yeah. It's very true.
A buddy of mine is actually offering, like, he's going like, oh, I've been looking at, because we've gone to some Vikings games together this season. And we've been doing this new gimmick where we go to a bar before the game and then we wait till like 10 minutes before kickoff and we start looking at people on the ticket exchanges who still have tickets out there and like club seating, like the really nice $400 seats. And we offer them like $125 for the ticket. And they take it, right. So April and I have, like, she got a bunch of new hunting stuff for this season way back. And we're selling the old stuff. And I went, well, wait a minute. If you got new hunting stuff, here's a nice yin and yang for the relationship here. We'll sell all our old hunting stuff that we don't use anymore, and we'll go to the Vikings game on Thursday after we drop the kids off on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So we're doing that, and I told my buddy about it. He's going to be there. So now he's been checking on season tickets. Like, we could go to all the games together, which I can't go. We got the kids for most of them, but he's looking at them, and he's really trying to talk me into it. And in my mind, I'm going, why don't we just do the fucking thing where we go to the bar before the game and just buy super awesome $400 tickets for like $100. And I think the last game we went to, we missed one drive. We missed the opening drive of the game, and that was it. And we still got to watch the end of that from the stadium. We just weren't at our seats.
I was at the stadium for the first time recently.
Really? What were you doing?
Yeah, the Eden Valley Watkins was, they ended up getting third.
In the state football tournament?
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Very cool.
But that place was overwhelming when I went in there. I was like,
it's a cool place.
Just looking at some of those seats and like, I was like, oh, that's a ways up there. I don't know.
Yeah, US Bank Stadium is awesome. So yeah, while you were reading that joke, I'm just looking. He's really pushing like the season ticket thing pretty hard. I'll check out those FMP. That's another upper level club. FMP seats on Thursday when I'm there. Aisle would be super, super nice, but if you're not ready this year, I might just sell my seats and upgrade to 2 club seats. I sat in my seats again for the Dallas game, and they're great views, but getting in and out is a bitch. We could split 2 seats. We go to 4 games together, and then we get 2 games with both seats. See, that's what I was thinking. Total price for 1 year would be like $6,000 for the. So this is the weird thing about fucking season tickets. Up front, there's a $6,000 seat license fee that you pay one time when you first get them, and it's a fuckload of money. It's $6,000, and then $2,370 per year after that. So there you go. He's pushing. I think he really wants us to split the season tickets with him, and I get that. I understand, but god damn, man, that's that's your, like, April and I. We always say we go back to Las Vegas. We take one vacation every year.
Yep.
If you get those seats, that's pretty much what that is. That's your vacation for that year. You know, you can either go to every Vikings home game, or you can go on vacation. And to me, I'm kind of leaning more towards a vacation every year. And then you can, like I said, you can do the price hunting thing for the Vikings game at the bar, like we've been doing a couple times a year. April says, I'm very much into the waiting for cheap seats. It seems worth it. It's fucking great. I don't know why more people don't do it. Like, honestly, you miss a couple of plays. You know?
Yeah.
You miss a couple of plays and you get club seating with your own private bar for like $300 under what they usually cost. Yeah. That's insane. My buddy and I, the last time we did it for the Cardinals game about 3 weeks ago or so, it was so funny. The guy we ended up buying the tickets from, he was selling club seats for like $375 or something a piece. And we went, and it was like a half hour before game time. And we went, we'll give you $100 a piece. Just lowballed the shit out of him, right? And he goes, oh, that's an insulting offer. And he bitched at us and told us not to talk to him anymore, this and that. So then it's like 2 minutes from game time, and we go to the guy, here, how about $125? He's like, oh, that's really great. Thanks for taking those off my hands for me.
Yeah.
It's like, why'd you have
attitude changed?
Yeah, why'd you get so fucking mental on us then? Jesus. April says, I'm okay with skipping the season tickets. I can't make it to all the games anyway. A couple fun games is great. Yeah, and I can't, neither April and I can can go to every game. I mean, we got the kids for most of them. And you just, splitting season tickets, I don't mind. Where like he has 2 seats and April and I maybe take 3 or 4 of them. That's not so bad. That's not a bad deal, in my opinion. But
have you been to any of the clubs? I went back past the Polaris Club. That looked pretty nice.
Oh yeah, that's when you do that ticket hunting. You only sit in club seating.
Okay.
Yeah, you get there's a Little Six Club, there's Polaris Club, and they all have like private bars, so there's never any lines for beers, and the bars stay open like 30 minutes after the game.
Oh.
Whereas the other concession stands close at the end of the third quarter, so that's kind of cool. Somebody says that's a lot of hungover Mondays if you went to every game. Yeah, that's kind of my thing too. People saying raise the goal. No, the goal is not for our personal expenses. It's for the business. And not only that, we're going the other way. We're lowering our goal every month. No Morio says you will get dibs on the NFC Championship game. Don't say new boot goofing. That can still happen. Look, we had a rough game. Shit like that happens. That's the problem. I go to like one Vikings game and I'm like, I want to do this all the time.
Yeah.
And you're like, just fucking chill. You're going to want, honestly, everyone I know who has season tickets to shit, they say like, oh, it's such like, there's just so many games where you're like, fuck, I just want to stay home today. Now I got to sell these tickets. I got to, I got to unload them, this and that. It just seems like such a big commitment where like, I've gone to 2 this year. I'd be happy if we just went to 2. That was cool. Like April and I are going to the 3rd one because of the hunting shit. And it's like, why not? Something to do. But like, 8 games a year, that's a hell of a commitment. Plus, those games are not cheap to go to. Like once you get in the building.
Oh, I know.
The beers, the food, everything else. Thank you to Union Jack for the $5. He says, hey, Aaron, can I get a dad joke from Vincent D'Onofrio wearing an Edgar suit? Here, hand that over. I want to do this real quick. All right, well, I'll take out the dad joke book like this. Why was the vegetable lonely?
Why was the vegetable lonely?
It had no pair. There. Vincent D'Onofrio, Men in Black, in his Edgar suit, giving you a dad joke. There you go, buddy. All right, 185 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. You got embarrassed by Dallas. Yes, we did get embarrassed by Dallas. Believe me, as someone who turned the game off at halftime and missed nothing, I'm very well aware. Hulkamasha Baby says if Aaron buys season tickets, his weight will be closer to 240. Yeah, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Virgie's Useless Rumble checkmark says, y'all beat the Bills to turn around and lose to the Cowgirls. Oof, look, I know. It was humiliating. Citizen M says, we only raise the goal when Aaron wastes an hour of a pawn shop salesman's time, so he feels obligated to cop a new wristwatch. Wait, what?
What?
April says, I don't want to go to a whole bunch. Too expensive and time-consuming. I get it. I understand that. All right, let's get into some more of our news items here. 185 away from today's goal. You guys have done a remarkable job thus far. Thank you so much. Someone says the only positive of going to the game is the atmosphere. Yes, absolutely. Watching on TV makes for much better viewing. Look, if you can get those nice club seats, for cheap, that is just as good a view as watching it on TV. I'm throwing this pen away. You see this pen that I chipped off the thing here? I always do this with my pens.
Sticking yourself?
Got these metal things. I just stabbed my thumb and it's bleeding.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Fuck that.
So when we were there for the high school, tournament or whatever, it was at maybe 15% capacity, because it's obviously it's not a Vikings game, right? Mm-hmm. But it's still a lot of people there. But I mean, it was fairly empty. But I'm telling you, when we left that place, we sat in that parking garage forever. I couldn't imagine trying to leave
just
that place.
Just for the prep bowl.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine just leaving there, going to an actual Vikings game, because we sat for at least a half hour in line in the parking
Let me give you a tip here. Uber down before the game.
Or take light rail. I was thinking go to Big Lake, jump on the light rail there. It'll take you right to the front door.
I would say, like in your case, get like a hotel room if you're going to a Vikings game.
Yeah.
Uber from they got nice hotels like within a mile.
As long as you don't have to park in that garage.
I have a buddy that lives lives in Maple Grove, and we always go together. Yeah. And we Uber down there. Somebody drives us. His wife is pregnant now, so that's fucking perfect. You always like it when your buddy has a pregnant wife, right? You got to drive her no matter what.
Yeah.
So you just Uber down, Uber back, whether it's hotel, friend's house, whatever. Don't put a car down there if you can help it, because you're right. It's a nightmare getting out of there.
Yeah,
it's a nightmare. Don't take light rail. You'll be shot or stabbed, says K-Rod. He raises a good point. Yeah. That's the man raises a point. Jeep ZJ says public transportation. Ew. Yeah. Get yourself a new. Let's see how much it would cost for Oz to Uber to US Bank Stadium from here. Who knows? Maybe it'll be worth it. Maybe if you go to the game, it would be worth it to Uber. Let's see. St. Cloud, Minnesota. And you're closer in Zimmerman.
Yep.
Here, let's go. Do me a favor. Punch in your address. Don't say it on the air. Punch in your address there on the Uber app. And then I'll punch in US Bank Stadium. We'll see how much it would cost us. Because you're only like 35 minutes from Minneapolis, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm not too far.
All right. And where to? US Bank Stadium. There we go.
$60.
All right. Yeah, you're not going to like it. $95.
It'd be worth it, though, still.
It's cheaper than a hotel.
Yeah.
To go there and back.
I'd rather do that than drive and then pay $120 for a hotel.
Well, there you go. Yeah. The only thing is you got to hang out for like 45, 50 minutes with an Uber driver. Maybe bring headphones.
Yeah.
Because that's awkward.
He could be kind of like trying to, and my girlfriend this and my girlfriend that. And I'm like, oh, God.
Red Fox Mad says, I would rather watch the football game at home on TV. I hear you. I thought that way forever until I sat in these club seats. They're pretty good. But like you said, I wouldn't want to do it 8 times a year. I'm on your side. That's for sure. All right, let's continue on with the program. This is another story out of a school where a teacher decided to, how we say we got to encourage these teachers to be creative in how they educate kids and not lean
a point.
Right, not lean on these lesson plans, let the teachers teach and let them have these big, bold ideas. Well, I have a big, bold idea for you.
Okay.
And it might show you why they make the teachers stick to the lesson plan so much. Let's go to Charlotte County, Florida, and see what happened when a teacher decided to go away from the lesson plan.
NBC2's Hope Salmon is local in Punta Gorda explaining why.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
This is the mom of a 7th.
All right. We know what the slur was now in the headline there.
Grader at St. Charles Catholic School in Port Charlotte. She asked that we not share her name.
And I said it was horrible. It was awkward. It was embarrassing.
His class was reading Tom Sawyer.
I remember that even years and years ago when I was in high school, they pulled the book because of the certain language.
They're going to make the kids say a certain Jim character's name. A particular Jim.
Classic novel.
Some asshole, remember that bearded dickbag that Pete used to know that came on our show that one time, that Larson guy? Remember when that dickbag tried to argue with us that N-word Jim wasn't actually in Tom Sawyer and that was just people making shit up?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, and I'm like, no. And he tried to gaslight me into thinking it's not in there. I'm like, no, the N-word Jim thing is definitely in Tom Sawyer.
Yeah.
You stupid fuck.
They got to where there was the N-word, then this happened. Students in the 7th grade class were acting out, implying that they were going to say the N-word aloud. The
best day of school ever. They're just reading that book and they see they're on this half of the book.
Yeah.
And they see the word over on this half. You've never seen kids read faster in your life. They all of a sudden become speed readers. And then they slow down real nice in the sentence before the N-word.
It reminds me of the anticipation when South Park that one time said, what we're going to do? We're going to do something really crazy. We're going to say shit on TV. And then they said it how many times they had the count going.
I can't fucking wait.
People were, I remember we were all sitting there waiting for, I was like, I can't believe we were waiting for something so stupid.
Yeah.
The teacher then instructed the boys to just say the word so they can then move on through that passage of the book.
Oh, get it out of your system.
That'll work great in today's climate. in today's culture. Oh, boys, fine. Just shout the N-word so you can get it out of your system.
Jesus.
That's a teacher, by the way, who's just fed up with her class.
Yeah, that sounds like something a substitute would say.
Right. That's a give-up move.
Yeah.
That's a tap-out is when you go, like, if you're still trying to hang on to your teaching job and you still like what you do, you go, guys, I'm begging you, don't do it. All right, I have to send you to the principal's office. I have to report you don't.
This is the third period I haven't had my damn coffee yet. Yeah. Go, just do it.
Yes. A teacher who's got 2 years till retirement just goes,
yep.
All right, fucking say it then.
Just
fine.
Lights up a cigarette. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, really. No, nothing's going to happen to you. Go ahead. All right. Jim.
They just go ahead and
whoa.
They just go ahead and pull the drawer open, take that bottle of bourbon out. Go ahead.
Tip it up. But then the kids say it and the teacher's like, whoa, I honestly did not think you were going to go through
see
with
that
it.
coming.
That is, I was really trying to scare the shit out of you. So it was reverse psychology. Boy, you kids are getting ballsy these days.
Yes, they are.
This ain't like 01. You kids would have been nothing but silent. You could have heard a mouse piss on cotton in here if this was 20 years ago. You guys really go for it, don't you? I'm so glad black rappers still get to say the word. It hasn't had an impact on the culture where people feel more comfortable saying it of all races. I mean, that just really worked out great for us, didn't it?
That statement after
I want to get rid of that word. It's a terrible word. Oh, why don't you say it 9,000 times and make it sound really cool to kids, and then white kids will never say it again?
Remember when Samuel L. Jackson was getting interviewed and he's like, just say it.
Yeah, just say the word.
It's like, no, sir, I won't. Say it.
And the comment section had it right. When Samuel L. Jackson yells at you to say the N-word, you say the N-word. That's just the rule.
And you got to include motherfucker.
I bet you kids now say the N-word more than kids 30 years ago said it.
Oh, yeah.
Because of music and everything else. They just fire it off. It's normalized to them. That's why I always laugh when I hear people go, oh, yeah, it's a word that white people shouldn't say, but black people can say it. You understand that black people being allowed to say it is what's made that word survive longer than it ever should have.
Yep.
But congratulations, guys. You're very woke.
After parents email to complain.
You don't want to even think that that would happen to your child. You already know that that word takes people back to a certain time, and they don't want to remember that.
So she went.
By the way, big difference between like African American and black people who were like born here. African people get far more like conservative with shit like that. They're far more, no, it's not okay when this person says it. It's not okay. Nope, none, zero, absolutely not. Whereas, fire up the top 40 Billboard charts.
Yeah.
To the school.
I need to go there and see this teacher myself and look her in the face and let her tell me.
And call her the N-word. I need to go down there and I need to tell her, are you going to say it to me now? The teacher's like, I think you underestimate how little of a fuck I have left in me.
Yeah.
I will say it.
Why she thought that was a good idea. And I asked her, I said, so if the word was F-U-C-K space Y-O-U, would you tell the class to all say it together in unison?
No, but I would say it to the class. And it wouldn't even have to be written in a book. I'd just go, fuck you, kids. I get it. The teacher maybe should have exercised a little bit more restraint in this case. But she also had a room full of little kids going, look at the word that's coming up. Look at the word we're going to... Teacher, can we popcorn read? Can we do popcorn?
And you know damn well that word was highlighted by somebody with a highlighter.
Oh, yeah, or everybody with a highlighter.
And then the page is creased.
Yeah.
So it's like you can just go on, hey, guys, come here.
That's the way you find out which kids don't have a highlighter in that class. Yeah. Their book won't be highlighted at that part.
She said no.
The school then sent a letter to the parents saying the root cause of the issue is a consistent poor and immature behavior exhibited by many 7th grade students.
Yeah, they're in 7th grade.
What are you... That's like saying, yeah, these 3rd grade class, they were just a little immature.
Yeah. These 7th grade boys don't act like little scholars when they see the N-word in a book. Yeah, because they see an N-word loophole. White people are always looking for the N-word loophole. These kids found one. And then the teacher went, fucking go ahead. And the kids went, nah. And they sang it. And the teacher's like, whoa, not the way I saw that going.
The school apologized to any parents who were offended and said they will enforce stricter punishment on students.
I am very offended.
Oh, yeah?
And I told them, I said, do not mistake my sympathizing with the teacher with me condoning what she did.
I sympathize too.
Well, you see, baby, I understand why the teacher did what she did, baby. Because when you see the N-word sitting in a book, you just want to sing it from the mountaintops, baby. So I told that teacher, I said, my child's very sensitive to these kind of things going on. And if you can see from the house that I live in, when I go to the pay window, I buy fancy throw pillows, baby. So when you got my child saying the N-word, that's hard times, baby. Sorry, Mama Dusty here, she had me at...
Sympathize.
Yeah, she sympathized.
Reporting in Punta Gorda, Hope Salmon.
Suffering succotash, baby.
NBC2.
A man accused of murdering birds.
We go right to murder.
Yeah, boy, they're really just keeping it light.
Wow, you guys really fun newscast you had last night. That's great. So we didn't get any kind of resolution there. We just kind of
No, it's just kind of a here's what happened.
Yeah. Here's what happened. Oh, what happened to the teacher? Well, in class teaching today.
They just said if you do this in the future, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, but the other kids are now going to tell the next class, like years from now, they're going to be like, when you see the N-word, just start giggling uncontrollably, and they're going to let you say it. Grank Nutterbutter says, the fuck is she offended at? In her culture, the punishment for crime in general is a machete to the neck. Fix your parents' mistakes first. Well, I mean, she got out of there, though, probably for that reason. Brown Candy says, kids in Call of Duty say the N-word like Aaron watching this Sunday's game, except 24/7. Hey, wait, when did this become about me? What game language do I use?
I remember making that mistake a few times back a few years ago.
Shouting the N-word at the TV?
Playing GTA 5 and listening to these little kids, and you can hear their mom will be in the background cooking or doing something, and the words that come out of their mouths are incredible. Some of these kids were just like, yeah, you're a big N. It's just like, whoa, whoa.
Do you did they ever just fire it off at you and the mom yells at them in the background?
They never do, though. They never yell. They're just like, it's so second nature. So I got out of the public chat stuff. I just couldn't handle it anymore because I'm like, the way these kids talk, I'm like, wow, I think you've seen it all.
That class is really interesting. Usually when the teacher goes, who would like to read the next paragraph? There's no hands that go up. When they were reading Tom Sawyer with the N-word in it, who wants to read the next paragraph? Everybody's hand. I will. Me.
Yeah.
I'll read. Me. I love reading. Reading is my favorite thing in the world, teacher.
Little Johnny.
Yeah, you have to call on me.
Pick me.
But you have serious reading problems. I know, but this book fixed them all. I just really want to read it so badly. I love literature. Let's go ahead and we got the video of that Florida quarterback from yesterday. There was a kid. He got a scholarship to the University of Florida to play football.
Okay.
His name's Marcus Stokes. He's one of the top quarterback recruits in the country. And the University of Florida really wanted him. They got him. They offered him a scholarship. He accepted. They took it away from him this weekend.
Oh, that sucks to lose a scholarship.
But they took it away because he on social media, he posted a video of himself rapping along with a song, and he rapped the N-word with the song.
Did the song include the N-word, or did he add it?
Most certainly did include the N-word, yes. So the kid, words in the song, he's singing along with the song, drops the N-bomb in the song, records himself doing it, puts it up on social media. University of Florida finds it.
Well, they're going to find it if you put it on social media.
They canceled his scholarship. That's wild to me. Look, I understand. You shouldn't put stuff like that on social media nowadays because people will find it. They'll bitch at you. They'll complain. They'll try to get you canceled, whatever. But
well, they did.
Why put it in the song then? This is my thing about rap music. And I love rap music, but more the old stuff than now, but I'm old. If you don't want people to say the word, don't put it in the song that they sing along with. It's that, I mean, it really is that easy. The debate over the N-word is that simple. If you don't want people to say it, don't provide them the example of where they can say it.
Fair.
If the word is terrible, then you got to be done with it. You can't say, oh, well, I can say it or I can put it in my song. Well, that song is for public consumption. And it's for people to sing along with and have a good time with. So if it's a terrible word and it's really, really bad and it's not just something you want to guilt people over so you can hang something over their head, then you got to cut it out too. I don't think there's anything wrong with this kid singing along with a song he was listening to and posting it up on social media. But just because I don't think there's anything wrong with it doesn't mean I think he's smart for putting it up there.
Right.
It's fucking idiotic to post that.
Well, that's why he's not a scholarship anymore.
So stupid. But I don't respect the outrage that's coming from people because the hypocrisy around the outrage is so thick, I can pick it up and eat it like a piece of pie. Not only that, there's levels to the game. Like, there's levels of punishment to different offenses. If this kid would have sexually assaulted somebody, okay, take away his scholarship. Absolutely. If he robbed a bank, okay, take away his scholarship. But, like, to me, he posted a social media video where he was rapping a song and he said the N-word. That shoplifting, maybe. Like stealing a candy bar, maybe. You don't lose your scholarship over that. That's Florida giving a statement to the press that goes, wow, we really don't condone his actions and we're going to send him.
Covering their ass.
Yeah, we're going to send him to sensitivity training when he gets here and we're going to make him delete his social media and all that other stuff. But, I mean, to take away his scholarship? Yuck. Joey Baggs says he needs a Post-it note on his computer that says, don't say the N-word. Oh, yeah, I've got that literally all over the house. You should see it. Oh, my God. And I remember, too, it really does help, for sure. Cantu Adrian says, stealing crab legs like Jameis Winston. Right. Jameis Winston shoved like crab legs down his pants and stole them from a store. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of groceries the guy stole. Totally fine. I mean, how many of these guys get accused of doing fucked up shit with women and their scholarships aren't getting taken away? But this kid, he said one word in a rap song, and we have the video for you here. I mean, here, this is what the kid did to get his scholarship taken away. It's just over and over. It's the line over. He's not saying it multiple times. Looks like it was a Snapchat. So he posts on Snapchat himself rapping with a song.
Well.
And he says the word. That's it.
Now he's taking the rap.
And now he's not only taking the rap, he's lost a full ride scholarship to Florida to be the Gators quarterback.
Well, there's always McDonald's.
I'm sorry, but if I'm a college football coach, this is where not being PC really helps you out. I'm jumping all over this because I'm getting a D1 like top recruit quarterback in the country at such a discount price because nobody wants to touch him. You know, like if I'm PJ Fleck right now, I'm like, you want to come play for the Gophers? You might be able to start day one. We're losing our quarterback this year. Go ahead, come on aboard. I mean, why not? People will remember this kid for another couple of days, and then they'll move on to some other outrage completely. And this kid will be totally fine. Florida fucked up. He's been committed to attending the school since early July. I was in my car listening to rap music, rapping along to the words, and posted a video of it on social media, he explained. I deeply apologize for the words in the song. Don't. The artist didn't. The person who wrote it isn't sorry for the words he used in the song. Neither should you be. I mean, if it's such a terrible, offensive word, the artist should have left it out. I'm sorry, but I gotta call bullshit. If you claim that word is really offensive to you, why would you say it 15 times in a song? It horrifies you. It's terrible. You don't want to hear it unless it's out of your own mouth. But then if it's out of your own mouth and people buy that song and they make you a multi-millionaire, then but they shouldn't be allowed to sing along with it. It's fucking childish what we do with this shit. There's Stokes continued, I fully accept the consequences for my actions, and I respect the University of Florida's decision to withdraw my scholarship offer to play football. That's the other thing. Like, Dave, if you don't think brainwashing in school works, these kids have now been taught to accept this shit.
You better get used to saying, would you like to supersize that?
Yes. But yeah, they've gotten used to just, okay, this is the punishment. I'm totally in the wrong. They don't even defend themselves anymore. You know, first name, last name says you can buy and listen to it, but don't you dare sing along. Yeah, what a childish concept that is. You can buy the song, you can listen to the song, but don't sing along with the song because I put a word in there that offends me. Well, then you're an idiot. Omega Dread's gaming channel says he still said it when he banged his foot on the coffee table. Well, I mean, look, that time he definitely shouldn't have put that on the internet. Atomic Citizen says we changed the N-word for you're fired. Why Do I Podcast says kids are so dumb today. Right, it is stupid to put that on TV, or put that on social media.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it shouldn't cost you your it shouldn't cost you your scholarship to play football. Yeah, Jeep ZJ, I thought the same thing. I thought it was Logan Paul. No Morio says Sky You Ma. Yeah, bring him on in. You can sing all the rap songs you want. In fact, here's YG. You like YG, kid? There you go. Go nuts. Here's a karaoke machine. Come play football for the Gophers. Maybe they canned him because he can't rap. Well, let's see now that could be a thing.
Factor.
Scruffy D says, stop fucking apologizing. Look, they condition you in school at that age. Like an 18-year-old kid, you're terrified. That kid had no chance. Cantu Adrian says, 8, apologize for the words on the song, not I apologize for using that word. I don't know what that means.
That's a bit heavy.
You might have meant something else. Marshall McMarshallson says, Aaron Hernandez got away with a bunch in Florida. Yeah, like murder. I mean, if we're getting down to the real nitty gritty. Buy, but don't play. Play, but don't sing. Sing, but stop at the N-word. He's laughing his sick fucking ass off. Hello, Australia. Welcome to the program. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the little show we do for you every morning. And also, if you're enjoying the evening shows that we do for you as well. We're going to do overtime today. Karl from Who Are These Podcasts will be here at 10:45. So you guys are getting probably a 5.5-hour show today. 5.5-hour show, you lucky sacks of shit. 185 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in via Streamlabs, PayPal, or Super Chats, that's more than welcome. Thank you guys very much. Does this work, or am I going to... I'm guessing I'll have to reset it.
Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications.
There you go. Subscribing up helps a lot. I think we're pushing 6,300. Our whole big thing was to get to 7,000 by the end of the year, and I think we are on pace. Oh, yeah, we've gone up a little bit this morning. So we're about 28 away from 6,300. Very nice. Thanks, guys. JJ says, at least he didn't say Jew. They wouldn't have only taken his scholarship, but probably his life as well. And then blamed it on Kanye. Yeah. And then he would have sang a Kanye song with the N-word in it. And he really would have been in trouble. Speaking of Jews, Why Do I Podcast says, Carla. Why Carla? I don't understand. Kevin, Why Do I Podcast is named after Karl and Who Are These Podcasts? What's the problem with you two? Because I heard you on the Insufferable Bastards podcast, and it sounded like you were making some pretty weighty allegations that now I have to ask Karl about regarding Cardiff Electric and the whole event they've got coming up. Jeep ZJ with $20 says, Aaron, buy yourself some new hip glasses, yo. You need a glow up. Do I? Sorry. I'll glow the fuck up then. How's that? 170 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Why Do I Podcast says it's a bit. Calm down. Okay, good. Good. And what happened to our boy? I still don't know what happened to our boy Cardiff and his interview with Chad Zumock. He was supposed to have a Zumakian interview yesterday, and Zumock got cold feet and backed out on him in the last minute. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. Why Do I Podcast says, geez, no sarcasm around here anymore. Sorry, I'm a big fucking dipshit. I apologize. I will go to therapy. I will figure out where my funny bone is, and I will shove it right back up my own asshole.
Oh.
Well, I'm committed. Lemmy says, Chad flaked on Cardiff. I know. I don't get it myself. Now Kevin's saying so sensitive. No, I just said I'm going to go get my funny bone, and I'm going to shove it up my dick hole, and I'm going to have it reinstalled. I'm trying to better myself over here. All right, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, it's all snowy and shit now in Minnesota. You go in the ditch, you get yourself All Care Towing. Nobody's going to be there quicker than our pals at All Care. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Old Capitol Tavern, if you're in central Minnesota, nowhere better food-wise than Old Capitol Tavern. All you can eat, house-smoked brisket with mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and biscuit for $18.99. All you can eat house-smoked brisket. It is really good. And half off all draft beer and wine tonight at Old Capitol Tavern. That's Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. I think we also have some pictures of some of that. Where's the brisket one? Is this the... Nope, that's the ribs. I'll find it for you guys. Ooh, but I do want to show you the ribs one real quick. There you go. That's the brisket at Old Capitol. It's there on the screen. That is really, really fucking good. And that sauce is delicious. And they don't overdo it. There's the all-you-can-eat brisket, the potatoes, the corn, all of it fresh, all of it delicious. Check it out at Old Capitol Tavern. There is a drink I want to show you at Old Cap that you're going to want to get the next time you're there. Again, if you're in our home base here in central Minnesota.
Make a pretty mean old-fashioned.
Those ribs are ridiculously good.
Oh, fall off the bone.
But that infused pear, or April remembers what it's called. I don't remember what it's called. Infused pear old-fashioned is really fucking good. Too good. It's one of those really good cocktails where you drink it and you go, wow, this is really tasty. And then you're 2.5 of them in and you're like, I'm walking. I don't even know if I walk out of here. Might have to carry me a bit. It's all very good. What's ribs? Is ribs tomorrow? No, ribs is, oh, darn, that's Thursday. Now, they're going to open Thursday afternoon at like 4 p.m. So maybe they'll still have that special, but usually that's every Thursday is those ribs. But that pear old-fashioned, fuck with that pear old-fashioned. It's pretty goddamn good. That's Old Capitol Tavern. Braised pear puree old-fashioned. That's what it is. Oof. The implication says best restaurant in that area by far. Yeah, it's not even close. Not even close. SC Motorsports says, I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it makes a man shit in his pants. Of course. Aaron, that old-fashioned goes to your tit. That's not very nice now, is it? That makes me feel sad. Thanks, guys. Now look at me. Now I'm a fucking lack of confidence mess with my giant zit on my forehead that I popped today. Let's continue on with the show here. Bob Iger is back. Robert Iger has returned to Disney. Apparently, Bob Chapek, the guy they had before, doing all that go woke, go broke shit, with
Turns
Disney
out it wasn't
Plus.
working, so they decided to get somebody back that knows how to make money.
They decided to bring back the old warhorse, Bob Iger, who's basically hey, does this make money? Yeah, well, then let's fucking do it. Look, not that Disney hasn't been indoctrinating your children for about 80, 90 years now, but it was starting to get really out in the open. Like, it was starting to get, hey, we got a new trans superhero and we're going to have its dick out in this kid's movie. It's like, whoa, no, guys. Let's take it down a notch, all right? I liked it better when you hid it from me a little bit and you had to work for it. No, we made kids too stupid. We've indoctrinated the kids into being too stupid so they don't get our subtle programming. We have to just throw it in their faces. So Disney was taking a hit after, first of all, the pandemic hit the theme parks and all that shit. But then a lot of the Disney Plus stuff wasn't hitting, like She-Hulk and all this other stuff. Oh, so they've decided to let Bob Chapek go, and they've decided to bring back Bob Iger. Walt Disney Company is mired in chaos amid the company's shocking switch in leadership, with media mogul Bob Iger taking the reins back from a CEO he reportedly once branded as a novice for landing the Mouse House in a political mess. He's not wrong. You can shit on the guy for calling the new CEO a novice, but he turned out to be right. The 71-year-old Iger, who was handed the chief executive role to Bob Chapek in January 2020, just before the pandemic, was approached by the company's board in recent days about retaking the helm. You know what's nice about that? When they come to you and they ask you to come out and
you set your own price.
Yeah. You just go,
I'd love to see the terms of that negotiation.
I'm thinking maybe you give me all of the money you have.
Yeah.
As a starting
I mean, what do you
point.
make as a CEO? 20 million, 30 million?
Ooh, boy. Here, let's see. Bob Chapek salary. Total compensation in 2021, $32.5 million. So Bob Iger is going to make double that.
Yeah.
Hey, come in and save our company. We're in deep shit. Pay me more money than God. All right.
Well,
I guess
40 mil, 50 mil sounds.
Right.
50.
Well, that's the best part. Like Bob Iger had Disney running like gangbusters when he was there. So he knows how to do it. That despite the fact that the board had renewed Chapek's contract this summer, putting Disney shareholders on the hook for a $23 million golden parachute for Chapek, a 62-year-old marketing executive who had done a lengthy stint at H.J. Heinz before coming to Disney. Now, see, that's what I hate about the corporate world. A guy's a bean salesman.
Yep.
He runs the bean company and the ketchup company. And then you go, you know what he should do? Run a giant multinational entertainment corporation. It's like, what is
It's
the
just,
bean?
those CEOs, though, when they get to that status, it doesn't matter. Like Heinz says, okay, look, this guy made us $2 billion last year selling ketchup.
Yeah.
Oh, we make cartoons. Well, we should definitely have him.
Right. Because to them, it's all marketing and it's all gimmicks.
Yeah.
Like, that's where Steve Jobs fucked up with Apple. He invited, oh, God, what was the Pepsi guy's name? I'm going to fuck this up now. He invited the guy who ran Pepsi in the 70s and 80s. He invited him to be the CEO of Apple because he was so good at marketing. Oh, he's a marketing genius. Cool. What does he know about computers?
Well, I mean, computers are pretty much pop, right?
You're right. And that's what Steve Jobs asked him. He goes, do you want to sell sugar water the rest of your life? Or you want to come with me and change the world? It's like, Steve, maybe you see if this guy, because Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, the guys who founded Apple, they were fucking dorks.
Yep.
They knew this shit backwards and forwards. And they hired Steven, God damn, it's going to bug me.
He was the CEO of PepsiCo.
Yeah, he was the guy at Pepsi. Not Lee Iacocca. Lee Iacocca was Chrysler. Steve Scully. But now I feel like that's the Dodgers. Vin Scully is the Dodgers announcer. So I don't think it was Steve Scully. Somebody will get it for me. Otherwise, I'll just Google the fucking thing too. But like he brought him in. And ever since it went public and they had to have a board and everything, Apple went in the shitter. So they had to bring back Steve Jobs to run the thing because he was a tech guy. So I don't know if, bringing in the Heinz ketchup dude is exactly the best move to run the Mickey Mouse empire. That's all. Ryan says Michael Eisner. No, Michael Eisner was the Disney guy. And then I think, was it before Eisner or after Eisner? It was David Letterman's old agent. That was a weird thing. Yeah, he ran Disney for a little bit. What the fuck was his name? Mike Ovitz. Mike Ovitz, Disney. He founded CAA, the agency. He was fired from Disney in 1996 because his management style differed sharply from the chief executives. Okay. He was Letterman's agent. Steve Urkel, Steve Seagal, David Justine. No, it was not David Justine. That was it Steve Scully? Apple first CEO. Not Michael Scotty Scott. Who the fuck is that guy? What the fuck is that guy all about? Apple CEO. I know it's Tim Cook. CEO history. If you guys could have just got this for me. John Scully. Okay, I wasn't far off. John Scully. So it was Michael Scott from The Office. Then it was Mike Markkula, who was one of the guys. Like he was the financier when they were building them in the garage. Then when they went public and all that, then it was John Scully was the CEO of Apple. Yeah, and he was the Pepsi Challenge guy.
Oh,
the next generation, all that shit. And Steve Jobs wanted him because he was a marketing genius. But again, he didn't know computers. Circumference K says the guy's name was Jew-Man Frank. No, it was not Jew-Man Frank. Why do I podcast CAA equals and then 3 stars of David? Well, I'm sorry, but Mike Ovitz, I don't know if you know this, Mike Ovitz, tiny bit Jewish. Tiny bit Jewish. Now Iger, who just months after Chapek's contract was renewed, had said tapping him as his successor was one of his worst business decisions. That's kind of a humble brag, isn't it? Yeah. You know where I fucked up was leaving and putting this dickhead in charge. That's my big mistake. He's faced with undoing the damage, pledging to stay at the company for 2 years until he finds another successor. Rumored candidates include current Disney executive Dana Walden. And why not promote from within, especially if they've been there for a long time? They know the business. Former Disney executives Tom Staggs, Kevin Meyer, or even Peter Rice, who got unceremoniously fired by Chapek this summer. Chapek's gaffes include a botched response to Florida's Don't Say Gay law, which provoked a battle with Governor Ron DeSantis. Oh, yeah, and ending in Disney losing its special self-governing tax status.
Yep.
He cracked whip at DeSantis after DeSantis said, hey, you can't talk to 3-year-olds about trans, or 9-year-olds about trans shit. And then Disney went, well, fuck you, Ron. We're against what you're doing. It's bullshit. And then Ron went, oh, really? You're going to talk shit about me? You know you're on the dime here. You're on the dole here in Florida. We give you a lot of fucking tax breaks. Well, guess what?
Not anymore.
Shit just got way more expensive for Disney to do business. What are you going to do? Uproot the whole thing and go to California? I don't fucking think so. Here. So Disney likewise faces outrage from customers over sky-high price increases at Disney theme parks. I mean,
it's not expensive to begin with.
Yeah, they're hiking the price of entry $189 per person.
Yep.
Jesus. Lousy food, grimy, rundown amenities. Despite a reputation for understatement and grace under pressure, Iger, in recent months, reportedly had let his frustrations with Chapek boil over in private conversations. In July, Insider reported that Iger found Chapek to be a novice in responding to crises such as the company's contract dispute with Black Widow actress Scarlett Johansson, as well as Don't Say Gay. So, yeah, I guess, look, one nightmare after another keeps popping up for this guy.
There you go.
And they're like, look, instead of paying you $30 million to stay, we'll pay you $23 million to fuck off. How's that? And then we'll bring the old guy in to clean up the mess. Look, man, that's rough, but Disney has not been doing well lately. I mean, they have had disaster after disaster. Like, a lot of that Disney Plus shit isn't working. A lot of the shows they're putting out aren't hitting.
Look at how bad they fuck up Star Wars.
Yeah, but you know what I like about this, though? Very rarely when shit like this happens, does the guy at the actual top get held accountable. So for once, it's actually the guy running things that has to answer for why shit's going so poorly. So, I mean, I like that part of it. King Kong Dong says, I would love 23 million fuck off money. Dude, if I got lucky enough to be the CEO of a major corporation, I'd huddle my family up and I'd go, look, guys, I'm going to be remarkably busy for like a year.
Yep.
After that, you're going to see so much of me around this house that you're going to be fucking sick of me. Why, Dad? You just got named the CEO of Disney. Right. Dad, it's $30 million a year. Yeah, or $23 million one time to never do a fucking thing ever again the rest of my life.
Yep.
Plus, I got stock still. So there's that. So $23 million for me to walk away. Hard for me to be heartbroken. Hey, Oz, did you know that CBS News has finally acknowledged the Hunter Biden laptop was real?
What, they had to?
They decided to. It was reported that it's 960 days since the New York Post came out with their Hunter Biden laptop story. So about 3 years ago, since New York Post went, hey, this Best Buy employee or whatever, this Geek Squad guy, he says that Hunter Biden has a laptop that he brought in, and it's full of really fucked up stuff, like hookers and crack and business dealings and all this other shit. And remember, there was an election going on. in 2020.
Yep.
And the media decided, nope, that's Russian disinformation. That's a conspiracy theory. Laptop, what laptop? This is all just bullshit right-wing mess from the Trump people. Well, 2 years into this disaster of a presidency, CBS News is now saying, that laptop, it's the real deal. CBS News had an independent review done of Hunter's laptop. They concluded it's real. This is the clip.
Control of the House, Hunter Biden, the president's son, will be a target for investigations. And that means data from a laptop reported to belong to Biden could be crucial to the investigatory process. CBS News has obtained its data not through a third party or political operative, but directly from the source who told us they provided it to the FBI under subpoena.
How long ago, though? 3 years ago? So you guys are just jumping on this now. By the way, right the week after the midterms are over, too.
Weird.
What interesting timing. So a week after the midterms are over, now we can come out with the Hunter Biden laptop. Okay, cool. 2 years after Donald Trump lost to Hunter Biden in a razor-thin election that between those 3 states was decided by about 30,000 votes. That's really interesting. Okay, so now we're going to admit that it's real. Not a week ago, not a year ago, not 3 years ago. Again, I liked it better when you guys used to lie to us.
And we commissioned an independent forensic review to determine its authenticity. Senior investigative correspondent Catherine Harris.
Yeah, we got a 13-year-old who was gaming at the time, and he looked over and he went, yep, that's legit. I went, really? That's all it took? Yeah, what are you guys, fucking stupid? Well, we are from CBS. Oh, we'll say no more.
Joins us now with what we found. Catherine, I'm very interested. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony. These House Republican investigations are coming, and that could be a challenge for the White House as we head into 2023 and 2024. The laptop data we had analyzed showed no evidence it was faked or tampered with.
Digital forensic investigator Mark Lanterman was previously...
Now the Republicans have the House so they can investigate this stuff. I mean, what's CBS going to do now when they start releasing items from this laptop to the public? What are they going to pretend it doesn't exist?
Videos of hookers and stuff like that. Oh my God.
Drugs.
Yeah.
You know, then not only that, but the emails with his dad about business dealings. Because remember, Joe Biden has maintained, I didn't help my son at all. I didn't help him with his business dealings. I had nothing to do with it. We're going to find out really how much, because I know the Republicans and Democrats are like two sides of the same coin, but we're going to find out how much they're allowed to stray from each other with this laptop thing. Because if they allow them to go full out and release all the emails and the Bidens were communicating with each other about business deals and all that shit, then it's gonna mean one of two things. Maybe they're not as in cahoots, these two parties, as we thought they were, or the Democrats are so fucking sick of Biden that they're not going to fight the Republicans on this, and they're going to go, this is how we get rid of this fucking guy. Is the emails get released, the laptop gets released, it gets investigated, and we tell Joe, look, we can get the Republicans to stop this.
Hope it gets blown wide open.
If you say you're not running in 2024.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
A member of a Secret Service electronic crimes task force.
There was one thing that got my attention, and that was
the hooker. Excuse me, I tried to clear my throat and I muted my mic. Sorry, guys. That was one thing that got my attention, and that was the hooker with giant tits doing crack off of Hunter's cock. That's what got my attention. I haven't really been able to move on since then.
Voicemail.
It's Dad. I called to tell you I love you. I love you more than the whole world, pal. Can I get some help?
That voicemail.
Oh, so that's what CBS is going to do. They're going to play the ones where Joe Biden's a really nice dad, and he's just he's just trying to get his boy some help and this, that, and the other thing. Oh, okay. I see the way we're playing it. Very interesting. Guys, I'm going to take one of these fisherman's friends. I think we're getting to that point in the year where it's dry as hell outside. And I've got a humidifier blowing right at my face, but...
What's a fisherman's friend?
It's a throat lozenge.
Oh.
It's a nice wiener to suck on when your voice starts going. Sorry about that, guys. My voice is frying on me.
apparently from Joe Biden during his son Hunter's drug addiction, is one of many findings Lanterman used to authenticate what is believed to be Hunter Biden's laptop data.
You're confident based on your analysis.
The stupid son of a bitch brought it to like a tech place and left it there.
Oh, boy.
Like, he just left it for the tech guys to pick apart, and
have at it.
They went ahead and turned it into the FBI and went, we don't want this thing. I don't know what the hell this means. And the FBI went, well, there's an election right now. We'll kind of sit on this for a while.
Analysis. This is Hunter Biden's data and that it's real.
Yes.
This Delaware computer shop is where the laptop's backstory begins. Their records indicate in April 2019, Hunter Biden took his laptop in for repair, but never paid. After 90 days,
Jesus, what a leech.
You can pay $85.
$85 to get your computer fixed, and you won't pay it.
That's a drug problem.
That's a crackhead move right there if I've ever seen one.
Because your parents are multimillionaires.
Yeah,
and you can't make that work.
By the way, this happened in April 2019. Funny, CBS decided they're going to cover it now. Huh. What was going on in 2019, 2020? Anything important?
Let me see.
There wasn't like a president they wanted to get rid of or anything, was there?
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Store considered it abandoned. Then in December 2019, the FBI subpoenaed the store's owner to turn over the computer.
I bet you they did. I bet they did. Hey, you guys have a laptop that's really going to bury our fucking guy we want to win the election? You'd better give it to us. Oh, why? So you can investigate it and find out what's going on? Oh, yeah. That's totally what we want to do.
Wouldn't you be smart if you're that own that computer repair place to take all that stuff off and then just like, so TMZ, you got a little cash? You got a little something?
That's what they did.
Oh.
I think they did. I'm not sure, but I believe they copied it.
Portable drive of its data.
Whatever happened to Hunter?
During the 2020 election, versions were widely shared by Republican operatives, including Rudy Giuliani.
We have the entire hard drive.
But questions were raised about whether additional files were added to those versions.
Oh, yeah. That's because, like, when you got pictures of him smoking crack and videos of him smoking crack with hookers, you really need to add some more incriminating evidence
That's
to spice
just really
it up.
good Photoshop. That really never happened.
Just admit it. You guys didn't want to report it because you thought that, it was a really close election and it would have sunk Joe Biden, which it would have.
Yeah.
I mean, statistically, we're seeing how close this thing was. That laptop comes out and everybody sees what they're up to. Yeah, Biden's probably fucked.
Then candidate Biden labeled the laptop controversy disinformation.
What he's accusing me of is a Russian plant.
CBS News.
So you lied about that, too.
Yeah.
Ryan the Garbage Man, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Do you mind if I put on my tinfoil hat for a little bit here?
Okay.
Okay. Now, the Republicans got the House, correct?
That checks out.
Okay. Well, they will investigate. They will find Joe Biden culpable on that hard drive for whatever, and they will also find Kamala Harris culpable for something on there. So they will both be forced to resign, and then who's in line for the presidency after them? The Speaker of the House.
Whoever the Speaker's going, whoever the Republicans pick. Yeah.
Yep, and so there will be another Republican president to finish out Biden's term.
Fucking President Matt Gaetz.
Oh, God, that would be terrible.
Oh, wouldn't that be weird? Oh, anyway. His awful hair. All right. Well, thank you, buddy. That's something to think about.
That's my case.
Yep. I mean, the only reach there is like Kamala would have to somehow be involved, and I wouldn't see how in 2019 she would have been involved in anything. So I don't think. And plus, you don't think the Democrats would cover her like fucking crazy if they had to get rid of Biden because of the laptop? They would be like, we ain't letting a Republican take over the White House, so we'll protect Kamala from... And that Republican House would try to find any dirt on Kamala they possibly could because they're one more removed person away.
Yeah, I don't think she's got any dirt on her. I think she's too dumb to be entrusted with something that's like, oh, okay, promise you're not going to say anything about this.
She hasn't been... she hasn't been in the game long enough to have those really shady, dark business deals. You got to be around in the boys' club for a while for that.
Approached the lawyer for the computer repair shop owner to cut through the noise.
We've always had one clean copy.
And obtained a copy of what he says they provided the FBI under subpoena.
Yeah, see, so like you said, they kept a copy for themselves because...
Smart.
Because, like, if you send it to the FBI, it's disappearing.
Yeah.
And then they've sent copies to a bunch of other places.
Imagine what that external hard drive is worth.
How much would the United States government pay to have it destroyed?
Yeah.
Billions?
Yeah.
Billions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Then we went to Minneapolis for an
fun.
Oh, back home.
Back home.
Independent analysis.
Were you paid by CBS or anyone else?
It's Al Franken in a Groucho Marx glasses and mustache thing. No, I looked at it and it looks completely fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Let me squeeze your tits. You sound a lot like Al Franken. Oh, so you're saying I'm a Jew? Is that it? That sounds prejudiced.
To analyze the data.
No. I wouldn't want anyone to think that someone bought our opinion.
Around the corner, it'll lead you to what we call our imaging room.
Lanterman and his son Sean.
Watch this behind this interviewing room. God, he sounds like a weird.
I wouldn't want anyone to think our opinion was paid for. There's a fucking red dot on his forehead.
Yeah.
No, I'm.
He does sound like a robot. Like, that's very, very Mark Zuckerberg-y.
The digital forensic experts recovered images of credit cards, a driver's license, social security number.
Just the sheer volume of what we're dealing with, it would be
Does this dickbag just take pictures of all of his shit?
difficult, if not impossible, to fabricate.
And explained how files built up over years.
It accumulated over time, which is consistent with normal, everyday use of...
Right, you'd have to be a pretty big psycho to, like, slow burn his laptop to, like, okay, in 2019, I'm going to add these files. In 2018, I'm going to add these files. Like, you're running a long game on him. No, if it was hacked and it was all created shit, it would show up in, like, a 2-day span.
Yep.
A computer.
There's some reporting about folders being added.
We have read these articles. We don't see that.
So all the bullshit that they were trying to feed you during the 2020 election about, oh yeah, it's Russian disinformation. They added files and folders, and this guy's like,
no,
that didn't happen. That's a bunch of horse shit.
So I believe that that's because we have a more pristine copy.
The laptop and its contents have fueled Republican interest in Hunter Biden's business ventures.
Hunter Biden was working with Chinese nationals.
They say this May 2017 email outlining a proposed business deal with a Chinese energy firm is one reason why they have questions about whether President Biden benefited.
Why should we be concerned about the president's son doing business with our fucking mortal enemy? It's good. Be like if fucking Nixon's kid was doing deals with the Soviet Union. Like, it's not worth checking into.
Yeah.
Prepared to subpoena Hunter Biden. We would certainly hope that he would want to come before the committee and clear his name.
If he didn't, it would be the only thing he didn't want to come to.
Biden's former business partners, including Tony Bobulinski, who received the email.
Okay, that just sounds like a crooked name.
Yeah.
Hey, you got Tony Bobulinski? We gonna get him in here? Where's Tony Bubbles? Get me Tony Bubbles. Where the fuck is Bubbles at?
Told CBS News the 10 held by H for the big guy is shorthand for 10% held by Hunter for his father.
Makes sense. 10 held by H for the big guy.
Or heroin.
Yeah, it could be heroin, because Hunter probably likes that.
After the email became public in 2020, the author of the email told the Wall Street Journal Joe Biden was not involved. The author has not responded to CBS News' questions.
Oh, of course
Mr.
not.
Biden has consistently...
Right, he wants to not die.
Oh, now it's time to go rub on some other lady.
Yeah, she's too young, old for him to kiss. He's probably still going to try and make out with her.
He denied knowledge of his son's work or financially benefiting from it.
I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business.
Last month, Senator
My son's dead. No, not that one, Joe. The other one. Oh, yeah. Actually, Joe Biden's so old and stupid that he could say, I don't remember, and you'd actually believe it.
Yeah, that'd be true.
Yeah.
Chuck Grassley wrote this letter alleging bank records and financial data showed that Hunter Biden and the president's brother profited from a $5 million wire from a company connected to CEFC.
Oh, that's the Chinese company. Yeah, so Joe Biden's kid and Joe Biden's brother made all this money. Joe didn't know anything about it.
No, just...
People
money,
just really like...
Money just shows up in your bank.
Yeah, James Biden's just a really nice fucking guy, so a bunch of Chinese conglomerate billionaires wanted to give him a shitload of money.
Yeah.
Because he's just such a nice guy. God. We'll see once the Republicans take over in January if they're going to really dig into that. I don't know, but I think you want to look into that Tony Bubbles. I think Bubbles knows something. Tanker Yanker with $10 says, just tuned in so I can get a joke and a shout out to my buddy Evan. All right, well, there's 165 away from today's goal. Fire away, Oz.
Okay, where are we at here? Okay. What did the pumpkin say when it was surprised?
What?
Oh my gourdness.
Fucking A. Daniel Rush says, Chad Zumach owned you on Misery Loves Company last night. Oh, no. What did he do? Angrily rant about how obsessed he is with us while we just sit and make jokes and bust his balls? Because that seems to be how this whole thing... I thought it was hacked to try and start a feud. I mean, he seems to be the only one keeping it going. We just commentate on his meltdown. That's all. All I saw him doing was whining and bitching about Chrissy and Frank. I haven't gotten all the way through it yet, but it does seem like the same sad Chad. Grank Nutterbutter says, I mean, we all know already. Franklin, Pedo Island, Seville, Epstein. I make fun of conspiracy theories, but some things are just clear as day. Yeah, I mean, you can't really deny this laptop thing anymore. Hopefully in January, we can now finally get to the bottom of it and see what the hell happened. Oh, and by the way, the FBI getting that hard drive, they thought they were going to be able to destroy it and it would all go away. As if this guy wouldn't keep an extra. If you've seen one conspiracy movie, you know not to just give the FBI the only copy. Balls Deep says he took pics that would get you killed in prison. Nate says, Aaron, I find myself agreeing with you 100% of the time. Oh, well, that's troubling because I don't even think I agree with me 100% of the time. Grassley knows everything. Doesn't Grassley kind of look like a shady New World Order type guy too, though? Like, I look at Grassley and I see like the villain in a Nintendo game.
Who's that guy?
Chuck Grassley, that senator that was on there talking, the really old fuck. Jason St. George says, behind in the chat, but I thought Trump lost to Joe Biden and not Hunter Biden. You don't think there's a fucking connection here? You don't think there's a connection between these guys? Why? Okay, Hunter Biden was a whoremongering crackhead, and that's not hyperbole. That's just what he was. That's like if I were to call someone who makes bread for a living a baker. He was a whoremongering crackhead. You think that the Chinese government just trusted a whoremongering crackhead with millions and millions of dollars, not expecting any kind of kickback from the whoremongering crackhead's dad, who was vice president of the United States at the time? Really? Is that what we're going with? Must be Russian disinformation, bro. Yeah. Virgie's Useless Rumble checkmark is right. It's the same company that we ended up selling our oil reserves to.
Okay.
Nothing weird about that.
No.
Nothing weird about that. Stephen C. says, nothing shady about Tony Bobolinsky. That just sounds like a name made for a dirty guy. Sounds like Hunter is due for a car wash. Nice zit. Also love the huge tits, says Aaron's dusty coke nose and throws in $5. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for hurting my feelings and then contributing to our show at the same time. It leaves me confused. Citizen M says, Chad Zumach does many things: land, loving marriage, fruitful comedic career. So I see their confusion. Riz Digga says, check that man's tweets for Ivana Trump talk. John Satera says, too bad you'll never hear Trump was right from the news. No. Youngling Slayer says, Chuck Grassley looks like Skeletor, but that's the case for other politicians as well. Right, and I think they all look like New World Order bad guys also, so it's kind of all checks out. Brown Candy says, what do the Chinese get for paying him money? I honestly don't know. Well, if Dad gets a cut of it, I mean, you're talking to one of the most powerful people in the government at the time. He was vice president.
You can get things to happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, that one seems like the easiest part of this. That's not a reach. Hobo Flexible says you can torrent a copy of the laptop and view it yourself. I'm lazy, though, and I'd rather just have someone...
Really anything in there of interest? I mean, let somebody else pick through it.
And look at all the files you got to look through. Like, I don't know. I'd just rather have someone read it to me. I'm admittedly a piece of shit when it comes to stuff like that. I'd rather
get a book on tape of his laptop.
I would listen to a book on tape.
Needs something to do with your driving.
Of Hunter's laptop, yeah. $2 from Push-Ups. He says April without makeup looks like Arnold guy with a beard. It's not April. That is Oz. Don't. $160 away from our goal today. There's the link in the chat to the Streamlabs and the PayPal if you'd like to contribute that way. Or Super Chats count as well. Hour and a half until the offering plate segment and only 160 away. So it looks like we'll knock that out. Raz of Chaz called in earlier today. He did say he has a big announcement if we hit the goal. And I think I know what the announcement is, but I'm not sure. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. Only 160 away from today's goal. Leno got out of the hospital.
Yeah, after he got burned, yeah.
Yeah, they've released photos of him now.
I didn't see what happened. I didn't see what he looked like afterwards.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
He does look pretty good.
He got third degree on his arm and his hand and then his face.
Yeah. So he was a 1907 steam car. And then gas.
It was sprayed out of it while he was lighting it. Yeah.
So you had steam and gas.
Luckily, one of the workers were there to put the fire out.
Right. A friend of his put him out. And he went to the hospital, spent probably, the last week in the hospital?
The burn unit.
Now he's out. This is what Jay looks like. Honestly, I expected it to be way worse.
I was thinking Freddy Krueger-ish, yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like neck and jaw area. I mean, a lot of surface area, that jaw, but still. Neck and jaw area. This man is worth probably close to $100 million. And he still dresses like that. He just kind of looks like
worth more than that.
He just kind of looks like your grandpa, though. I don't know.
I like watching his car shows.
I know when we were younger and there was that Conan thing, everyone was like, hey, Conan got screwed. Leno's a piece of shit. The older I get, the more I look into that. And I'm like, that was all just business. Leno was number one. They made him leave because they didn't want Conan going somewhere else. What a terrible decision that was. Conan flamed out big time. But Leno didn't want to leave. He wanted to keep doing The Tonight Show. But NBC said, nope, we're taking it from you. We're giving it to this guy. And Jay's like, I'm kicking everybody's ass. Mm-hmm. I'm crushing everybody. I don't want to go. So NBC said, well, we'll give you a primetime show. We'll give you a show, and you can do an hour, and then the local news will play. Then we'll go to Conan. And Jay said, okay, good. I want a show. And it didn't work out. It didn't do a great job. It didn't do very well. Conan also didn't do very well. Letterman started kicking the shit out of him. So then 7 months in, NBC goes, well, this is a fucking disaster. We got one guy who's struggling. He's not doing well. We got another guy who's still walking around in the hallway, and he was number one when he left and killing everybody. Let's bring that guy back. And they asked that guy, you want to come back? And Jay went, well, if you think it's a good idea, yeah, that's what we should do. And they were like, hey, Conan, you want to leave The Tonight Show? And he's like, go fuck yourself. No, I've worked my whole career to get here. They're like, all right, we'll give you $40 million. Now get the fuck out. And we're putting Jay back in.
That's when he went to TBS, right?
Yeah, and then he went to TBS and just kind of slowly faded into nothingness, sort of. And now he does a podcast. And that's about it. So look, man. Leno was successful, and people wanted to work with him, and that's what he's guilty of. But yeah, the burn's actually not that bad. Even his hands don't look terrible. That's a 72-year-old man, too. I mean, he doesn't look great, but he doesn't look awful for a burned-up 72-year-old. Leno has been released from the hospital after suffering severe burns following a gasoline garage accident. And you can already tell how badly he was hurt. Yeah, they've got pictures of him in the hyperbaric chamber here. Now, what does that do?
It's oxygen rich, and so it helps the blood flow, and it helps you heal faster.
Oh, okay. So how much time do you spend in one of those when you get burns
Depends
like
on how badly burned you are, I suppose, and then it's up to the doctor.
That's the vehicle.
That's the one that spit the fire out at him.
Yeah, the 1907 white steamer. God, he's got some cool fucking cars.
That's why I like watching his car shows. He's got a lot of
really has some cool shit, and he's just psychotically into that shit.
What do you think his net worth is? You said $100 million?
Yeah, I think probably $100 million. Jay Leno net worth. He's still working. He's got a game show, a syndicated game show now that they've got. Oh my God, did I underestimate that?
Yeah.
$450 million.
I didn't think it was that high, but I knew it was higher than that.
$450 million as of 2021, and in just a year, it has risen to $600 million. Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of denim.
How much is Letterman worth? I would say $300 million. Now, Letterman owned his show, though. Like, he owned the production company that made his show, Worldwide Pants. So I would
be worth
think
more.
maybe he's worth more. $400 million. Okay, so they ended up being worth about the same. Uh-oh. Here, let's do a sad one. Conan O'Brien, net worth.
150.
200. Okay, so he's not... Look, don't worry about Conan. Conan's going to be just fine. Just fine. Who cares about Leno? I don't know. The guy got burned up. Come on. Nate says, Aaron, those buys are really popping in your size medium polo from Kohl's. It's a lot of insults you packed into that one statement. It is not a polo from Kohl's, first of all. It is not a medium. I believe it's a large. I'm going to look now because you made me feel bad. Uh-oh, I can't see. Where is it? Where's the goddamn size? Oz, do you see a size in there?
Large.
It's a large. All right? I can definitely tell at 223, though, the larges start to get a wee bit on the snug side. It is not from JCPenney, somebody. How dare you? I don't know. Now I don't want to say what it is because I feel like no matter what I say, I'm going to get made fun of for what my shirt is.
I weighed myself last week. It was the first time I've been under 200 probably since high school.
Nice.
197.
Attaboy.
It was when I was at my guttiest, 238.
238. And you're now what?
197.
197? God damn,
and I
that's
feel
pretty
good. Gut is gone, and I feel all right.
Have you stopped smoking cigarettes?
Maybe.
God damn it. I don't know if you know this or not. You had a stroke. Were you aware?
Yeah. What?
Do you know what smoking increases the risk of?
Strokes.
It increases the risk of stroke.
Heart attack.
Thank you.
Lung cancer.
Yes.
Well, at least I don't smoke a lot then.
You plan on cutting back?
If I cut back much more, I'm going to be quitting.
So my question.
So your point is?
So do you plan then on maybe quitting?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I've just been said yeah to as though I'm a girlfriend who's bothering you. But I didn't believe that. Doesn't sound like a genuine yeah.
Yeah. Whatever.
Okay. You go fucking stay at your mom's house, you cunt. Oh. Oz, I was going to say you're looking good, says Nate. Oh, there you go. Roxy Nebula calling you a stroke faker. Yeah, there's a lot of stroke truthers out there.
Yeah.
Fauci's Pangolin says, is that a penis on your forehead or a boil? It's a zit, okay? I popped it earlier in the show. And I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much. Smoking increases the chance of being awesome, says Brittany Martini. This is not helping. None of this is. I don't see how you believe you're being helpful, to be honest. When I was younger, my dad's boss paid him $8,000 to quit smoking. He quit for a year, then started again and quit his job.
That seems to have gone backwards the way that was supposed to work.
God damn it. $8,000 will buy you a lot of smokes. That's like a carton today.
Yeah.
$160 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal if you want to help us knock it out. We're still on pace. If we get under 100 by 9 o'clock, we're looking pretty good for knocking that goal out today. So 160 away. Thank you guys very much. If you feel like chipping in, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chats all count. And becoming a new member knocks $5 off the goal, and it knocks it off at the beginning of the month as well. So thank you guys very much for that. 160 away from today's goal. You want to see how things ended for a home invader in Chickasha, Oklahoma?
Yes. Because if things that ever end well with home invaders, I think that's great because here's the deal. Stop invading homes.
Well, Chickasha, Oklahoma, how would you predict that a home invasion went?
Okay, Oklahoma, home invasion. I don't know. They have a castle doctrine there.
They have an everything doctrine in Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oklahoma is like Texas.
And somebody's going to get a chest full of BBs.
All right. Let's see how it went.
Yes, and the homeowner that I spoke to earlier today said that this happened after the suspect had made some particularly threatening efforts to get inside his home, and he says he was looking for his ex-girlfriend.
As you do. Let's go to a guy's house looking for your ex-girlfriend. Well, I mean, look, dude, there's a reason she's your ex. And that reason is leaking out of her at the moment.
This reporter's weirdly hot.
Oh, she's like not hot, but she's hot?
But weird.
You're having a weird attraction to her?
Yeah.
She looks chubby in the face, but then she looks narrower when you get to the shoulders. I'm worried you might be falling for a linebacker scheme.
Oh.
What went through your mind when all that was happening? Like,
Distance, don't stop shooting till they're down. And even then, watch them.
Okay, I like this guy.
People play possum.
I like this. This guy.
Yeah, he got shot 17 times. What are you doing? Oh, he's just playing possum.
I filled him full of bullets, but you never know when these bitch-ass pussies are faking it. So I kept my eyes on him. I figure, reload just in case.
KOCO5 on the scene.
He stood there for 5 hours. He's like, he might move. I'm not sure. Like, sir, he's dead. I don't know. You can never trust him. Sir, he would have had to go to the bathroom by now. I think he might have been. I think he might be gone.
Tuesday after Chickasha police were called to a disturbance on Westbrook Street. Today, the man who pulled the trigger told us the person trying to get in his home had dropped a friend off there.
She had him drop her off here.
Oh, so this guy was fucking that guy's ex-girlfriend.
Oh, boy.
That guy came over. Boy, people say, oh, man, what's worse than being cucked? I would say shot by the guy who's fucking your ex-girlfriend.
True.
That would be pretty brutal. I mean, to be murdered. Well, not murdered. To be killed by the guy. Oh, and by the way, you can tell this guy gets pussy. The Mandalorian poster hanging right up there on the wall. Boy. This guy gets snatch.
And then she blocked him the next morning, and he decided to come over here because this was the last place that he knew she was.
Hell of a decent amount of shell casings there. Did you see that?
That's a little bit of a little brass.
Those look like 22s to you?
No, they look a little bit bigger than that.
A little bit bigger than 22s?
Oh, look at that. I think that's AR.
Oh, yeah, those are rifle. I was just going to say those are rifle cartridges. Yeah, those are,
that's what they look like from where I'm sitting.
Those are you're right. Those are 223s. The longer.
Or they could be 5.56. Basically the same thing, just same.
They look kind of skinny. I'm going to go maybe 223. But yeah, definitely the longer.
Well, if it's an AR, they'll show it.
She was.
That's true.
The homeowner watched the man on the porch of his home with a security camera. He says he asked him to leave, but the man got something out of his trunk and returned to the door.
I was right up against the door looking out as I saw his back and his frame, and then I started to back up. He kicked the door in. It hit me in the face. I pushed it back up against him, backed up, and continued to back up, and until I saw his feet come in over my doorway, that's whenever I dropped to my knee and I started firing.
No.
So in Oklahoma, you cross that threshold, you're fucked.
Yep.
So yeah, it doesn't have to be like a retreat or anything like that. It doesn't have to be like you have to try and get away kind of a thing. It's just
it's like in Minnesota, you have to have intimate threat to your life.
Yeah, what's the laws worded like you have to have.
If they be pointing a gun at you and be within 20 feet,
you have to have reasonable fear of felonious bodily harm.
Yep.
So you don't have to feel like your life's in danger.
So just them walking into your house, you can't shoot them, which is stupid. But
yeah.
The homeowner says he's
But now if they've got something in their hand and they're walking towards you in Minnesota, you can blast them.
But they have to be pointing it at you.
No, I'm saying like if they the way the law works, like the way they interpret it, if he's got like a rolling pin.
Yeah.
And he's like,
it can be a center weapon.
And he's going like that,
Yep.
and you shoot him, you're cool here.
Yep.
Because then you can go, well, I was in fear of being assaulted, and assault is a felony, so I shot him.
Continuing to work with police on this.
That's why I keep a drop rolling pin at my house, just in case.
You never know.
Investigation.
The truth is the truth, and I've got nothing to hide, so I've told them everything that I know of. Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, I did the right thing.
Yeah.
And I fucked his girl. She had my cum leaking out of her pussy when we were talking to the police. It's fucking exhilarating. I've never been so hard in my life. Oh, he's bleeding from the guts. His gal's leaking jizz from her twat. I feel like a goddamn conqueror. Now I know what Julius Caesar felt like.
He was all up in them guts.
Oh, yeah. I busted her out pretty good. Pretty sure I ripped something.
I also spoke to Chickasha police earlier today, and they say they are in the very early stages of this investigation.
Yeah, I'm thinking this guy's going to be free to go.
Yep.
I don't think in Oklahoma they're going to really spend too much time on criticizing this guy. People are saying 223, 334, 45, That is clearly a 12.7 millimeter. 12.7 is a 50 cal, says Raz of Chaz. You know, like cars and guns, you start talking about those and people will start fighting each other.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. April says she could get it. All right. So you two both thought that she was oddly hot. Not a fan. I wasn't a fan. I found her to be kind of plain and a little chubby-faced. I was nervous about her. Terrified of getting caught with a fat. You know, especially a tricky fat who doesn't seem fat until their clothes come off. Doesn't seem to be chubby till she strips for you. Oh, and those big tits flab on down to her stomach. Oh, I'll never drink and fuck again.
Oh, no.
If they break in, shoot them with buckshot. That's the law, says Jeepsy. I don't know if that's the... Like, I'm not a lawyer, so I would not take that as sound legal advice. White Hat says 556, a sucking chest wound is nature's way of telling you something is wrong. Yes. Thank you. Chickasha County, them Duke boys are at it again. I don't know. The only thing that would make me a little nervous and make me feel like I have to investigate a little bit further is the fact that there's a girl involved and one of the guys shot the other guy. Like, was this guy set up? I don't know. But apparently she just blocked him on social media and he lost his shit. That's all he needed. Thank you to Wildcard for the 501. Oz, fire Wildcard a joke, would you? Hacky ass, terrible dad joke. 155 away from this morning's goal. And trying to get to 100 before 9 o'clock, but I think we're making pretty good pace to knock out that goal. We got 10 minutes until the top of the hour. 155 away from the goal. Go ahead, April or Oz.
I stepped on some cornflakes this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Guess I'm a serial killer.
Yeah, when we get to the end of that thing, we're going to fucking burn it. That's for sure.
That's definitely, we're going to have a little burning party.
Out in the yard.
We'll
dance around it. Wild Injuns. See the flames for miles. Pinellas County, Florida, a Pinellas County middle school teacher was arrested Thursday after he was spotted in public completely naked and committing sex acts. Again, these teachers, man, they stay there for too long. They just have a break. They just have a mental break.
It's
Something snaps.
It's like Staska on steroids.
Yes, and he's... Staska was a superintendent, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So he was around kids. Now, Jesse Schroeder, who was listed on the Pinellas County Schools website as a social studies teacher at Carwise Middle School, was spotted with his pants down outside a condominium complex in Palm Harbor. Oh, Palm Harbor. Perfect place for a naked guy committing a sex act. There is no place called Jerk-Off Harbor. That's a little too on the nose. Deputies said Schroeder was spotted by a neighbor while he was walking with no shirt and his pants pulled down toward his knees. The neighbor told authorities Schroeder's sexual organs were exposed as he walked around her parked vehicle. Jesus. God, how bad are those kids?
Is that on Rubbins Drive?
I just... Like, how awful is the job as a teacher where you just have this level of mental breakdown? You're like, you know what? Let's walk around today with our dick out fucking buildings. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, what's the thought? Like, you're just bored, you know? And it's like, let me see.
It's a fuck it move.
Oh, well, let me see.
I haven't stuck my dick in mortar work yet today. Something to do.
Oh, that's a rerun. I've already seen that. You know what? Whip it out.
Schrader then continued to expose himself as he walked out of the parking lot and headed towards an adjacent road. When he returned, authorities said Schrader was completely nude. Oh, fun trick. Surveillance video captured a neighbor on October 13th, showing the 39-year-old teacher walking around the apartment complex completely nude just before 11:30 p.m. Authorities said Schrader could be seen holding and rubbing his exposed genitals on the railing of the condo stairs and thrusting his hips against a pillar of the apartment building. So he was literally fucking the building. He just got naked and decided to press his cock against the building and thrust on it a little bit. When Schroeder was asked to explain his behavior, he told authorities, quote, "I cannot explain it."
Yeah, well, there you go.
Well, there's another guy that Grady Judd might have to shoot in the dick. You just don't know. Thank you to Aaron's Dusty Coke Nose for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Putting us in even 150 away from this morning's goal. Grank Nutterbutter says, just get a cheap AR and a Mossberg and stop being gay. I'm sorry for being so gay. I apologize. Zero Dark Tony says, yeah, no knuckle shuffle harbor either. Yeah, it's just, Palm Harbor is the best we could do. Altruistic Germ says he should just say he was trying to rip his dick off to transition and all will be forgiven. Yeah, they just go, well, come on, guys. I mean, sir, you could have just gone to one of these numerous facilities. They'll chop your dick off for you. Oh, thank you.
You're trans shaming.
Cast and Blast says, hello from Dallas, really considering eating some mushrooms before work today. I ain't your pappy.
Each their own.
I ain't your pappy. I'm not your dad. Jameson's Repair says, all I need to know is, did someone clean the railing? You hope so. Oof. You hope so. David Chandler with $9.99 says, let's have another Oz and make it punny. Oh, boy, here we go. Thank you very much, David Chandler. 145 away from today's goal.
What's the difference between a banana and a bell?
What's that?
You can only peel the banana once.
All right. Well, Aaron's Dusty Coke Nose is throwing in 10, so throw him one quick, and then we'll set that book on fire, hopefully. Oh, boy, is it? Oh, no. I don't like it when you look up after you read it to yourself. That's not fair.
What country do cows love to visit?
Moldavia?
Close. New Zealand.
Oh, fuck that. That's not even close. You're literally changing the first word of the fucking joke. Fuck that guy. Is there a name on that? Look at the front. Is there a name on that book for who wrote it?
Jimmy Nero.
Jimmy Nero can suck my dick. Remember I said that. 140. Sorry, guys. Got a little carried away there. 145 away from today's goal. What do we have for overtime today? We've got, I think we got some Schaub. And then a bunch of other stories. Yeah, we got some Schaub today for overtime. I think you guys will enjoy that quite a bit. But we got a lot of show left to go. And then at 10:45 on this stream, again, this is going to be like probably a 5+ hour stream. We're going to have Karl from Who Are These Podcasts on the show. And then we'll cut that out later and put it up as an interview also, or as its own standalone video. I think today, a little bit later in the afternoon, we're going to put our Elisa Jordana coverage from last night up on the channel. I think you guys will really get a kick out of that. It was, we really exposed the shit out of her last night. She's a problem. Todd Crisley. You know Todd Crisley?
No.
The guy who has been on USA Network for years and 1,000% is pretending not to be a gay man, in my opinion.
Okay.
He committed bank fraud. And he and his wife both committed bank fraud. Then we found out there was like some, I think it was a gay dude who like ratted him out and said, oh yeah, and also Todd Crisley and I butt fuck like all the time. And it's like, okay, out of these two revelations you've given me, the you and Crisley butt fucking thing is the least surprising one I've ever heard. You could have told me that he has 40 bodies in his basement.
No shock.
Yeah, and I would have said, all right, well, that's shocking. That's terrible. And it was like, oh, yeah, but he never gay fucked any of them. I'd be like, okay, that part is more shocking than the bodies being in the thing. That he never touched any one of their assholes? Okay, that I can't believe. Now you're lying to me. Well, Todd Crisley got 12 years in prison for the bank fraud case, and his wife got 7. They take it a little bit easier on the women. Todd and Julie...
How do you commit bank fraud?
Would you like to hear?
Yes.
All right. Or would you like to hear how he butt-fucked the guy he was committing bank fraud with? Or both?
I have a feeling it's going to be both.
Maybe it's your birthday. Todd and Julie Crisley are going to do hard time. Death hard time, baby. When you're getting booty fucked, when you got a wife, but you pretended not to be gay your whole life, and you're getting booty fucked in the joint. Death hard times, baby. They're going to do hard time after being convicted of bank fraud and tax evasion. A judge just sentenced Todd to 12 years in prison and Julie to 7. So they'll each do like 5 and 3 respectively. Maybe 7 and 5, I don't know. The Crisley Knows Best stars learned their fate Monday in federal court in Atlanta, where U.S. District Judge Eleanor Ross handed down their punishment. They also both received 16 months probation. As reported, Todd and Julie were found guilty on a slew of federal charges in June, and they were holed up in their Nashville mansion on house arrest as they awaited sentencing. Federal prosecutors argued Monday for lengthy prison sentences. On the other side, Todd's lawyers argued he should get a maximum of 9 years in prison, while Julie's lawyers argued she should spend no time behind bars and just got probation. So are they like done with each other? They weren't represented by the same lawyer. They didn't have the same.
Well, it sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like they're not together. TMZ broke the story. Todd and Julie were indicted back in 2019, with prosecutors claiming the couple defrauded banks by obtaining millions of dollars in loans based on false financial documents.
Oh.
The U.S. Attorney's Office also said Todd and Julie cheated the government by actively evading federal income taxes. Todd and Julie have more headaches, too. Todd's being sued over podcast remarks about a Georgia official who investigated him for tax evasion, and their son Grayson was recently involved in a scary car accident where he was badly injured. Yeah, but what about the dude who said they were butt fucking? I mean, that's what I'd like to know about. But what about the cornholing? That's what I would like to know. I've been watching that dude. I've been watching that guy because I used to watch Monday Night Raw.
Yeah.
And that would be the show that they would promo big time on wrestling. And I'm like, dude, why is nobody saying that this guy is obviously gay? And nobody would say it. Everyone was scared to say that the guy who was remarkably gay was in any way homosexual. They're like, he's got a wife. That means nothing. He's the most flamboyantly gay dude out there. And then when that story broke that guy's like, yeah, not only was I working with these guys to commit all this bank fraud, but I was also plugging up his asshole for him as well. So he said whenever he put it in his wife's vagina, it just didn't feel sticky and tight enough. So I used my butthole. Insufferable Bastards podcast says, I think that man of whom you speak may have had plastic surgery. Todd Crisley? How fucking dare you, sir? How dare you? Cast and Blast says, it's only gay if your balls touch, right? I think it's actually only gay if you get the cum on you. I think if there's no cum on you, I think,
Sure.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I believe how it goes. Aaron's Dusty Coke Nose says, my wife watches that show. I instantly said he was gay. I don't know how anyone watched that and thought, oh, that's such a nice thing. That show was always awkward for me because I'm like, are we just hiding in plain sight now and dumb women are pretending that this is a happy family? This man wants to be plowing ass. Poor fella. JJ says, it's only gay if hammers are involved. Oh.
Now we know.
Tom Dix says, you got to use that grape jelly to get up in Todd Crisley's booty, baby. And it's got to be jelly because jam don't shake like that. You understand? Have you ever heard Todd Crisley talk?
No.
You know who Todd Crisley is? Here. Todd Crisley. I'll show you a little Todd Crisley, and you tell me how long it takes you to see if this guy might or might not be gay. I can't play this clip from their show video-wise because we'll get popped for it, but here. This is Crisley Knows Best. This was their reality show that ran for years.
I'm tired. I'm aching all over. I feel like I'm dying.
You're not dying. You are a hypochondriac. You're going to give yourself a heart attack with all this stress.
Do you think that could happen?
Little stick. This is numbing medicine. It's numbing medicine.
They're putting a needle in him to take blood.
It burns.
What's that? He's getting an IV. He's got the flu. There's nothing wrong with him.
Are you done?
No.
Oh.
I haven't even stuck the needle in yet.
Well, what did you just stick?
I had to numb you.
Dude, you're this nervous about having needles stuck in you, but dicks are fine?
Numbed for our IV, that's pointless.
Well, he's gay. He's got a low pain threshold. Unless you're talking about, Yeah.
Oh my God! Well, hell, that hurt too. Oh my God!
All right, you ready?
How did anybody watch this fucking show and think that this guy was?
You know what he
heterosexual?
reminds me of? He reminds me.
Richard Simmons?
No, he looks like Nick Swardson playing a gay guy.
Nick Swardson is a gay guy.
No, he's not.
Nick Swardson's gay. He's come out like he's. Openly,
I did not know that.
Yeah. Nick Swardson's openly gay. Now I'm gonna feel like I got to look it up because you looked at me like that.
Yeah, well, I just didn't.
Whoops. Whoopsie daisy.
I was gonna say that's
whoopsie daisy.
Good thing Corey didn't hear that.
I thought he came out.
He was on Reno 911. He faked being that guy.
He had a tweet. When was this tweet? 2013. I'm not gay at all. not gay, but if Eric Decker wants to have a hot tub wrestling match on Cialis, I'm fucking down, brah. Oopsies. Sorry, guys. I apologize for saying that Nick Swardson is gay. I had him confused for a different guy, and I meant that guy. I certainly didn't mean that Nick Swardson's a homosexual. I thought he was openly gay. I thought he had come out and he had said that he's a homosexual. I hope nobody told me that in confidence and I just whoopsie daisy. I mean,
or it was the joke that he was running with. It could have been a bit.
Prove to me you're not. There. That's I'll balls up a little bit. Prove to me you're not. Fuck that vagina and say Iwi at a man's asshole. And then I'll believe it. No, but Crisley is super duper gay. Super. Yeah, I'm nervous about the Nick Swardson thing I just said. I apologize. I didn't know. But the Crisley thing, not embarrassed at all. Gay.
Yeah.
He's so gay you can't say his name if you're in third grade or under in Florida. That's how gay Todd Crisley is.
Wow.
Thank you very much to Alexis with $5. Says this guy makes RuPaul sound like Charles Bronson, right? God, you'd think you'd have a higher pain threshold if you took items in your orifice. Nate Doggy X90 says James Corden gay. All right, look, let's not go slandering people, all right? I mean, now we're getting a little carried away with the whole deal, if you ask me. 140 away from our goal today. Thank you very much, guys. We're getting very close. About 50 minutes away from the offering plate segment this morning, but we're only 140 away from the goal. All right, I'm going to play you guys a very funny story from San Diego, California. I mean, not funny to the people it happened to, but the fact that it did happen is kind of funny to me. Let's go out to California and check this one out.
An apparent turf dispute between food vendors from San Diego and LA turned into a brawl last night outside Petco Park.
The melee broke out around 10:30 while DJ Duke Dumont was performing on the Gallagher Square stage. Now, San Diego police officers who were working the event jumped in. They used pepper spray to try to break up the fight. They discovered that a 31-year-old man had been stabbed in the back. He is expected to be...
They had a dispute over hot dog vendor territory, and he got fucking shanked in the back by the dude.
Hot dog. No hamburger, motherfucker.
Yes. Churros, we have churros. This is my hot dog area. This is my hot dog stand, motherfucker. No, I will show you. And he just knife right in his back.
Well, it is a kitchen, so there's definitely knives.
Jesus, guys, we're not selling heroin. It's fucking hot dogs.
Okay. A 21-year-old man was then arrested in connection with that stabbing. Meantime, many of those who had been pepper sprayed,
out there?
They were treated by first responders.
Oh, no, they'd been pepper sprayed.
Oh, well.
So, when a guy gets stabbed over a hot dog vending machine turf dispute, you unleash the pepper spray, and then everyone else is sitting there going... I've been pepper sprayed before, man. That taking your shirt and fanning your eyes, that ain't going to help nothing. You just got to get water directly in there. I mean, literally, you just got to flush all that spray out of your eyeballs. That's it. It's the only way that you're going to get over that. Wait, stabbed? Ban knives, says somebody. Why Do I Podcast says, oh, that's nice. They have little TVs to entertain the dying people on the stretchers. Yeah, wasn't that sweet? Did you notice that? They had little screens. It's either TVs where you can be entertained while you're bleeding to death, or it just shows your vitals right to you so you can see if you're hanging in there or not.
Yeah, it's EKG. Yeah.
Imagine you start seeing the flat line before you start freaking the fuck out. You're like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
I think that means I'm circling the drain. You guys want to paddle me back to life? Mad Max Mardigan said, Aaron, were you coming out and just said Nick Swardson just to draw attention away from yourself? Look, I'm sorry. I didn't know that Nick Swardson wasn't out as a gay man. It's just that, how do you look at the guy and not go, you know what? I'm thinking probably gay. Probably gay. why were you pepper sprayed? Someone says, it's not a very interesting story. I'm sorry in advance, but you did ask. I was probably 10, and I was playing with a friend of mine, and my cousin was driving us to that city pool in Sauk Rapids.
Okay.
And he found pepper spray in the back seat of my cousin's car.
Oh, boy.
And he thought it was like the breath spray stuff. So he sprayed it at me and just right in my eyes. Oh. And it's the worst kind of burn because I'm sitting there going, you shot that in my eyes. Oh. And then you wait and you're like, oh, fuck. And you're 10, so you don't know. You're like, ow, why are my eyes burning so much? My cousin's driving and he's like, what? And they go, oh, I just sprayed this in his eyes. And my cousin's like, oh, shit. It's like, yeah, we got to get you to the pool quick. So they got me to the pool, and I went to run to the pool. And my cousin's like, no, do not go in that. Do not dip your face in that pool.
That with chlorine, too.
Yeah, they took me over, and the lifeguards had like one of the eye washer stands. Yeah. And they just made me hold my face in there for a while. And I will say this, as bad as getting pepper sprayed is, one of the best feelings in the world is when that cold water first hits your eyeballs while you're burning from pepper spray. Oh, is that an awesome feeling? I wish I could feel that feeling all the time, just without the burning beforehand, because that is a lovely, soothing feeling. Brittany says, Aaron thinks everyone is gay. He keeps accusing me of banging his wife. Trying, not succeeding, Brittany. Somebody says, Aaron cried like a little bitch. Yeah, I was 10. I probably did cry like a little bitch.
That's what you do when you're 10.
I watch adults who get pepper sprayed and they cry like little bitches. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're Antifa protesters, so their pain threshold probably not that great to begin with, but still. Balls Deep says, having your cornea slowly peeled off feels good too. All right, easy there, champ. Take it easy. 140 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's wipe out these last two. And then we've got a bunch of good stuff still to get to today. Again, Brendan Schaub in the overtime today. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Virgie's useless rumble checkmark says, honestly, who isn't trying to bang April? As her husband, I'll take that as a compliment, but fucking watch it, pal. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's is opening up Thursday afternoon on Thanksgiving Day. Until then, go have a couple of beers, go have some cocktails, go have some pizza. Enjoy those world-class Bloody Marys at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They'll be open on Thursday. They've got live music on Friday and Saturday. All weekend, Stoney's has live music. And they have, Stoney's sent me the thing via text. Saturday, they've got a big event going on. Oh, they have their Toys for Kids. Bring in an unwrapped toy and receive a 2-for-1 drink. Hollywood Boulevard, Wednesday night. Tomorrow night, they got Hollywood Boulevard performing live. And they're opening at 5 p.m. on Thanksgiving. So Toys for Kids is what they've got going on at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. And also Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, knives, optics, parts and gear. Go check it out today. Make an order. They'll have it delivered right to you or an FFL dealer near you. Take a look at the selection at MidlandArmory.com. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Our friends Derek and Tracy have an awesome selection and even more knowledge for you if you have any questions. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Okay, we got to open up the 8 o'clock hour stuff in just a little bit, but first, our buddy Sage Retard, PhD, KF. I'm late for class. Sent us another Jordan Peterson thing. I don't know if this is a mashup or what. Very Tall Bart. He's the guy who does the mashup. So we've got a 2-minute and 21-second Jordan Peterson thing. Now this is called YTP Rat Boy Peterson. It could be interesting. Let's give it a look.
I'm late for class. Maybe I'll be able to get out of this stupid job that I've always hated and something better will happen. Anyways, I have the tiniest cock you can imagine. Shrunk.
All right, off to a pretty good start so far.
cock you can imagine. Shrunk a little bit, but not that much. Like a rat. They call rats weedy species because they smoke weed. You're gay. Birds don't like being stared at. What did we discuss today? God, I'm going to have to beat a random stranger to cool down.
I love these mashups, man.
I like the mashups because they kind of fit Jordan Peterson's personality. I could see him saying, I need to beat the shit out of a stranger to cool down.
Every goddamn day for the rest of your life.
Oh, shit. Tall
Radioactivity is not dangerous. I like being naked in Chernobyl with the boys. And they say, get out of here. It can kill you. It's like, how the hell are you? First of all, that's not true. So cosmic rays come zipping through the atmosphere and they nail your dick. And then all of a sudden, you're dead.
I have to stop to laugh at some of them.
Really? Like, no. So we won't leave. That's that.
What? Wait, what?
So, rats, they identify each other by smell. The natural state of the rat is be afraid.
Holy shit.
That's old.
I didn't know Jordan Peterson was in a Diamond Rio cover band back in 1995.
That's definitely 95-ish.
Oh my God.
Put a rat in a cage and it'll freeze, and then it slowly starts to sniff. To take a rat, and rats scream. They're frozen. And they scream. They're terrified. They're frozen into immobility. And the rats know it. They're overwhelmed by anxiety. So what do the rats do? The bravest of rats leaps out of his tunnel and runs right across a small area. Then he runs back. So it's such a great story because you get an idea of how the rat's universe is set up. And the rat, by the way. Okay, so you take a rat that everyone loves and you pull it out of its cage and you wash it off and you throw it back in with the rats and kill it. Because that rat is now...
I don't have sex, but I'm gay.
The fact that
That was a joke. You might not have liked it. I didn't say it was a good joke.
My life's over. I just spent all my money on all this useless stuff. I'm like a rat that's just pushing the lever for cocaine, you know? Oh my God.
I want to meet those rats.
I love rats. Quit having so much fun. So anyways, the fairy shows up and she's quite sexually attractive. She's quite provocative.
Please welcome George. You're obviously okay. What's up with that?
It's true.
It's so true. And here's what the president said. He said, fuck you, you idiot. Barbara Bush was a racist and she raised war criminals.
That seems bad.
I don't know if you saw this, but Barbara Bush died. We love to not think.
All right. Well, thank you, Tall Bart, for that other one. That one went on a little too long. But the gay rat stuff was pretty good. But I always say that. The gay rat stuff. Always the best. I want a Keltec P15. All right, they're still talking about guns. Needs to get off the Xenon and Benzos. Jordan Peterson was on the Kids in the Hall. Yeah, he kind of looks a little Kids in the Hall-ish, doesn't he? All right, let's open up those 8 o'clock stories. Let's get those cooking here. What are we, 140 away from today's goal if you feel like contributing? PayPal links and Streamlabs links up there in the chat. Also, Super Chats count as well. Let's, the Balenciaga story. This is kind of fucking silly. Balenciaga made a clothing line or an ad for a clothing line where like kids were in, I guess they're saying bondage outfits. This seems a little, we're starting to really, these companies, I'm starting to worry about them and I want to kind of investigate them and the people who run them.
Laptops.
To see how many of them are pedophiles.
Hard drives.
Well, because like they just keep pushing the boundaries of what they're willing to talk to children about or what they're willing to use children for. And it's like, okay, at what point am I looking at you with suspicion and I'm not the crazy one? You know, you put kids in bondage outfits. Sure. I got to ask to see your computer at that point. Let's take a look at the Balenciaga ad that's got people talking. Balenciaga under fire after showing 2 young girls holding stuffed animals dressed in what appears to be bondage gear in an advertisement. Online shoppers were infuriated by the adverts, calling the images frightening, creepy, and wrong. I thought people were trolling, but nope, it's real. Maybe this is why Balenciaga left Twitter. Oh, I didn't know that. They don't want to be held accountable. Yes, these are children holding teddy bears dressed in bondage outfits. Well, then I have a couple of questions. One, why are the teddy bears in bondage outfits?
Fair.
What does this have to do with Balenciaga, which is a top dollar fashion company, clothing company? Why do we have bears in S&M outfits? And then of course, why are the kids holding them? This is fucking gross and infuriating. I try my best to avoid what seems like conspiracies here on Twitter, but they intentionally included this child porn reference. Yeah, see, like, people are saying, like, this is happening more and more where people are like, look, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here, but you guys keep doing shit out in the open that makes me go, like, do you find kids, like, sexually provocative? Is this, like, a thing for Balenciaga and other companies like Disney and shit like that?
What's next?
Right. It's like, okay, they're holding bondage bears. Why? What was your motivation for having the kids dress like this, or the bears dress like this and having the kids hold them? It doesn't really, and Balenciaga also doesn't seem like a kids thing. So there's that part also. I don't know. Again, you're having a lot of people nowadays are starting their sentences with, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but. And I think at some point that has to stop being all on them and partially on the people they're responding to.
You got to wonder if it's their attempt, because obviously they're not marketing to the kids, because the kids they don't buy this stuff, but the parents do. So they're trying to make it more appealing to the weirdo pervs.
Maybe.
Where they'll spend more money. I don't know.
It's kind of a weird dollar to chase, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're saying the panda is a pedo symbol. I didn't know that. Thank you, Virgie's Useless Rumble checkmark. Dr. Silverwolf says, why are the bears in bondage? They have been unbearably bad. God damn it. Pedo bears, pervs, and not the good kind. Sandy Squatch says, they sell dolls in skimpy fishnet stockings and weird outfits. I think the Bratz dolls or something similar. Johnny K says, pretty sure one of those bears was Winnie the Pooh. Oh, Piglet. I'm going to tie up children and fuck them. Piglet. Let's go see Eeyore. He has all my child porn. I can't, my voice is burning out. Can't do my Winnie the Pooh voice. Sage Retard KF says, the weirdest part of the Balenciaga ad was the court documents in plain sight about child porn. Yeah, I mean, the fashion industry and the way they've been around kids, do they need to be any less subtle about them sexualizing children? I feel like my whole life, the fashion industry has sexualized children. Now they're just like getting more and more obvious about it, which is like, guys, could you tone it down maybe just the smallest amount? Just a little for me. Tone it down. No? Didn't think so. Thank you very much to our buddy David. $40 on PayPal. Oz, fire away and throw one out there for David. Just $100 away from our goal today and about a half hour away from the offering plate segment, which it doesn't look like we'll need too much work on. Thank you guys very much for being so incredibly supportive. You're the only reason that this show is on the air. $100 away from said goal. There's all the links in the chat and pinned to the top of the page. Oz, one for David, please.
In what country is it obvious that you left?
What country is it obvious that I'm thinking too hard because it's going to be fucking mind-numbingly stupid. What is it?
Uganda.
Yeah. See, I was thinking too hard. I was right. All right, $100 away. Oz, I have an Alex Stein video. And look, I'm not saying that Alex, we know he's listened to Steel Toe in the past, and he doesn't like that. Amongst all the times where we've laughed at his stuff and thought it was pretty good, Alex caught one time where Steel Toe said bad stuff about him, and he decided to bitch and complain on Bubba's show, and I hate that Steel Toe guy, and he just rips on me, and no, I don't. Stop being so goddamn sensitive. Well, Alex did something. Now, let's see if Alex gives us the credit for complimenting him when we think he did something well. Okay. I'll tell you why I think Alex, this last thing he did was good. A, it wasn't a town hall meeting because those are fucking overplayed as hell. They're terrible. It was a man on the street bit, and it was confronting real people who are against him, are antagonistic towards him, and in this case, are fucking armed.
Oh, even better.
That takes a level of balls. You got to give Alex credit for that. He's not like, oh, Beto, you kill babies, Beto. You kill babies, Beto. It's like, all right, you shouted it 40 times. Now fucking leave. This was actually, he toned down the shouting in this one. He was a little more of an actual person. He was kind of a chubby, he's taking on the look of, he's a chubby James O'Keefe who does like trolling instead of journalism.
Okay.
This is Alex Stein at a drag queen story time. Now, these are popping up in different places around the country, and it's become like a cultural debate. Should drag queens be reading books to kids? Now, there's part of me that says, as long as somebody will read to these fucking kids, it can't be too bad, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But then there's another part of me where you know, the obvious part, drag queens are fucking creepy looking. It's just...
I mean, are they that big of a threat, though, or these Antifa need to go there armed? What are they going to do?
Well, this is kind of one of those escalation things. Oh. So right-wing people will go to protest these drag queen story times. So then Antifa shows up with the rainbow flags, and they support the drag queen story time. And everybody fights. Meanwhile, your inflation goes up, which is a tax on poor people. The country continues to be fucked and rot from the inside out. And you guys all fight over drag queen story hour while more of our freedoms are taken away. It's just wonderful how much America thinks shit like this matters in the grand scheme of things. But Alex Stein went to confront these Antifa people just by himself and a camera, or he might even be holding his own camera. Alex went and confronted these people on his own, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. I actually think he got some good stuff here.
See, this guy keeps on trying to bump me every time I walk by.
So now this fucking douche, and I hate this kid. Like, here's where Alex is great with Man on the Street. If Alex can give me a guy who's more hateable than he is obnoxious, Alex has got a W. And this fucking turd, oh, is he so hateable. You think LeBron James is good at flopping on the basketball court? Watch the flop this kid's about to pull.
You right? Dude, I'm walking down the street. I'm standing here. I'm allowed.
Let him go sideways.
Dude, I don't want.
Well, I would have elbowed him right in the face anyways.
Oh, yeah, if he's going to take the flop anyway. Like, you look at Alex Stein. No offense to Alex. He's not a big, imposing physical. Like, I would not be in fear of Alex Stein physically if I saw him.
Yeah.
I would feel like, you know, this is a very physically handleable situation. Alex literally just tries to clear this guy out of his way as he's walking, and this guy goes flying back as if Alex had just shot him with a 12 gauge.
Here, I'm allowed.
Let him go sideways.
Dude, I don't want.
Ha. So then this guy goes, okay, Alex, you need to leave. Yeah, because he clearly threw this guy. I mean, we all saw it. I mean, he chucked him halfway across the sidewalk. Yeah. Oh, what a bum.
I'm not leaving, guys. You're trying to get in my way. I'm here on a public street. Get out of my way. Oh, my God, guys, I'm so scared. The Antifa, they brought their play guns, their squirt guns. Oh, my God, your arts and crafts time.
I mean, this is where I'll give Alex credit. I mean, obviously, the odds of these people blowing his head off are slim to none. But these Antifa people are also not the most stable people emotionally in the world.
Yeah.
If you push them enough, they could rifle butt you. You know, they could screech at you and maybe shoot you in the foot. So Alex isn't exactly like guaranteed 100% safety here. It takes some balls to go up to two people who aren't police officers or like military who are trained very well to restrain themselves. I mean, to go up to these two strangers who are holding rifles and just start taunting them, it takes a level of balls. I think Alex deserves credit for that.
Did this mess up your arts and crafts time? You guys will be able to go home and play with your arts and crafts?
Why is it so tiny?
Look how scary they are. Oh my God, this guy's so scared. I'm so scared. He's got his gun, his big gun. He's a big bad guy. Look. Oh my God, I'm so...
This guy's trying to like eyeball fuck him and like stare him down, and Alex is having none of it. Again, if Alex goes out on the street and finds people douchier than he is, he's great. He's good at that. This is the kind of stuff I wish he'd do more of. And these people have zero sense of humor.
I'm happy you're protecting these children so they can go get indoctrinated and go in there for transgender story time. You're such a good American. God bless this guy. Look at him. I'm scared.
How dare you?
Whoa. Did the guy with the gun just say, I dare you?
Somebody to the left.
I mean, these people, these are the
Hold
real
on,
cowards.
I gotta go back.
God bless this guy. Look at him. I'm scared.
How dare you?
It could have been, but you can't tell.
I thought it was him.
I mean, these people, these are the real cowards. They're hiding behind their masks. They got their little guns. They think they're so tough. We're at a bookstore.
Again, I'm not saying that Alex has been watching Steel Toe and begrudgingly taking our advice. He's the one who said he watches us. But you notice there's less shouting. There's less people want to play up tripping it. He's not doing as much of that. He's dialed it back. He's toned it down. This is a better Alex Stein. I'm not trying to take credit for it, but we were the ones who were kind of busting his balls and going like, dude, just fucking chill a little bit. You're not bad at this. You're actually pretty good at it. Just fucking calm down. Stop trying to get people to like you so much and just be natural.
We're here in Denton, Texas, where they're trying to do Drag Queen Story Hour. And of course, the typical people here with their masks on, not able to actually stand up for what they believe in because they're all cowards. Officer.
I mean, in fairness, they are standing up for what they believe in.
Yeah.
They just believe in kind of fucked up shit. Like, one thing you can't fault Antifa for, they do stand up for what they believe in. They also believe in throwing rocks for things they believe in, throwing Molotov cocktails for things they believe in, beating people up for what they believe in. It's, if anything, they stand up a little too much for what they believe in.
Do you think it's unusual they have their assault weapons like that out here in front of a place like this? Is that normal? No comment.
This cop is like, I don't want anything to do with either you fucking people. Mm-hmm. Like, I wish I didn't have to be here for any of this horse shit.
Dude, I'm walking down the street.
This is my favorite.
Let him go sideways.
Get out of my...
That's the best. That's better than a soccer takedown.
Oh, you fucking pussy. I mean, that does not, to that kid, that does not look the way you thought it looked. Oh, big bad. Alex Stein is a doughy guy. He's not like a big bodybuilder. So some doughy look, I mean, he looks like a Republican running for state representative. He's just got kind of that doughy bowling ball build. And you just made it look like he's so powerful that with one little forearm shove, he can send you halfway through the window of that building.
He's like Flea to Lord Vigo.
Yes. Yeah, you made Alex Stein look like Vigo the Carpathian. Oh. Alex Stein actually asked this guy, you missed it in the video. He goes, "Are you a god?" The guy's like, "No." "Then die."
Alex, you need to leave.
I'm not children. But see, these are the real scaredy cats. They gotta walk around with a gun. They can't handle themselves like a real man.
I mean, in fairness, isn't that what liberals say about conservatives, though, who carry guns and shit? Like,
yeah, probably.
They need their guns to feel like a real man. So you're kind of using the counter argument there.
All right, guys, I just want to announce I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein, and I love y'all, even though you guys don't love me, and I know you guys probably love children a little too much, but I'm very empathetic to you guys. I love you guys. Even these guys with the guns, I feel sorry that you guys were probably abused as children, and I really hope you guys get the mental health care that you guys deserve.
I mean, you're going up to people who are armed to the teeth, and you're telling them they were probably fucked as a kid. I mean, that takes a level of guts, right?
And mental issues, yeah.
Like, if I told you, "Hey, Oz, go up to those guys with guns and say, hey, I bet you were probably diddled as a kid," would you do it?
No, I'd say I'm good.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and play it safe. So Alex deserves some kudos.
Although
for
I do
this
appreciate that guy's trigger discipline.
Yes, that is nice when you see him, outside the trigger guard there.
I love you guys. God bless you all. I love you guys. I love your rights.
What the fuck is with... See, this is why you don't fuck with people who are standing there holding guns. This guy has been dead staring at Alex the entire time, just like this.
Oh, yeah. He's plotting.
It's not going to take much to push that guy's last button.
No.
I think you guys are great. We need to actually transition more children. We need more drag queen story time for elementary school kids.
It's Alex Stein's latest video in Denton, Texas.
Interesting.
Like I said, not bad work. Not bad work. Someone says Alex is vegan. How can you be so doughy and be vegan? Balls Deep says Alex is probably a fan of steel toe. Well, perhaps. He learned it all from his dad, Tucker Carlson.
I learned it by watching you.
Scruffy D says that's a cop. I'm pretty sure she bought that outfit at a costume store. Maybe that's why she didn't want to be on camera. She's like, "What the fuck are you doing? I'm LARPing over here. Get away from me, kid." He didn't even push him. No, he literally just took his arm and went like that, and the guy went, "Whoa!" Like, in the
you need to leave.
Yeah, in the Power Rangers TV show where they would get punched and sparks somehow would fly out of their chest, and they go flying 10 feet in the air. That's what that guy did when Alex just tried to brush him by with the arm. Holy shit. Think about standing there with an LGBT patch on your carrier. Sorry, but it just doesn't belong in combat. I don't believe their rifles can hurt me, says Grank Nutterbutter. Skeezy says, Alex is a little bitch. He's not funny, and he's not helping. Look, this is how I feel about Alex. At his very best, when he's given it everything he's got, he can be funny. I just, like anybody else, when one thing starts working for him, he tends to just do it over and over and over again, which I don't even know if we're a show that's in a position to criticize someone for that. I mean, we got Brendan Schaub coverage coming in overtime, so I don't know. We got Chad Zumach tonight, and we got something else planned for overtime this evening. All right, we are.
Oh, that's Raz of Chaz big story.
Oh, yeah, Raz of Chaz has his big announcement if we hit our goal today. We're 20 minutes away from the offering plate segment where we pass the can around, see if you want to put a couple bucks in there. Right now, only $100 away from that goal today, so we are very, very close. If you feel like chipping in and knocking that down, a bunch of you, actually not even a bunch, 10 of you, will knock that down pretty damn quick. Let's go to Florida one more time today. A police officer found a strange sight when she responded to disorderly conduct complaints at a convenience store. She saw a man leaning over the counter with his head underneath the protective glass. So they have like either the COVID glass or like the we get robbed a lot glass. And this guy's trying to shove his head underneath it. I mean, as a police officer, you stop at something like this and you're ready for a confrontation. You're ready to catch somebody. And then all of a sudden you get there and you see a guy trying to jam his stupid fucking head underneath a separator. And you're just like, wait, what do you guys need me for here?
I don't get paid enough for this shit.
Yeah, should we maybe just leave him here until morning? I mean, he'll get hungry and we can take him away then? I don't know. That happened off Lantana Road, off of east of I-95 on the morning of Sunday, October 30th. The officer wrote she announced herself and asked the man, later identified as William Leno, to step outside with her. The arrest report said, Lenu began approaching me in an aggressive manner and uttering unintelligible things with his hand in his pocket when he suddenly turned around and began aggressively approaching and posturing up to another man while inside the store.
Drugs are bad.
Right. So right off the bat, you're dealing with a guy who's mentally a little bit broken. He comes up to you, what? And looks over at another guy, what'd you say? Yeah. Like, nothing. Not you, the squirrel next to you. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
Now, I attempted to gain Lenu's attention again as he got in the man's face. The man in self-defense pushed Lenu away from him and repeatedly asked me to get Lenu away from him. At this point in time, I grabbed Lenu's wrists in an attempt to detain him and avoid further physical conflict. I gave Lenu several verbal commands to come outside. Lenu resisted by using physical force to pull away and shove me simultaneously. Now, look, I don't mean to turn this into, Aaron gets to take his misogyny for a walk story, but I don't know if you're thinking the same thing I am. That doesn't happen to a male cop.
No.
Like the female cop coming in and going, all right, that's enough, crazy tweaker, and him just going, no! I don't wanna, like a kid at a grocery store, and then you're like, well, I tried to detain him. I don't know what to do now. A male cop just bear hugs that guy, gets him on the ground, and goes, all right, guys, problem solved.
They should have a male with them at all times.
They really should.
I mean, especially if you're getting called to a call like that, where somebody could possibly be 3 times your size.
Right.
Then you should have wait for backup.
I know they don't like hearing that, but I mean, it's true. Like, you probably shouldn't be taking these calls by yourself. Before we continue this story, I do want to thank Alexis for the $5. Very, very cool. Thank you. Random wrestling question: Booker T and Goldust tag team in the early 2000s, yay or nay? After WCW got bought out, I kind of tapped out for a while, so I kind of missed that era. Spiffius with $10 says, I am sick as hell. Thanks for a good show. Thank you very much, buddy. And you guys are only $85 away from that goal today. Holy shit. Thank you very much. Wonderful day. So we continue now. He pulled away from the lady cop and shoved her, and now she doesn't know what the fuck to do. At this point in time, several other officers arrived on scene and were able to assist in gaining compliance of Lanu by taking him to the ground safely. I placed Lanu in handcuffs, checked for spacing, and double locked. So the male cops had to come and tackle him, and then as like a pity give, they're like, officer, you may put the cuffs on him now. Like, how much of a middleman could we have cut out here if she just wasn't allowed to become a police officer?
True.
I mean, can't we just have a test where, hey, here's a spindly tweaker. See if you can take him down. And if you can't be a cop. Cops should only be failed high school football players with a chip on their shoulder and an axe to grind against the dorks. That's it. That's all I want being cops. Short tempers and quick trigger fingers. That's what we need.
Linebackers.
Yeah. Real Brian Urlacher looking motherfuckers. That's what we need. God. I'm a mediocre martial artist, but I am 6 foot tall and 170, says Paul Polito, and not that big. And I could maul a lot of pro females. It's retarded to try and get physical. Right. It's like if you can get away, if that cop go, yeah, it reminds me of like the cops in Demolition Man. Like say to him sternly but calmly to get on the ground. And the person's like, no. And then the female cop's like, the suspect responded with a glib remark. What do I do now? It's like, now we call in the 260-pound John Favreau from The Replacements.
Yeah.
And then he just goes crazy and tackles the guy. That's what happens. Grank Nutterbutter says, oh, fuck, that has to feel so degrading and well-deserved for her. It has to be really degrading to, like, the guys come in, they tackle the guy down, and then they go, all right, lady cop, now you may put the cuffs on him. Like, it almost feels like you're playing cop, like they did a bring your daughter to work day type of thing.
Yeah.
So after that, Lanu was escorted to my patrol vehicle, where he was searched for any weapons prior to being placed inside my patrol vehicle. Lanu was verbally aggressive toward officers. Really? He wasn't nice?
Weird.
As well as continually attempting to pull away from officers. Lanu was showing obvious signs of being under the influence of an unknown substance. With Lanu out of the way, the officer was able to talk with witnesses. I don't really care after that. Sounds like the guy might have been a little bit under the influence. Just as my kids say, tiny bit. Tiny bit. That's all. All right, guys, $85 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. About 13 minutes away from the offering plate segment. What a busy day we've got coming up here. So we've got the half hour of overtime. We've got some Brendan Schaub. We've got all of that stuff. Then at 10:45, stick around. The stream is going to continue. At 10:45, we've got Karl from Who Are These Podcasts. He's going to be joining us. Then at 6:30 tonight, April and I will be on Levy Land on YouTube with the great Bob Levy. And then at 7 o'clock, we're going to have our evening show. It's our final evening show of the week. Obviously, we didn't think a lot of people would be around Wednesday night for an evening show.
Oh, yeah, Thanksgiving.
Plus, we've got the kids here all week starting Wednesday. So, yesterday, got a little break today, then Wednesday on through. So we're gonna make tonight our final evening show of the week. Then Wednesday night, we're gonna play some best of stuff. Thursday morning and Friday morning, there will be Steel Toe shows on. We will be playing shows on Thursday and Friday. They just won't be us streaming live. It's going to be some of the best stuff we've done since we went to YouTube. And also, I'm going to be putting together all of our playlists, all of our compilations, and I'm going to play those through the weekend as well, premiering on this channel. So hopefully you guys will get a kick out of all that stuff that we decide to do. But again, I really want you guys to go check out Levy Land on YouTube. It's just the Balls Deep has the link right there in the chat. You guys can check that out. Go there, subscribe to Levy and his podcast, and we will be on at 6:30 Central Time this evening. Skeezy says, damn, that would have been nice to listen to you guys on the drive up to the in-laws. Oh, well. We'll be there. I mean, we'll be on the air. I mean, there will be something on the channel that you can listen to, and I doubt that all the stuff we're going to play you've heard before. You probably missed a good chunk of it. Alexis says, who will the Lions be losing to this Thanksgiving? I can't say that the Lions are going to lose to anybody. The Lions have won 3 in a row. Don't look now. But the Detroit Lions have beat the Packers, the Bears, and the Giants, and I believe they're tied with Green Bay for second place in the NFC North. Let's see. NFL standings. National Football Conference. Yeah, the Lions are a half game ahead of the Packers because the Packers haven't had a bye yet. So the Lions are in second place in the NFC North. And actually, the Lions are 2 games out of a playoff spot. If I look here, there's 4 division champions and 3 wild cards. So you've got Dallas, the Giants, and the Seahawks right now. So 6-4 is a playoff spot. So yeah, Detroit is 2 games out of a playoff spot. So their season isn't over. San Francisco's on a roll. Ever since they got Christian McCaffrey, they've won 3 in a row. They're 6-4 and on top of the NFC West. So definitely look out for San Francisco. But I'm kind of like, in a weird way, I'm rooting for the Lions. I will. I hope they win. People are saying the Lions aren't beating the Bills on Thursday. I mean, maybe not. But like I said, I am rooting for them. I want to see a team that nobody gives a fucking chance to maybe pull something off. Plus, I like their coach. And if he doesn't do well this year, I feel like he might be out of a job. And I kind of like that guy. He's a little bit of a psychopath, but he's all right. A fisherman landed a 67-pound goldfish, which may break a world record. I know. It's weird to see gigantic goldfish because you think goldfish, you think of, what we had in the tank.
Yes.
Back in the day. But yeah, I guess out in the wild,
67.
They can get fucking huge. Take a look at that thing. A 67-pound goldfish. A UK fisherman became the envy of anglers everywhere after reeling in a nearly 70-pound monster goldfish, potentially the world's largest. A Facebook post detailing the man's catch of a lifetime is currently blowing up on Facebook.
I'd take a picture and I hope they let it go. I mean, if it's that big.
Can you eat, do goldfish taste good?
I don't know.
Hold on. Do goldfish taste good? The short answer is goldfish are as edible as any other freshwater fish. However, they are most likely not very tasty. Goldfish would taste of the foods they eat. So, for example, a pet goldfish would probably taste a bit like fish flakes and pellets. No. The ones in the wild. What do wild goldfish taste like? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. I eat European carp from the river. Isn't carp like bottom-feeding?
Oily, nasty things.
Oily dick fish. I eat European carp. I expect goldfish would be similar. They're best roasted in the same manner. Skinning them gets rid of a lot of the muddy taste, which comes from the fat, not from the flesh. Okay. Look, I'll take your word for it.
I'll just stick with my tuna.
Yeah. That's the thing. You can try some goofy ass fish, you can try some goldfish and stuff, but why? All the other fish that are out there, look, you got to get way down the list. Dr. Scotty Jones says they're carp. Jericho says they're carp, man. Don't eat them. Okay, so goldfish is basically a carp. Still a 67-pound carp. It's a big fucking carp. Goldfish are carp. Biggest before this was Dutch. Caught, I believe, seeing it on local news. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, God. I hate it when everyone in the chat knows something that I didn't know.
Yeah.
When they all say, I feel like it's something I missed in school. They're like, yeah, man.
You missed goldfish carp day.
Yeah. All goldfish, man, goldfish are carp. And 20 people say it. And you're like, oh, shit. Sorry.
Some people will swear, the ones that bow hunt the carp and stuff like that. They're like, oh, if you smoke them, if you make them right, they're really good. And I'm like, I really don't want to try.
I don't understand the whole making fishing harder on yourself. I saw that at Shields the other day. I was looking at bows because I might want my own bow next year for bow hunting. Yep. And I was looking and I saw one that had the fishing reel on it and everything else. I was, April, what the fuck is that? And April, because it was cheap, dirt cheap. And April goes, yeah, that's for bow fishing. I'm like, fucking why? Why? You got a fishing rod.
I mean, if you're going to get rid of them for sport, that's fine because they're invasive, or whatever. They're whatever. But as far as fishing, see, like people like to sit out in the boat and do all that stuff. I'm just more of a Van de Kemp guy.
Right.
And it's already breaded. It's all ready to go.
You put it on the pan.
Yeah, you know.
Do you spray down the pan, you lazy fuck, or no?
No, I use aluminum foil.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
A little olive oil and yeah. Yep.
So you don't like to catch your fish.
No.
You like them. You like fish mash particles inside of a breading.
Yep.
In a box in the supermarket.
Yeah, or a McFish.
Now I'm getting shit on for my bow fishing take. I don't know. It's just like when you have a fishing pole and you have some bait and you're just, it just seems nice and easy. That seems, I like a gentleman's existence if I'm fishing. I fucking hate fishing if I'm not catching anything. I'm not with people who are like, oh, it's so peaceful. It's so that I don't give a fuck about peaceful. Let's make some noise out here. Let's catch some goddamn fish.
I'll go with people that are fishing. I'll just sit in the boat and take in some sun and drink a beer and watch them do their thing. But to me, fishing does nothing for me.
See, like I'm kind of a competitive guy, so I love fishing if I'm catching stuff.
Sure.
I really like that. But like fishing for me is one of those 0 or 100 things for me, where I'm either fucking hating it because I'm catching nothing and I'd rather be doing anything else in the world, or I'm landing shit and I'm like, oh, here we go. This is a good goddamn time. I need to catch like one every 20 or 30 minutes, or I start
to make it get too bored. Yeah,
or I start to get really bored. Don't write carp DM in the chat. That's just making my brain explode now. SC Motorsports says your tits will get in the way of bow fishing. Thank you. Somebody says bow fishing is fun, Aaron. Bow fishing is a blast. Crank Nutter Butter says carp is a fish, I believe. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. Shane F says carp deep fried or barbecued tastes just like chicken. Paul Polito says I can chuck spears, but need a harpoon to try that. That sounded racist. Michael B says bag of bread, case of beer. That is some good eating. Ozymandias says the fish that has the same personal trainer that Barry Bonds had in 2001. Somebody says we bow fish for fun. Also, it gets rid of invasive species. Have you guys ever seen that event they have every year down the Mississippi River where they try to get those Asian carp out of the water? And they go down in boats and they have like pitchforks and baseball bats and shit.
And they just wait for them to jump out
They
of the
wait
water.
for them to jump out and they just crack them in the fucking head. It's pretty cool.
That could actually be fun.
Bow fishing will be hard on the riverbank, though. Should be a challenge. Someone said a lot of people writing in about bow fishing. Love bow hunting. Never understood the draw of bow fishing. Draw, get it? Spiffia says just make sure to fill fish full of weights for records. Yes, I've heard that. It's very effective.
But that guy will never let that live down, will he?
No.
Oh, my God.
Not in prison. Dr. Silverwolf says, I throw TNT into groups of carp. Some say I'm carpet bombing them. Oof. Somebody says you can also go spearing in the springtime for suckers in the cricks. That's a very hillbilly sentence right there. Paul Polito says, that's why I never get to use a spear. White man with a knife on a stick triggers way too many folks. I hear you, buddy. I understand. Don Lemonzade says, I've always wanted to murder those flying carp via katana. We'll play that for you in overtime if you'd like. The carp, the Asian carp thing. Oh, that's madness. Yeah, like once a year. I think it's in Missouri. I could be wrong. But they have like an annual carp hunt and people go out dressed like lunatics. They have bats and pitchforks and machetes and they just hack away at these things.
Yep.
A carp annual Asian, or no, what do they call it now? Invasive. They don't want to call it Asian anymore because it's offensive. Invasive carp hunt. America's most hated fish are being purged by electric shocks and sound. Oh, oh my God, they're shocking them?
Might as well.
Where is that? I used to see that. Peoria Carp Hunters. Yeah.
They get their rackets out and everything. Yeah.
Tournament removes thousands of invasive carp from the Mississippi River. There's one where, oh God, the famous Turtle Man episode. Annual Asian carp hunt. There's one where it's just psychopaths. This might be
There's the one with the racket and then where they're skiing behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that might be the one that I'm thinking of.
Guy's wearing a hockey mask.
They call it scarping. Get it?
Ugh.
Scarping. All right, guys, we are $85 away from our goal today. Why don't we fire up the music? Let's do the offering plate segment. Let's knock out this last 85. Caller a day. Do some overtime. Now, if you're just joining us today, we've got overtime for a half hour. Then we've got Karl from Who Are These Podcasts at 10:45 Central Time. So we're going to be live streaming until about 11:30-ish today. Don't worry. We'll let Oz go at 10:30 when his time is up and due. We're not going to make him spend all fucking morning here. I get that. But I'll talk to Karl at about 10:45 today. We've got overtime until 10:30. But let's fire up that music. Let's see if we can get everybody chipping in just a little bit and knocking out that last $85 and hitting today's goal. There we go. As one of the Stuttering John people calls it, the super chat music. There it is. All right. Thank you to Zachary for $20. And that's going to put us at 65. So it may not be that long of an offering plate segment today because, of course, once you guys hit that goal, no more money coming our way, please. Anything that does, we put it towards the next show. SC Motorsports says, fuck that. Oz missed the last 3 weeks. The rest of us can't get away with that at work. New boot goofing. Grank Nutterbutter says, Aaron, the guys in the chat are being offensive again. Now, boys, play nice with one another. Be good. Don't make me... I'll turn this goddamn bus around. That'll end your precious little field trip pretty damn quick. All right, so $65 away from said goal. There's the links in the chat to the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and, of course, Super Chats count as well, and becoming new members on the channel. Knocks off not only 5 now, but it knocks off next month's goal. We add all of our members together, divide it by the amount of shows we do, and we knock that much off our initial goal. That's why we've been able to knock 15% off of our goal this month. And I have to ask our audience for less money. I really like that. I'm hoping that continues to grow. All right, 65 away and a couple minutes left in the offering plate segment here. But we do have a shitload of time today to knock this out. Daniel with $10. Thank you very much to Daniel. 55 away from the goal today. Thank you very much for your generosity. 55 away from where we're going. And we'll catch up with the dad jokes and what you guys are getting for that after the offering plate segment is over. Literally 2 minutes left. To the second. Thank you very much to fucking David. He says, Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, sir. 25 from him. And oh my goodness, 65 from Amy. Guys, cut it off. Kill the music. That is it. So what does 25 put it at? That would have put it at 30. So we're 30 over for tomorrow. 40 over for tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf, for the 10. $40 into tomorrow morning's goal. Thank you guys very, very much for your support. That was an easy day, boy.
Yeah.
Easy day. You guys have been fantastic. And you notice we didn't really have to mention the goal and all that stuff very much today because you guys were just on it from Jump Street. So thank you very, very much. All right, that's enough, though. No more. We appreciate it. Thank you very much to somebody. He says, Aaron talking about fishing really makes his city boy come out. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. $50 away from, or into tomorrow's goal. All right, let's go to the phones
Call
then.
From
Raz of Chaz.
Raz of Chaz, you had something to tell us today. If we hit the goal has been hit. What's up, buddy?
Well, I just want to say congratulations. We hit the goal.
Yes, we did. Congratulations to the audience. Yeah.
No, that's not my news. No.
Oh, I thought that was it. Okay, I was
do
about
want.
to say.
Yeah. We'll talk to you later. No.
All right. See you.
No, I wanted to inform everybody that there might be another little Raz running around here in a few months, or maybe another Rosie sleeping at a bar sometime soon.
Oh, really? That sounds.
And I got news for you.
We ended.
You're gay.
I think that's the opposite of being gay.
I don't know. So you knocked her up?
I did, and this time I didn't let the audience kill it. So
right, the audience killed your last kid.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yes. So that was terrible of them. So
the audience.
I'm glad they pulled through today.
Yeah, the audience murdered your unborn baby. Atomic Citizen wants to know what color the child is. Do you know that yet?
Well, I seen a picture, and it was a lot of black and a lot of white, so I'm not really sure if I'm involved or not.
A little bit of both seas.
I want to drown in cum.
Yeah.
Wait a second! Fuck you!
Well, I tell you what, man, congratulations on that. That's huge news.
Yeah, thank you. I had to make sure I got to it before you did.
So, are you hoping for a boy or are you hoping for a girl?
Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of I'm as old as you are, but I'm first child, so I don't care one way or another. I'm just excited to be a daddy.
Yeah.
Beta.
That's the wrong answer, actually. Jesse Lee Peterson would have your ass for that one.
Oh, I should have known.
Bitch.
Yeah, he would have. He would have called you a beta. You're supposed to ask for a boy.
Well, when I get the results figured out, maybe I'll have to come over to AP Lasers and get and when we get a name figured out, we'll get some engraving done.
There you go.
Just don't order a tumbler. They don't have any of those. The fuck is going on with the tumbler people? I got to ask Oz, what the fuck is going on with these tumbler people?
I don't know. What's going on with China?
Is that where they come from?
Well, yeah, of course all that shit does.
God damn it. Well, so when the doctor
get an AR for the kid,
when the doctor told you that you were pregnant, that you guys were pregnant, did you say,
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
I just need you to be careful. Don't wait on your wife too much because you have to recall.
Women weaken legs.
Exactly. Very important.
Well, then 27 years neck deep in shit,
Yeah. Hey, I tell you what, Kyle from Unique Entertainment wants to say congratulations.
Okay.
Here you go. This is Kyle wanted to say something. That's really sweet, actually. Now I'm going to cry. I wasn't going to cry before, but now
that was very sweet of him.
That was a very nice sentiment from Kyle.
Let's make sure we watch the Animal Planet.
Well, no,
By the way, have you been watching Animal Planet?
It's too bad that guy died, by the way. Dead to me. I
know.
It's too bad he passed away. I'm just kidding. It was his time. It was his time.
For the best. Yeah. While one leaves, another one enters. So I'm hoping to bring one around here.
Well, hopefully not one.
They'll be listening to Steel Toe from day one.
Not that. Hopefully it's nothing like that abomination of a human being.
Oh God, yeah, I know, right?
Not as
yes, I'm glad I'm in Minnesota.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate the call and congratulations to you and your lovely wife.
Yes, thank you, and congrats to the audience for making the goal.
And
let's have a good overtime.
We certainly will. And now she can drive you everywhere.
Absolutely. I heard your comment this morning, and I was like, damn, I didn't know I was going to a football game with Aaron.
Yeah, you go to a football game, you make the wife drive, it's perfect. All right, thank you, buddy.
Take care, bye.
All right, there we are. There's our buddy Raz of Chaz. Boy, I tell you, speaking of friends and football games, my buddy that April and I go to football games with, he is really checked out of work today and really wants to talk Vikings.
Oh, wow.
There's my text today.
Great Gatsby.
There's so many people like this week, we kind of take what we do for granted once in a while when we think about other people. Certainly not take the audience for granted, but like my buddy, he's sitting there like, oh, I'm so fucking mentally checked out of work. I fucking hate it. And we're sitting here like, oh, we can tell a few more jokes. We'll be on till about 11:30 today. The holiday week doesn't hit me. And maybe you guys the way it does other people.
Sure.
Because we're sitting here like, April's even like, oh, man, I don't get to do a morning show this week. That sucks. So I kind of, it's nice that you can do something like that for work. Oh, yeah, he is. Dude, all he's doing is strategizing on getting season tickets and getting us to split it with him. I've got 2 seats on the... Or we get a third guy and do 3 seats or 4 seats. There's lots of ways to do this where the cost isn't horrific. I have officially mentally checked out of work. We could always just do 2 seats and then split them between the 4 of us and do a guy's game, do a girl's game, then do games where we just go with the significant others. There we go. See, now I responded to him. Now he doesn't feel so lonely. And now the audience can make fun of me for using talk to text, as they're wont to do. Thank you very much to Zero Dark Tony with $4.99. Says, people don't forget that Aaron just makes it look easy, and it's not. He's the Secretariat of Podcasting. Oh, well, thank you. That's a very nice compliment. Thank you. That's a very nice compliment. Cocky kid. I fired him the next day. Mr. St. Caesar says, Aaron, you need to watch DSP selling his Pokemon names to viewers for $25 a Pokemon. Actually, we're going, thank you for reminding me, we're going to do that tonight or tomorrow. Absolutely. I saw that yesterday. I told April about it. I'm like, yeah, DSP is going to sell people Pokemon names for $25. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Yeah, our buddy Snort Hogan. I love Snort Hogan. Snort. Here. This is DSP.
Now, a few things about the playthrough. Number one, whenever we are playing Pokemon Scarlet, if we happen to hit the hat tips goal, which is $100 raised on any particular Pokemon stream, I will be wearing the Pikachu hat. It is just a no-brainer that I would wear the Pikachu hat during the Pokemon stream.
Oh, yeah. See, if you tip him a bunch of money, he puts a funny hat on.
Wow.
Doesn't add any more time to his show. Doesn't give his audience anything more for their money. Just wears a silly hat. I mean...
Genius marketing.
Personally, I would just take a thank you, and then you can not wear the stupid fucking hat, but okay.
Why the hell wouldn't I wear the Pikachu hat? Okay? It's one of my most ridiculous hats.
God. That's one of your most ridiculous hats? Dude, I have a Nazi SS officer's hat. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like that people would have bought that, though. Yeah. They would have believed that I have one.
It's comfy, actually. It's one of my more comfy hats that I wear here on stream.
Fascinating.
So that's the hat that will be eligible if we hit the $100 tips goal. Okay, that's number one.
That's number one.
Number two.
Why are you
Every time that we play Pokemon Scarlet, if you tip $25...
We're ready for this.
Or more, but $25 is the threshold. All right? You will be able to name a Pokemon in the game.
You see, in the video...
Worth every penny.
In the video game I'm playing... If you give me $25, which is a massive contribution. We ask people if they enjoy this show, $5-10 a month, please. You know, I think DSP and us are related in some way. You know, people say, oh, yeah, the people who don't like this show go, this guy's like DSP. I'm not going to deny that because we're both crowd-funded shows. We're both funded by our audiences. I feel like I'm the opposite side of the same coin that Phil's on, though. Whereas Phil yells at people, belittles them, gives them dog shit for perks or anything else. You got Steel Toe, who actually, unlike Phil, is very transparent and goes, look, guys, yeah, we do. We need your money to stay alive and do this full time. Yep. That is the way it works, unfortunately. We hate it. We wish it weren't that way. But here, if you hit this number, we'll do more shows for you. If you hit this, if you contribute this much, we give you this prize. We give you all of our merchandise, our shirts, our hoodies, everything else. And it's appreciative and it's humbling and everything else. This motherfucker, sorry about that. This motherfucker just hustling and needling and gimmicking and fucking. It's, ugh. I feel like, yeah, if you want to make the comparisons between this show and DSP, that's fine. But don't be disingenuous about it.
Yeah.
We show you the right way to do it. He shows you the wrong way to do it. And that's why people, whenever we do DSP clips, people go, why are you comparing yourself to him? Because he gives crowd-funded shows a bad name, and we have to separate ourselves. That's why.
Now, obviously, I might have to set some limitations on this, and here's what I mean. Number one, I don't know realistically how many Pokemon I'm going to have on hand at any time. Right now, I know I'm going to have one Pokemon.
So, you give me $25, I'll name a Pokemon after you if I have Pokemon in the game to name. Oh, God damn it.
On today, my starter. I don't know how many other Pokemon I will get today. Okay?
Stop snorting into the microphone.
I can't be like, oh yeah, if 10 people tip $25 today, you can each name a Pokemon. I don't even know if I'll have 10 Pokemon by the end of today. Right? So
hey, I've got this really great deal for you that's going to be my big fundraiser. But I'm not sure I'll have the product. Hey guys, we're doing $3 Big Macs today at McDonald's, but
we might run out.
Not sure if we're going to have Big Macs today.
Basically, you have to do it more realistically. As I collect Pokemon, all right, if you tip $25, then you can name one of those Pokemon, okay? But please don't go crazy and immediately start throwing tips at the stream. Oh, I want to name this, I want to name that. I don't even have the Pokemon yet.
Then develop something to give your fucking audience when they're being that goddamn $25 is a lot to contribute to one show. In a month, let alone at one time. Find something to give them. I don't know. Put a parrot on your shoulder or something fucking wacky. Tell them you'll stream longer. I don't know. But, like, you can't throw a thing out there. You can't, like, I'll do this for this much and then say, oh, but by the way, I might not be able to do it. Well, then don't offer it as an option, Phil. Now, wait until he gets to the rules for naming the Pokemon.
You know, El Grey Zoro says the local Pokedex is 400, so there's 400 Pokemon in the game, and there's a lot of Pokemon in the first area alone. That's good. That's good to know, okay? So that's what I'm thinking is let's not go crazy. Let's not have people go, oh, I want to name a Pokemon. Here, tip, 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 tip. Oh, my God, now I have 17 people waiting, but I don't have Pokemon yet.
It's not going to happen, first of all. You won't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Wishful thinking.
But second of all, if that does happen, you work your fucking balls off to accommodate the people who are supporting you. You don't start laying down the law and, like, shitting on, like, dampening their spirits before you even give them the deal.
Let's not do that. Let's wait. If you are planning on naming a Pokemon, let's start playing the game. And then if you tip $25 or more, you can name a Pokemon in the game. Now, there will be criteria. The criteria are as follows. Okay? Number one, you cannot do anything that's like obviously offensive. You can't do anything racist. You can't do anything.
Oh, man. I was going to rename Squirtle. Oh, sorry. My bad. I was going to rename Diglett. That's the easy one.
Oh.
Sexist. You can't do anything that's going to get people in trouble on YouTube. Obviously,
that's funny. You just watch a crowd. It would be fun to watch the pool of people who wanted to give him $25 to name a Pokemon, and as he lists the things you can't do,
back off into the weeds.
Yeah, they just all start kind of siphoning off. Yeah. Nothing racist. All right, guys, let's take off. Nothing sexist. All right, I'm fucking out of here. See you later.
You know, we're not going to be stupid as hell. Someone, you know, name a Pokemon and then say something that's going to get everyone in trouble. We're not doing that, okay? That's number one, okay? Number two, you cannot name a Pokemon something that's going to cause drama. Not necessarily that it would be found offensive. Like
so this is where...
So nothing fun.
Yeah, this is where Darkside Phil fucking fails at streaming, fails at being an internet personality. He's put himself in a position to be a lolcow. And the only lolcows that do well are the ones that embrace it. Like, my attitude is anyone who talks into these microphones, ourselves included, is a lolcow. Like, you're putting yourself out there. You can be criticized. You can be shit on. You can be made fun of. If you embrace it and not let it get to you, you'll do okay. So Phil's like, it can't be a name that causes drama. Meaning he's going to cause the drama. If you send in a name that's like WWE Champions or Jin or Bank Leaks or anything that he doesn't like, then what? Are you going to take their money and just not name the Pokemon? Or are you going to refund their money? What's the deal?
Oh, there's no refund.
If you would just embrace your status as a lolcow and let people do that, you'd make a shitload more money. Same with Stuttering John. Maybe not Chad Zumach because he doesn't really have an audience to begin with. But all of these guys who just get goofed on and laughed at would make so much more money if they just embrace it and go, oh, you want to make fun of me? You want to talk shit about me? You're going to pay for it. And I'll take the money and you get to pay. It becomes kind of a symbiotic relationship. They get their jollies off of fucking with you and you take their money. Boom.
Racist, sexist, or whatever. But, you know, I don't want someone naming a Pokemon, so-and-so content creator sucks monkey butts. No, we're not doing that.
Okay, I now want to name it Darkside Phil Sucks Monkey Butts. How about Gorilla Butts? Could we pick a different animal? Is it the monkey part or is it the sucking butts part? And sucking butts is something that many homosexual couples do. Are you homophobic? Is it so this is an exclusionary naming process? I see how it is, Phil.
You know, I'm not going to be doing shit like that and then people trying to cause problems here on my streams.
Why not? That's fun. What if there was one called Keemstar Sucks Monkey Butts? That would be a funny Pokemon. Keemstar would probably even think that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't have people causing problems and then next thing you know, people are angry at me and shit of all things over Pokemon. right?
Right. It's almost like it's a stupid fucking idea to begin with, and you never should have opened your big fucking yap about it. I don't know. Because it seems like you started off with an idea. $25, you can name a Pokemon. But I have to have the Pokemon. You can't name it this. You can't name it that. Can't be anything I don't like. Can't be anything dramatic. Well, this went from really potentially fun to the shittiest cash grab you've ever done.
So exactly. So I immediately, someone said, Rich, Keemstar, Review 10. Exactly. No, we're not going to be naming.
Why not?
A fucking giant Snorlax.
Own it.
An insulting name of someone that you think is fat and you want to insult them. We're not doing that.
Like you.
Okay? I don't mind.
DSP is a chunky, snorty monkey phlegm box. How about that one?
Long name.
It's a long name. You're right. That Pokemon converted to Islam.
Oh.
Silly names. I don't mind joking names, but I just don't want people to be offended because we named a Pokemon something and they're like, how dare you say that Pokemon is me or whatever. You know what I mean?
How can you do a joking one?
I don't want to do that.
Beta! Beta male! What a bitch.
So, there you go. Those are kind of the general criteria. Now, obviously, there may be more on the fly as we play the game.
Right. As things bother me and fuck with me and everything else, I'll keep changing the rules. Yeah. Boy, this just sounds like a fun stream to be a part of, doesn't it?
Sure.
Just a blast. Hey, don't worry, guys. Out of nowhere, I can start making more stringent rules about the game we're playing.
Let's see what happens as we play the game. I haven't played it yet. Also, once you name a Pokemon, all right, that Pokemon keeps that name. It's not like, on today's stream, John tipped $25 and into Pokemon Jose Cuervo. And then on the next stream, Lauren tipped $25 and renamed that same Pokemon Sir Dumps-a-Lot. No, we're not doing that. Once you name...
How does this guy take a potentially fun idea and just rule it to death and just make it boring and shitty and like silly, or not even silly, but just like sucks all the fun out of it? And now the last 6 minutes of your podcast have been going over the ground rules of the $25 Pokemon naming bit. Oh, man. Why Do I Podcast says this guy is insufferable. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine listening to his podcast, like his actual show. I don't know what the hell he would even be talking about. I want to see, is he live now? DSP Gaming. If he's live now, we can kind of see like what his... Oh, no, he hasn't done his podcast yet. Let's skip to a random spot in his podcast and just see.
Look and post up your questions, all right? So it's going to be Holiday Ask the King on Thanksgiving. I will not be doing a late stream. Instead, I'll be spending time with my family, cooking a traditional Thanksgiving dinner. Perhaps I'll do a YouTube short to show you my dinner.
Wow. Guys, look out for this. So is his whole podcast just plugging things that are coming up? Like there's no actual content. He's not talking about video game news. It's just, here's stuff I'm doing. Want to see me cook a turkey later? All right, let's skip 6 minutes ahead.
Like each world in the game has taken me about 2 streams to beat. So if that's the case, maybe 2 major streams, 3 tops to beat it. If it ends up being a night stream, then maybe three night streams to beat it. We'll see.
Again, he's just talking about streams that are coming up and promoting the game he's going to be playing. Let's move another 6 minutes ahead. Maybe he'll be talking about some news or something interesting or doing a bit. Let's take a look.
So I was a gamer in the 80s and 90s, as you guys know. Those were my formative years as a gamer. I never actually owned a handheld console or gaming device. I had you know what? I know what I had. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but back then no one knew better. I actually owned a bunch of those Tiger Electronics portable video games. You know what I'm talking? Anyone ever seen those? Maybe you guys are too young.
All right, I feel our show getting more boring just by playing his show. Are you feeling that?
Oh, it's just the wind got sucked out.
Yeah, are you feeling the feeling of just...
Yeah.
Wow, lip ripper. I can't read that one. P.A. Cheddar says, if there is one Pokemon, donate $25 to name it, and anyone can donate to change it. Dinosaur Fuel says, hey, I want to name the Pokemon Oz. Sounds fun. Yeah, try to name a Pokemon Steel Toe. See if he likes that or not.
Yeah.
All right. That's enough of fucking Darkside Phil. Yeah, Freedom's Lunch. I knew what he was talking about, too. Doesn't make it good content. Remember Tiger Games? Yes, I remember my grandmother had Yahtzee, and we could play that, and she would have video poker, and she would have all kinds of shit. MN Cocaine says, listening to this twat makes me want to assault the next person I meet with a lisp. I mean, in fairness, it does make our show look better.
I used to have an Activision.
Well, I mean,
so that's like 10 years precursor to the Nintendo.
This was not the time for bragging.
Yeah,
sir. That comes later. Cordless says, okay, Aaron, you picked this video knowing there was no content. This show likes to laugh at itself like Crowder. We are just like Crowder, sir. Yes. Absolutely. We are just like Steven Crowder. In fact, coming up next, we're going to talk about how persecuted we are.
And we're going to trigger the libs.
And we're going to wear too many guns. And then put one on our desk. Do I have a dick yet? Did his wife ever have those kids? Because that's the only thing that's like the roadblock to me pretty much 100% believing he's gay.
Mm-hmm.
If his wife had those kids, then nothing I can say. Look, the guy made babies. That's at least a little straight. Citizen M says, no one donate to make a Pokemon Steel Toe. He will recognize it. Do something like Stonies. Oh, you're right. I wasn't trying to be subtle. I was just being a shit stirrer. Fauci's Pangolin says, let's get louder with Aaron. Yeah. Crank Nutter Butter says, Cordless is right. Aaron is just trying to make DSP look bad.
Yeah.
Damn it.
It's so hard to do.
You got me. All right. You want to watch some of that, what do you call it? The Asian carp hunting?
Yeah.
I think this is the one I'm looking for, but I've got about 4 of them up. So people just like will tow a guy skiing, and that guy will have like an electrified tennis racket or a baseball bat or a pitchfork, and they'll just go like trying to pick these fuckers
whack-a-mole
out of midair. Let's so these guys are called the carp hunters. So there's the warning.
So Nate and I had
Oh my God, he's got Wolverine claws. This is going to fucking rule.
This is going to be great.
On a video earlier, the water was a little bit high, so we didn't find carp, but we've been perfecting what we were going to be using. And
that is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
As we've been going along, so.
Where's your helmet, sir?
Second chance for us to do this. Second iteration.
Now, wait a minute. Question. Is that Wolverine or is that Super Shredder?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
The costume here. Look at this. Real lethal.
Oh my God, he's got nails on his shin guards.
Oh, this is gonna be sticking to his feet and stuff. This is gonna be good.
Oh, this could be a lot of fun.
Look at his helmet.
Stuff. New helmet.
Oh, he's got a spiked helmet.
Spartan.
Hopefully this.
Oh, that is awesome. All right, how's he gonna do the claws though? Oh, he's got a sword?
I don't know, I guess.
Does he have a fucking sword? Oh, and here they come. And he starts hacking away at him. Oh, he fell down. Oh, took him through the trees. Don't do that. Oh, nice. Oh, no.
Harder than it looks.
Yeah, that would be tough.
I'm nervous for the first time.
Just taking him through muddy river water. Oh. Just wiping out carp. I mean, how many of them are you killing and how many of them are you just brutally wounding and they're just going to swim around like a Pez dispenser? Yeah. Oh, he's got a sheath. I see. Oh, there you go. There's one. Come on. Oh, no. This ain't going so well. Oh, there he got one. Fuck that one up. Oh, nice. I don't think he's going home.
With water skis. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't even know if I'm going to float. I hope so. I don't want to die.
Yeah, this is not a good... I don't know how this is going to work. So he's going to try and get the... Oh, my God. One of the fish... Oh, I thought it stuck to him. All right, here's Sword Guy again. Come on.
That's got to be so dangerous, though. Like
It's remarkably dangerous.
Hit yourself with a sword.
Oh, did you just stick one on the hat? Oh, there's one. Oh,
wow.
I think he got that one. Oh, one hit him in the nuts. Oh, I think he got that one. So yeah, there's like whole festivals they have like in Missouri where guys do shit like that.
Imagine a lake vomiting 30 Chicago sanitary.
Okay, this one's a news story. These are the same guys, carp hunters too. No.
A group of hardcore fishermen are clearing the Illinois River of Asian carp one by one. The Redneck Fishing Tournament, as it's called.
That's what it is.
It removed more than 3,000 invasive fish from the river and raised nearly $7,000 while doing it for veterans.
Yeah, so they just fly at them and they catch them with nets and shit.
20,000 pounds. The top team caught 346 fish in 2 hours.
Jeez.
The tournament is held in Bath, Illinois on the first weekend in August.
Yeah, that's the Redneck Fishing Tournament.
Like that's what happens when you get bored with demolition derbies.
Redneck Fishing Tournament in Illinois. National Geographic returns to the village of Bath 3 months ago. Yeah.
Well, take a look at this. Silver Asian carp. Be on the lookout. The world-famous Redneck Fishing Tournament has returned to the village of Bath. Our Demetrius Sanders shows us why the event attracts hundreds from across the country and around the world.
Well, this year's Redneck Fishing Tournament is under new leadership, but what hasn't changed is the mission of the event, and that's having a good time while getting rid of invasive carp from the Illinois River.
A tradition spanning nearly 2 decades.
How many people have been knocked off their boat into the water by one of those hitting them right in the face?
Redneck Fishing Tournament in the village of Bath. It was created by founder Betty DeFord after
I'm guessing
Asian
the boat motors like stir them up
to
like
enjoy
make it all
the
excited.
Illinois River.
They were just knocking the heck out of us. We couldn't even take kids out. And I said, you know, the battle's on.
Since its creation in 2005, thousands of fishermen have picked up their nets in Bath to catch and remove as many of the flying fish as possible. Some have participated in the tournament for years.
We've been coming here since 2013.
Goddamn right,
won
sir.
a few years, lost a few years, got second a few years. You know, it's all about having fun.
And others have traveled hours to see the tournament firsthand for the first time.
That's smart with the helmet.
Fish jumping at you. You definitely want to get in on something like that. It looks like a lot of fun.
Education is a big part of the event as well. This year, maybe more than ever, as the Illinois Department of Natural Resources rebrands Silver Asian Carp as Kopi to highlight it being a quality fish to consume.
It is the second healthiest fish you could actually eat.
Really?
The healthier one is wild-caught salmon.
And while DeFord stepped down from running the...
Holy shit, yeah, why aren't these in grocery stores all over the place? All right, well, there you go. That's it's called the Redneck Fishing Tournament.
Now we know.
In Bath, Illinois.
The more you know.
Yes. Guys, we are an educational program. Atomic Citizen with 501 says, reading Amazon Video Direct, you interested in meeting their requirements for a pay-per-view show a week or monthly? What it takes to get another show from Steel Toe Morning Show. What? Reading Amazon Video Direct. You interested meeting their requirements for... I don't know what you're asking. I guess. I don't know what any of that means. But send me something and I'll look into it, I suppose. Oz, that's going to do it for overtime. I'm going to just kind of get everything situated here for Karl, get ready for our interview coming up at 10:45. We will all hang out here. Oz, I'll let you go so you can go do whatever you're doing today. And I'll just, I'll stay on. I'll reposition myself, get ready for Karl, open up the,
yeah, I'll flip that on as soon as I get home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it'll be on in 15 minutes from now.
I'll catch half of it.
We're firing that up right off the bat here. Of course, AP Lasers, aplasers.com.
Yes.
Of course, for all your laser engraving needs, that's Oz's company. Let me just fire this up here and see if... Okay, good. Participants, copy invite link. We'll send that over to Karl. and we will be good to go. Oz, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate
Have a good
it.
one.
Have a good Thanksgiving, and we will see you on Tuesday of next week.
You got it.
Sounds good. All right. The rest of you are stuck with me until Karl gets here at 10:45. Let me just get to Karl here on the DMs. And then, oh, God. Can't even, let's see. Who are these? There we go. The link for the interview segment. There we go. All right. So Karl will be joining us at about 10:45 or whenever he decides to jump on. And we will do that. Grank Nutterbutter says, it has to feel horrible being chased out by this Nazi. What, me? A Nazi? Why would you say such things? It's, I gotta be honest with you. That hurts my feelings. Hurts my feelings a bunch, actually. I'm not saying that you should apologize, but it would make me feel better. Citizen M says, you're letting Oz go? About time. That fuck has the stamina of Eeyore. Now, so the minute he turns his back to go, you're going to be a bag of shit about it. Oh, that's awfully brave of you. Awfully brave. Aaron is the worst Nazi I've ever seen. Now, again, with the Nazi stuff. You know what, April? Why don't you come down here for just a second if you have a minute? Because I just realized maybe I should have had Oz stay on and plug AP lasers once more, because I should probably go make a wee-wees before we have Karl on. Grank Nutterbutters. Oh, you're serious? Oh, okay. Sit down, talk to him about AP lasers, what you can do for him. Fuck around with the chat a little bit. I'm going to go empty my bladder before our interview.
Oh. Urinate. He has to urinate. How's it going? Yeah. So here I am, having fun by myself. I'm having a good time, right? Do I? I used to, Mr. Candy. Back in the day, I used to partake. But, let's see. I am the best second mic. Well, thank you, Lemmy. I appreciate that very, very much. AP Lasers. Yeah. .com. We're going to be doing a gun show this weekend in Bram, Friday and Saturday. We'll be doing that with Midland Armory with Derek and Tracy. That'll be fun. Then we'll be up at the deck in Duluth the weekend after that. And then after that, we're going to be River's Edge in St. Cloud.
Sounds gay as fuck, bro.
And it totally was.
It sounds like a lot of dicks getting sucked.
Yes, we do knife blades all the time. Yes, we do engrave those.
Do you engrave knife blades, firearms, the whole deal?
Yep.
You do it all. If it's metal, you can engrave it.
That's all right.
Thank you for helping me out. Yeah, thanks
guys
for
take
helping
care.
while I went and emptied my watery bladder, as it were. That's what I have to do today. I got to pound a shitload of water. I got to try and melt my body. I got to try and...
We determined that a shitload is more than a slew.
Yeah, I think a shitload is more than a slew.
Okay.
We did learn that today. That's the big... If you take nothing else away from this program, Crowder is a grifter, and a shitload is more than a slew.
Okay. There. Thanks. See you
All
guys.
Right. Thank you, Oz. And again, in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to be talking to Karl from Who Are These Podcasts. We've got a couple of other things we can dive into a little if you'd like. I think today, I haven't decided yet, we're either going to put the interview with Karl up as a standalone clip today, or we're going to do that tomorrow, and we're going to put the Elisa Jordana clip up today. It's you know what? Why don't I leave that up to you guys? Let's start a poll here. Which clip goes up first? Do we want Karl interview, Elisa coverage, and ask your community? All right, so the poll is going up right now. There you go, guys. April says she's not home right now anyway. April's getting all that Thanksgiving stuff. It is. It's wild to think that we've got our final morning show of the week tomorrow. That means shit. That means today I've got to gather up all of that. Why can't I think of it? I got to gather up all the playlist stuff. I got to update all our playlists, get all of our best of shows that we're going to do. I got to get all of those ready and get those ready to put up there and probably start uploading those today as well, because those will take hours to complete, to get them ready for Thursday morning, Friday morning. And I think, I don't know, Saturday and Sunday morning, we might also just play some playlists. I'm not really sure. And just give you guys like the best of Brendan, the best of DSP, the best of Zumach, the best of Opie, whatever it is, on some of those shows. I haven't decided yet on how we'll do that. Looks like you guys want the Elisa Jordana coverage from last night today, and then the Karl interview tomorrow. That's, hey, fine with me. We've also got Opie from yesterday we need to get into somewhere. We got some Brendan stuff tomorrow that we'll probably do, the Chad Zumach stuff tonight. We're going to have plenty of clips for us to put up throughout the Thanksgiving weekend. And then, whatever else comes up that we deem best of worthy. Just, you know what, just for shits and giggles, let's go into our best of shows folder here. And then let me see time-wise how much stuff we have. How many hours of content? Speaking of shitty food, KFC has an apology. Shh. I didn't want you to actually play. 20.3 hours. Okay. And that includes the interviews that we have. So that includes like the E-Rock interview, the Chrissy Mayer interview, do we have the Levy one? We should probably get the Levy interview in there as well. All right. We've got plenty of stuff that we can throw at you this weekend. I should download the Levy interview, though, and get that in there. Got all of Karl's stuff. Okay. All right, so we got plenty for you, and it looks like, we'll end that poll right there. It looks like Elisa Jordana will go up today, and Karl will go up tomorrow. Did Nick tweet us back yet? Did we? I didn't tweet it, Nick. SC Motorsport says, just throwing it out there, would it be better for you to start a second YouTube channel just for the clips and leave this one for the full episodes? Sometimes it's hard to sift through. That is a very good point, and I have thought about that in the past, and that is a route we could go in the future. Right now, the clips are driving a big chunk of the what do you call it? The new subscriptions. So I think we might actually keep doing it this way for a while. Let me check in on Twitter. I got just a fuckload of notifications. I did have to clarify something today. I was listening to the latest Misery Loves Company. I'm a subscriber to Kevin Brennan's Patreon and that whole thing. I think he's a talented elder statesman of comedy. I respect Kevin Brennan a lot. But he was casting, you could just smell bitterness on him when it came to Chrissy and Frank getting swatted, and it just came off as really bitter, hostile anger. And I know that's Kevin Brennan's bit, but I always thought it was funny when it was a bit. This is just, I think when you become so much rage, I think you lose the ability to control it, and then everything is just, you have to be pissed off at everybody. You have to be angry about everything, and that's, I don't know, man. I would never want to live that way. It works for some people. But he was going after Chrissy and saying she probably didn't even really get swatted. It's probably all bullshit. She's probably just faking it because all these people are, this, that, and the other thing. I will say this. I don't, like, the swatting thing, I'm not really making it the channel's identity, certainly. We have a show to do. But we were the ones who got swatted first. And then we went on Chrissy's show. And then Elisa Jordana's audience swatted her then as well. The whole reason this thing got started is Jake Hudson started becoming a Kermit and Friends fan, and then we exposed that show last night. And then their audience, he started talking shit to us, about us, to that audience, and they're full of psychos. And so they swatted us, and then they found out we were going on Chrissy's podcast right after, and then they swatted Chrissy. They were texting April and I various death threats, rape threats, calling me the N-word and, other words I like. But they were doing all that to us. The police department were here. The only reason we didn't get the get on the ground shit was because the cops know who we are. We've been doing broadcasting in this area in one form or another for almost a decade, so they're familiar with the show. And, you know, that whole thing happened. So then it happens to Chrissy, and Kevin goes, I probably didn't even happen. And then Chad, because Chad's just kind of up Kevin Brennan's ass while accusing other people of sucking up, he's like, yeah, probably didn't happen. Well, if you're saying Chrissy's didn't happen, then you're saying ours didn't happen. I've talked to the detectives from where Chrissy and Frank live. We've had a conversation. We've shared the information that we have with each other. So I know, look, I don't take it personally with Kevin because Kevin's not directly talking to me, but I will let him know now that if you say it didn't happen to Chrissy, you're saying it didn't happen to me. And if you'd like me to send you the death and rape threats that I've been getting for the last couple of days, happy to do it for you. Shouldn't have to prove that it happened, but I will. I don't see Kevin Brennan as the kind of guy who backs off anyway, though, and goes, oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I really look like a fucking moron right now. So I don't want to get into that place with Kevin Brennan. I don't. Like I said, personally, I have nothing against him. He's just so blinded by his hatred of those two that he can't just see reality for what it is. He has to create a reality because nothing bad can ever happen to those two. They have to just be working an angle. And then, you know, Chad, I mean, Chad's hopeless, obviously. Chad's just funny to me. But as far, yeah, and then he's like, is she even a real redhead? And then Josh Denny got mentioned on Tucker Carlson. And look, Josh Denny and this show have, you know, no love lost between the two of us in the years past. He was mentioned on Tucker because the comedy shows he organizes for Gavin and Anthony have been getting threatened and they've been getting canceled and all this stuff. And Tucker brought it up on his show and Josh got a nice little plug out of the deal. Good for him. Kevin Brennan's on his show yesterday going, they're not even talking about Josh Denny. It's not him. He thinks he's getting all this attention. It's like, Kevin, do you have to just fucking hate everything? Like, does it all just have to be anger? Is it shtick now? Like, are you running a shtick or is the shtick running you? It's hard to tell at this point, obviously, honestly, because it was just everybody that came up on his show. It was bitterness. It was hostility. It was all this other shit. Like, he was on with Rich Voss on Anthony's show, and Rich Voss ripped him to pieces, and it just, like I said, I don't want to get too deep into it because I can't really go after Kevin the way I can go after Chad because I don't feel that same level of hackiness from Kevin. But you gotta clear all that shit out of here because it ages you terribly. It makes you sick. It just, you don't want to hang on to that shit. Ozymandia says, why does Chad have such a hate boner for Chrissy and Frank? You want the long and short of it? Because Kevin does, and he's up Kevin's ass. That's it. He can give any reason he wants, but that's the real reason. Citizen M says, to be fair, the reason Brennan believes Chrissy is lying about the swatting is because I brigaded his chat saying, Chrissy is lying about the swatting. You fucking dick. You were here. You knew it was real. Oh, man. Ozymandia says, Kevin is kind of whiny to me. Well, look, that's his gimmick. And, you know, it's not a bad gimmick. You know, it's worked for him, I guess. But, yeah, when he kept accusing the swatting of being fake, it was, you know, with the texts and the threats that I've gotten and the police involvement, you know, we've had here, it was kind of hard for, I know he wasn't talking about me. I'm trying not to take that personally. But when I saw what it did to my wife and everything else, and I'm sure what it did to Chrissy was probably similar. That'll, even a guy like me who lets a lot of that shit roll off, I had to tweet something today because that was a bit out of line. But again, he doesn't know any better. You know, what does he know about the situation? At any rate, I'm just looking at the responses to that tweet, and it seems like, holy shit, got a little bit of a response there. I just, you know, again, I don't think that he's going to take that back in any way, shape, or form. I think those two are locked in such a feud that, you know, there's no turning back. Bat Snack says, I just discovered this Chad fella on Brennan's show. The Bert Kreischer level of lying and making up stories was Electrocution Cringe. Maybe we'll watch some of it tonight on the evening show. I know we've got a lot of Chad stuff to get through tonight because we could check on Chad once a week, sometimes more. Sometimes he produces a lot of fun for us. But we got to sneak him in tonight, and we have a lot of Chad clips. He's been making a lot of douche mistakes lately, and we got to get them all covered, I suppose. Wow, I got a long message from Adam here. Says, if I have show ideas, do you want me to send them to you? I'm happy to if you want to use them and might use them, but I don't want to spend the time writing them up if you see it as more of spam to filter through. No need to be polite about it. Just say no thank. Well, don't. And then there's like 2 more paragraphs. If you have ideas, throw them this way. Throw them to me. I love that. Yeah, don't. If you guys got ideas for the show, I'm not going to be a fucking dick and be like, oh, you piece of shit. Why would you send me ideas for my show? If you you got something funny you're thinking about and you want to throw it our way, not going to stop you. That's for sure. No Karl yet. We're at 10:45. Haven't heard from Karl. You know what we could do? We could just call Gino Bisconte on air and just have him as our constant backup. April says, I'm not home. I would have stayed if you had given me a heads up. I'm sorry. You didn't have to be here. It's fine. You're doing Thanksgiving shit. I'm going to be down shining this seat with my ass all day today, I think, because we've got a lot of best of stuff to put together before Thursday and Friday. There he is. Let's pop him up on the screen. That's not the right screen, Aaron, you technological dickhead. There he is. Karl from Who Are These Podcasts. How are you, sir? Uh-oh. Can he not hear us? Oh, boy. Karl, I don't. Are you there? Uh-oh, he can't hear us. Shit. Nothing? I'm doing the Stuttering John thing now where I'm like yelling at him knowing he can't hear. Like, no, if you just turn your thing up. Look at this. Now you got 2 of me. Karl will be back in a second. We got to talk to him about DabbleCon that's coming up in February. D-Man says Karl is great at tech. It's the opposite of me, man. I am dog shit at tech. Oh, let's get Karl in here. He's going to log out. He's going to log back in. That would be a funny bit, Dr. Scotty Jones. Just fuck with him and mouth the words. We could pull that off. We'll talk to him about DabbleCon. Well, look, I'm not going to be able to resist. We'll probably ask him about Chad also. We'll probably get some Chad stuff in there with Karl. Check out Who Are These Podcasts on Patreon. I just found out when I renewed my subscription to Karl's Patreon, if you subscribe for a year, you get it's like $1 off every month. That's kind of cool. I like that. But subscribe to his Patreon. Get these Who Are These Podcast episodes early. Get the video version. Subscribe to Who Are These Podcasts on YouTube. They've got a lot of great clips. The last 2 guys that they found are 2 of the funniest fucking shows to monitor ever. I was so jealous when I saw that they'd found these guys. I go, I would have a blast with these people. And Karl he finds them first. I can't remember. We'll ask Karl what the names were. One of them's Harrison, I think, which is kind of a serial killer name. But he's got one guy, Harrison, and another guy who does like an interview show, and he's just the most awkward. Like he's almost like a Neil Hamburger kind of a character, but I think he's a shoot. So got all that coming up with Karl from Who Are These Podcasts. Uh-oh, he says, give me a second. I need to reboot. No problem, buddy. We'll get you in here. We'll get you in. Glenn says about the Kevin Brennan thing, ignore him. He has nothing and is clamoring for fame and attention. He's a bully and is barely funny. It calls himself a comedian. I disagree. I like Kevin Brennan. I think he and Bob Levy do a good job on Thursdays on Compound. But I just thought that him saying the swatting thing wasn't real when I was the one who like got swatted and like has dealt with the cops and all of this other stuff. Like that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Because, like, again, what April's gone through and, that shook her up really bad. But you look, again, I understand Kevin Brennan. I understand his shtick. And I'm not going to sit here and like act like he's going to say sorry or anything like. And also, he never said that we faked our swatting. He probably doesn't even know that Chrissy's swatting and our swatting are connected. It's just, you know those things that are like you hang-ups and they're not them hang-ups. Like this is not a hang-up for Kevin to deal with. It's a hang-up for me. Karl is re-upping his data card, someone says. Balls Deep says, definitely not a work. I get the angle they're covering, though. Bob Levy was very cool about it. We'll be on Levy Land tonight, but Bob was really cool about the whole thing. He was trying to explain to Chad and Kevin, like, what swatting actually is. I got to move over, aren't I? I'm not centered. Got to make sure I'm centered. Get this mic the fuck out of here. There we go. Bring it over here. Now I look more presentable and professional for Karl. From Who Are These Podcasts? Atomic Citizen says, if two Aarons are saying it, my God, how can you not agree? I know this looks fucking ridiculous, but I figured, if I don't have it up, I got to sit here and watch for Karl to get back on. This way, we'll just have it when it's ready. Citizen M says, I explained that to Kev. Steel Toe was swatted. That's where Chrissy got the idea. Yeah, okay, so Citizen M, you definitely didn't help Chrissy in that regard, did you? Yeah, Steel Toe got swatted, so Chrissy stole the idea. Okay. Michael B says, it's like you have a pack of dogs, and those dogs bring other dogs. Not your fault. I hear you. Sean John says, when will April be back on the show? Tonight at 7 p.m. If you're new to the show and you're confused by our schedule, it's okay. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we have Johnny, Oz, and Corey in the morning. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in the evening, we have April, and then Thursday and Friday mornings. April is my co-host. I'm getting to like a weird spot now. Like there's this weird position I'm in as quote unquote the boss. Ugh, right? There's this weird position I'm in now where like a lot of the new listeners are going, they're like, oh, where's April? April's got to be here. So I'm like, do I got to start firing motherfuckers and just bring April in? More like a lot, the new audience members make it really uncomfortable when you've got like Oz sitting here and people just start going, where's the girl? Confidence booster for guys like him to read that. Karl, hello, sir.
Hey, what's happening, Aaron?
Oh, not too much. Just staying on way too long this morning because I wanted to talk to my good buddy Karl from Who Are These Podcasts. And hey,
I was going to say, you're on like hour 7 right now. I feel bad for you.
We're going to be we did this when, was it Gino or Bob Levy came on? We ended up booking a time with them that they could do. And we were like, well, I'm not going to cut the show off and then start up a new stream and then get that one going. We'll stay on through and then do it that way.
Hey, you picked this time, not me. So don't put this on me here.
Yeah, no, it was 100% I picked this time because I should have clarified. Yeah, when we did it with Gino, I was like, I think I kind of like that. We just get through everything that way. So for you, I just went, yeah, let's do the same time.
All good, buddy. All good.
We are booking your new ally in the Dabbler fight, and that is Stone Fury himself, Windy City Heat's own Perry Caravello.
Nice.
Yeah, and Tom, we booked him on the show, and I forgot that Perry's out in California. So I asked Tom, and Perry does not look like an early riser. And I asked Tom, I'm like, anyway, Perry could do 10:30 Central Time? And he's like, if you could push that an hour, it'd be all right. So I don't think we're going to be able to pull it off with Perry, but I don't know if you've ever seen Windy City Heat. It's one of my favorite comedies. It's so goddamn funny, and to have Perry on, I think will be a hoot. It was cool to see that he kind of got in on the Stuttering John stuff.
Well, so I don't know what's going on with that. I think people are just pretending to be Stuttering John and fucking with him.
Yeah.
And of course he flies off the handle all the time. So I think that just kind of worked for him because I was a little confused about that myself. By the way, Windy City Heat is there any other movie like that's ever been made?
No.
Where it's just one person's getting pranked the whole time?
I know, and it's just
incredible.
Like there's so many quotable moments. Like to this day, I'll still sit there like, why is the red bat even there? And like there's little moments where Perry becomes kind of conscious as to what's happening to him, and it goes away very, very quickly. I think honestly, the way that movie came together, like I think Don Barris is criminally underrated for being able to put something like that together.
Well, it also plays into the thing, and I've been recognizing this more and more. People, if you're presented with something that you want to be true, you will believe it.
Yeah.
So this guy wants to believe he's a movie star so badly that he'll be like, all right, this is just a weird coincidence.
Right. It's kind of like after we beat your Bills, I so badly wanted to believe that this wasn't the same old Vikings that I turned this week's game off at halftime.
Yeah, I knew we were going to get into this kind of talk. By the way, that Bills-Vikings game, I'm so sick of this 4th and 18 catch made by Jefferson. They're like, wow, he made a one-handed catch. No. The Bills defender had 2 hands on it. That was a 3-handed catch. We caught that ball. You're welcome. Here you go. Here's the ball. First down and 10. Go for it.
I mean, thanks for the help. I appreciate it. I mean, if the media is going to suck our dick and tell us we're amazing, it's not like we're going to sit here and go, no. We'll let Bills fans do that. Yeah, Bills fans will do that part.
That was one of the craziest games I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
The Bills find new and innovative ways to lose. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah, the audience will know this because I never mention it. I haven't mentioned it 9,000 times before in the last 4 or 5 years. But I was actually at the Minneapolis Miracle. I was at US Bank Stadium for it. And I will tell you that the stress I felt during that Bills game was far higher on the Richter scale than the Minneapolis Miracle. Because people forget, until the actual catch, the actual Minneapolis Miracle, we were all pretty much deflated, and it was done. And we were like, well, this shit happened again. Here we go. And then the catch happened, and it was total euphoria. Whereas the Bills game is, well, I can give up on this one. We're down by about 3 scores. And I was like, oh, shit, we're back in it. Okay, cool. Oh, my God, we've got a chance. And then it was, we're on the goal line. We're going to win this thing. And then we don't get in at the goal line. Oh, shit, well, it's over. Fumble, touchdown. Holy shit, we won. Bills get a field goal. Fuck, here we go. Overtime. We're not going to make it. Then we get the ball. Oh, my God, we got the ball. We're down on the 2. Oh, a field goal. Oh, shit, Josh Allen can drive down. Like, it was just... And then the interception in the end zone, it was just too much emotion in that one.
Yeah, I was talking to my buddy who was at the game. He was over last weekend to watch the Bills. And he was saying everyone in the stadium thought the Bills were going to lose that game as soon as Minnesota started coming back, I think, late in the 3rd quarter. There was just this bad feeling. There was an ominous feel to how that game was going for the Bills.
Dude, both of our franchises, like you and I started fighting about who the bigger loser franchise is over text. And finally I went, we're both 0-8 in Super Bowls. What are we fighting about?
Exactly.
We both suck and we both get depressed easily.
But why? I know. People like to talk shit to me. I'm like, listen, I'm a Bills and a Sabres fan. I've never won anything in my life. What do you want from me? Like, how much shit talking to you? I'm a pretty loyal fan considering I had to watch 3 decades of the Bills suck.
Yeah.
And I'm still in there, hanging in there and watching it. So, but yeah, that was a crazy game against Dallas.
Yeah.
On Sunday. Wow.
Let me tell you, it was the opposite of crazy. It started depressing. It stayed depressing. And, I am an ardent Kirk Cousins defender. And I was the first one to get on everybody and go, don't you dare say a word about Kirk. You can't throw the goddamn ball when Micah Parsons is in your lap every time you drop back. It was impossible to throw the ball.
Well, then you got to change your game plan. This is what I get really annoyed with offensive coordinators is that they're just like, no, we're going to do 5-step drops. It doesn't. Our offensive line can't hold up. Doesn't matter. 5-step drop. Look for your 3rd option and throw. It's not working. Screen pass. Yeah. Do something else. Pitch it out. Bootleg.
Like Dak and the Cowboys knew that we had Zadarius Smith and Danielle Hunter, and like he wasn't hanging on to the ball at all when they weren't running it. And it was like,
right.
I sometimes when the Vikings get the shit kicked out of them, it's just I'll watch other teams and go, we never do that. It's just like we never run things that way.
Yeah, I do the same thing. The Bills for a long time had the worst offensive line in football, and they would never run a screen pass. And I'm watching every team they play against pick up 30, 40 yards at a time with screen passes. Why aren't we ever doing this? We don't have an offensive line. This is the play.
Yeah, and then as a fan, it makes you forget like the last time you were in a screen pass and you lost 4 yards, and you're like, oh, that's why. Okay.
That's right. They can't execute. That's right.
No, they have Tyreek Hill. Okay, that's why we don't do those passes. I get it now. You have you got a wild hair up your ass with Shuli and Kumia and those guys, and you guys decided to take this Stuttering John thing and blow it up and put hundreds of people in a room over the course of a couple of days and do DabbleCon. What is it, February 2nd?
February 3rd and 4th, Friday and Saturday in Rochester, New York at the Comedy at the Carlson. And if you go to WATPlive.com, you can get more information about the events that we're throwing as well as purchase tickets. there's 4 different events throughout the weekend, but there's actually multiple events within each event. So we have a stand-up comedy show Friday night, followed by karaoke. We're doing live Who Are These Podcasts and a live Uncle Rico show. We have the first ever Dabby Award ceremony, where we're going to be handing out some pretty coveted awards, the Dabbies, as they're known.
Is John winning all of them?
Yes, basically what it's going to be. Yeah, basically it's going to be like drunkest appearance, and then we'll have a bunch of video clips of John just being wasted on his show, or biggest drool, and just a bunch of video clips of John just drooling all over himself.
Oh, so a different John can win each time. Like it could be like this John's competing against other Johns, though.
Correct. Yeah. So we're going to have a lot of different fun categories like that. One of my favorite, though, that John won't win is most put off guest. What we've been noticing is like guests try to get off his show as quickly as possible. They'll be 20 minutes in and be like, all right, well, John, thanks so much for having me. I just want to let you, no, you got to stay on. Like, he forces his guests to stay on for an hour. It's so funny.
You know, it's funny to talk to like a Bob Levy who was around Stern for a long time and who obviously picked up a lot of stuff from working with Stern, like in broadcasting ability. And then to see someone like John who worked so close to Howard, and then to watch him he's like Opie. Like you put him in there by himself and he's like a babe in the woods. He doesn't know what the hell to do.
And isn't that funny, Aaron? Because we've probably both had that scenario happen to us. We're like, oh shit, I got to fill some time now. Right. I'm not really prepared. And what do you do when that happens? You never show up unprepared again. You learn your lesson. Like that sucked. I'm going to have shit to talk about. If anything, I'm guilty of too much prep. I prep for my show because I want to make sure that we're going to have interesting things to talk about and we're not just filling time. John comes on his show over and over again, and if the guest is 5 minutes late, he's got nothing to talk about. He starts scrolling through his Twitter feed, looking for something to talk about. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah, no matter what you think of Howard now, obviously, but he's the best to ever do it, and you sat there for over a decade with him, and like to not be able to watch him, because there were probably numerous times where Howard, a guest, didn't show up or they were late, and Howard would move on like nothing was missed, and just John. It's how you know he never took it seriously.
Correct. Right. Yeah, actually, my buddy Drew Lane from the Drew and Mike show, he was getting in on the action a little bit, offering John money to take an IQ test against Anthony Cumia. And so John had to address Drew from the Drew and Mike show. He goes, I've never even heard of the Drew and Mike show. Meanwhile, they were the number one show in Detroit when Howard entered that market in the 90s. Howard talked about him every day for weeks. Like, are you even paying attention to the show that you are on? You're the call screener of?
Yeah.
To say that you don't know who they are is actually more of an indictment on you, that you're not even paying attention on the show, because Howard knows who the fucking Drew and Mike show is.
So you guys are doing it. Shuli's doing it. Anthony's doing it. I think that's so cool because like Uncle Rico and Who Are These Podcasts, like Who Are These Podcasts is like the original. It's the one that got the ball rolling on everything. And then Uncle Rico kind of occupies that space of like guys who knew John personally and like have these personal interactions. And like when you watch Chad, he'll like try the divide and conquer thing with Uncle Rico and Who Are These Podcasts and me and Gino and all this other stuff. So to watch you guys kind of come together and deal him out is, I don't know, I thought that was kind of cool.
Oh, Chad is such a piece of shit. This whole thing where, I swear to God, I was checking out his show the other day for my show. I was pulling clips on it. He said that he didn't care about us goofing on him at least 62 times in one episode. Now, I ask you, Aaron, if there's something you don't care about, how often do you talk about it on your show? Something you don't care about.
Hey, in defense of Chad Zumach, that 62 is down from 84 the previous episode. So he's getting better. He's getting better.
Exactly. I love it. I love that we've gotten together. Obviously, as soon as Shuli left Howard Stern, his first ever Shuli Show podcast, he mentioned, I just want to be a big enough show that Who Are These Podcasts rips on me or something like that. And I was like, oh, Shuli's aware of my show. So I reached out to him. We got him on the show. He did not want to talk about John. And I understood. Anyone who has a personal relationship with people, I always ask them ahead of time, are you cool if we talk about Opie or John or whatever it is? And Shuli was just like, no, I'm not going to go there. I'm taking the high road. John's done a lot of bullshit. I don't even want to get engaged in that.
Right.
So Shuli wanted to take the high road and not address Stuttering John. And John kept hammering Shuley over and over again to the point where Shuley put his hands up and goes, all right, fuck it. Gloves are off. Let's go. So John created, the Uncle Rico show.
Yeah.
Obviously, but also, I mean, the whole Dabbleverse.
Yeah, the whole thing.
I consider you a part of the Dabbleverse at this point.
I am, I'm like one of those, I'm like one of the teen titans of the Dabbleverse. I'm like kind of the outside, I'm like Nightwing, I'm not Batman, I'm not Superman, I'm not Cyborg or anything. I'm one of the teen titans over there.
But when you make a cameo, when you make an appearance in the Dabbleverse, you're not out of place.
Right. They go, oh, hey, look,
look,
it's Nightwing. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Now get the fuck out of here, Nightwing. It's Batman's turn. Nice to see you.
You talk about so many different internet characters on your show. I don't know how you keep up with all of it. So I'm assuming the people who are watching this know what we're talking about because I'm kind of like going deep with everything.
No,
here.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. No, they know all the players. Yeah, we got and Chrissy kind of got all the heat for it. I don't want to be the guy who gets his headlines from the swatting or anything, but I was first. Then we brought the swatters over to her show. I mean, whatever. But we decided they came from Elisa Jordana's show. They were part of
shit.
Yeah, they were part of that community. Our boy Jake Hudson, we stopped paying attention to him, and he's a kind of mentally ill guy from Mississippi, and he went over to their show and their Discord and started really trashing Steel Toe, started giving away our show number. People were able to find all kinds of information from that. Oh, and we'd sent Jake merch. So he had like address information. So he started giving it to all these people and shitting on us so he could get attention from this new group of people. And then we found out who was doing what they were doing, traced it back to that. So we've actually added Elisa Jordana to our list of lolcows of characters. We did one on her yesterday, and she is, I hadn't really delved that deep into her. She's a problem, man.
Really? So I've had Elisa on my show, and she actually goes on Drew and Mike quite a bit. So I consider her a friend of the show, but I'm not really paying that much attention to Kermit and Friends. So what's going on?
I hadn't either. Like, this wasn't until, like, if it weren't for the swatting, I would have thought, oh, she's like that person dated Benji for a while or whatever it was.
Right.
But then, like, Turkey Tom had put something out there about Andy Dick, and then he spent some time on her, and that got me deep diving into that. And it's like the way she used Andy Dick and then passed him off to this IRL streamer who kept him full of booze and weed and then kept all the donation money. And
well, hold on a second. No. You're making it seem like Elisa has control over Andy Dick. Andy Dick's going to do what Andy Dick's going to do. And that guy is out of control.
I agree with you. And Andy's a fucking mess. And it's not like if she hadn't done what she did, Andy was going to get better.
Right.
But she certainly didn't put him in a better place. And when she had him on and told him to go to this guy, she wasn't helping him. Like this was definitely not an I'm helping thing. And look, I'm also not one of those people. If you've had her on and she was very nice to you, you should absolutely be nice to her back. It's absolutely personal with me because of what happened with us. I don't expect anyone to ever like share my beefs. I don't.
Yeah, but was Elisa responsible for you getting swatted? Not
no,
at all, right?
She's not. No, she's not directly responsible for being swatted. But when you watch her show and you watch the way she like the kind of people that she puts on there, you don't talk to people like that the way you talk to normal people. They tend to take things differently, to put it that way. These are not you and I type people. These are people who are clearly, they've got maybe some mental issues and things like that. I mean, by her own admission, her own fans have like found out her address and stalked her and shit like that. And, just, again, what I've been looking into, the enabling, the kind of people that she uses for content, I don't know. My personal rule is like a Chad, I have no problem, making fun of someone like Chad or someone like that. But if there's someone who clearly is not all there, that's where I kind of tap out and I go, okay, now I'm just kind of using weirdos for content, and that's a little iffy.
Two thoughts on that. I think one of them is everyone saw the way Howard Stern built his whack pack out.
Yeah.
And a lot of people try to emulate that, and they can't pull it off. It's a very difficult thing to do. And even Howard lost control of those guys from time to time.
Right.
And bad shit happened as a result of that. So, but the one thing I'm wary of, and I would just caution you, is to say that people who enjoy a certain person's show, that show is responsible for their behavior, because you you know and I know that we have no control over people who enjoy our shows. People are going to do some crazy ass shit that I do not condone. I can say 80 times, don't fuck with people in real life, and still people will come back to me like, and this is all Karl's fault because he's making fun of Chad. It's like, no, I told everyone not to fuck with them. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying she is not in any way responsible for the swatting that happened to us. But, you know, I come from radio, and I'm one of those guys where if I draw it back to you, like I got to get my pound of flesh too. Like I got to get mine back, and that's what we did last night. And I don't know, there's not a lot of depth there, so I don't think it's going to be a continuing thing. But like my thing when I was on radio too was I always said I said if you step on my toe, I'm going to nuke a village. Like I don't want to be a guy where people think they can come in and like do shit like that. I want there to be a cost attached to something like that. But again, it's
swatting is totally fucked up. The fact that anyone, I can't believe that that's a thing now that people are doing, because aren't there consequences to that? I mean, is this guy going to get in some trouble for this?
I have to be this is fun. I get to do this now. By instruction of the authorities, I have to be careful that I don't get too specific. Yeah, the wheels of justice move slowly, and some certain things have to come back to the authorities, and then they can do whatever. Fuck, I'm terrible at this. But anyway, yeah, long answer short, yeah, the guy's fucked.
Good.
Big time. Because,
Good.
I mean,
when an example out of this person.
So he tried to use multiple numbers, but one of them, they were clearly able to trace it back to the person. Like, it wasn't even difficult. It was actually one of our listeners who found out who it was, sent it to the police, and the police went, yep, that checks out. We just called that police department. And when they called the police department in that jurisdiction, our police didn't even finish that guy's last name, and the police finished it for him. They're like, yeah, we're aware of this guy. He's a problem.
He's a problem.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. So yeah, but yeah, you mentioned that we have all these people we follow now, and I just wanted to let you know about the last one. I didn't know you had her on again. I don't want anyone to share in anything I have, because Lord knows I can fly off the handle from time to time.
Aaron, the number of shows that you and I both critique and review on a regular basis, there's going to be times when I'm saying shit about someone that you like and vice versa. It's fine. It's
absolutely
all good.
Well,
I treat life like a roast. I honestly don't take anything that seriously. I really don't care when people like Ethan and Ralph try to get into real beefs with me and tell me he knows where I live. I'm like, what are you talking about? We're on the internet making jokes. What do you mean? Who cares? Who gives a shit?
I'm jealous because I'd like to spend a little more time on Ethan, but like, it's so much harder to find stuff on him. Maybe you've got some source material, but it's a little harder because he's not on YouTube. So I got to dig a little deeper, and I'm lazy. But
there's other video platforms than YouTube.
I know, and I'll get
That's the only one you know about.
I started a Rumble account. I just have to figure out how to set the whole thing up. I'll get there.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, the reason we started branching out into so many different people, though, is because like you and Shuli, like you had the John shit covered. And we were like, all right, let's find some other people. And God sent me an angel named Chad Zumock, who, like, while everyone else was talking about John, we kind of snuck in. It was kind of after you and Anthony had gone after him like a year prior for the credit card stuff. So the Chad stuff had cooled down. We saw the video of Chad talking about how he was going to jump in on John stuff. And I sniffed this guy out immediately, as everyone else probably did. I went, oh, this guy's a clout-chasing phony. And then
that was the turning point for me, too.
Yeah, the more people started sending us more shit, we were like, oh, this guy's fun. Then it started bothering him, even though, I should say, it doesn't bother him. But it started to seem like he cared a little bit. And then we were like, and you know this feeling doing the kind of show you do. That's the moment where you feel your teeth sink in, and you're like, oh, I don't have to let go now. This is great.
Well, the best was, Chad was recently on the show talking about how he never watches your show. I don't watch his other shows, so that just gives them it gives them clout.
Energy.
If I don't watch it,
Yeah.
it gives them energy, and if I don't watch it, it doesn't mean anything. And then he's talking about your hairline, he's talking about your wife, he's talking about where you broadcast out of. Like, he knew every detail about the show. And you're like, wait a second, I thought you didn't care about these people.
And it's very funny because you can tell he watches the clips we put out, because he'll change his story in the next episode he does after the clip comes out. He'll say, oh, they're in Minnesota. And we called him out for that. The very next show he did, he goes, I think they're in North Dakota. or something.
Yeah,
like
one
that.
of those places.
Like North Dakota. His name's like Andy or Aaron or something. I always love the hesitancy that he has when it's time to mention Steel Toe, because he's been beefing with you long enough where he goes, Gino and Karl and Chrissy and Frank and Steel Toe, and it's like, come on, add us to the list. Come on, fuck me.
You know it's there.
He's not clever enough to play the game he's playing, but God bless him for our sake. He's an angel. For our sake, he keeps playing the game, and it keeps. I still haven't gotten through the latest Misery Loves Company, but I'm excited to listen to it.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to his podcast that much because it's so boring. He's just not an entertaining guy. He's not funny. Like he wants to come at us, but he's doing it the wrong way because he's just angry. That was the thing. I had him on my show. He was a guest on my show, and he wanted to go after this dude, Maxwell, who he used to go up against in Cleveland when they both had radio shows. So he goes, Karl, I want to come on and be a guest. Let's do this show. I'm like, great. We're doing Jocktober.
Yeah.
So we're focusing on radio hosts. Come on and we'll do it. And he wasn't funny at all. He was just angry. He was just pissed off. Like he doesn't treat anything like a roast. So I couldn't do anything with that. I'm like, Chad, this is a comedy show. I'm not here to tell this guy to fucking die. You know, like this. Chad just wanted to like bury this guy. Like, all right. I mean, I think he could live his life still. It's fine. We'll just goof on him if that's all right.
Right. Chad doesn't have that, like, let's make fun of the guy. You know what it is, and not to get too psychological here, but like he talks about how he was the cool kid in high school. It really is. He either has kiss a guy's ass like Kevin Brennan, or he has let's shove the nerd in the locker and be like high school bully mean. And the rest of us are like, no, dude, see, we're past that part in life. We just kind of want to tell jokes and make our friends laugh as we use this person as the target. That's it. And he doesn't get that, which makes me wonder. And when you did the Content House, Who Are These Podcasts? It kind of answered my question. How the fuck does this guy do stand-up? And the answer is he doesn't.
Yeah, we have a stand-up set from him that a listener of our show recorded for us. And I was on with Chrissy and Anthony Cumia and Jen from the Jingles department. And we were trying to listen to, it was less than 30 minutes, this stand-up set. And we're just trying to listen to it and just kind of figure out, like, because, you know, Anthony does stand-up, Chrissy's a stand-up. They have some understanding of how this all works. So we're just trying to, like, figure it out. I think we got about 9.5 minutes in. And we just like, I can't, I mean, it's taking so long to get through this because it's so bad. And we just couldn't take it anymore. Like, all right, move on. Let's talk about something else now. So bad.
Yeah, it was really tragic. But look at you. People surreptitiously recording chat and sending it into you. Are you becoming a little Karl Redbar over here?
Oh,
What's
no,
going
God,
on?
no, please.
We Karl Redbar? What is this? What's the bit called? The Spy? Oh, God, I can't remember what the fucking segment's called. The Spy and are we at Spy and the Pry with Karl?
Somebody said, I forgot who said this, but I thought it was perfect, that Redbar is the evil Karl from Who Are These Podcasts?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, so no, I'm definitely not Mike David. There's something about the way he goes after people that's not fun.
Right.
And he can be funny and he can be interesting, and I'm not, like, his show's too long and I don't totally get it, but he doesn't have that element of fun. He just seems really mad for real all the time.
That's kind of where I had to draw the line, because like I said, I'm not ashamed to say, a big Redbar fan for years. I thought what he did was very funny, but when he came back from being sick, there was an element where like the light was gone and like the humor was gone, and it was replaced by just, I don't know. It felt like I got that vibe, almost like a Kevin Brennan kind of vibe, where it's like, and again, I like Kevin Brennan. I respect Kevin Brennan, but like there's that, the humor is gone, and now it's just, I'm angry at what this is, and I'm going to show them how much fucking smarter I am than them. And that it's like, that's great for a vendetta, bad for an audience member.
Right. And I'll say this. I know people who know Mike David in real life, and they will tell you he's not a fun guy. And I think that's one of the things, that's one of those elements where your real personality obviously is going to come through in your show and what you're doing.
Right.
Anyone that you'll meet who hangs out with me will tell you I am always up for a good time. I'm not angry at people. I'm always having fun. But when you see a guy like Mike David, who, by the way, like Stuttering John, aged about 10 years in 2 years time.
Yeah.
And I know he was sick, and that's probably part of it though too. It's like,
sure,
when you talk to people who know the guy and they're like, oh no, he's not putting that on. He's pissed off. He's an angry dude. You're like, yeah, that's not fun for me. I don't enjoy that.
Yeah, I think shit happens to people and they have a hard time letting it go. And like you said, he is sick. I hope Chad's okay from his car accident. I hope Mike David gets better. Like you said, come on. I think he was in a car accident. I mean, sure, he reached for a couple things, forgot he was hurt, and then went, ow, 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 ow.
I saw that.
You're right. The acting should have been in like a personal injury attorney commercial.
Yeah.
But
it's like that Brady Bunch episode where she drops the book and the guy turns his head real quick. He's like, oh, shit, I forgot I have a neck injury. Like someone could like easily fool Chad into proving that he's not hurt. But
yeah. That whole thing is, I feel like Chad's kind of stuck on the car accident thing because Anthony was actually Gino and Bob Levy got to call him out on In Hot Water right away as it happened. And then Anthony called him out right after that. And then, God, Chad with his copes, he's like, oh yeah, someone sent me a message and said Anthony was talking about it. No, you were fucking listening because you wanted Anthony to mention it and you called in right away. But like the cope that he had to pull was like, oh yeah, I've really been in a car accident. And then Anthony's like, why did you mention that the other guy didn't have insurance? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't matter. And Anthony right away goes, you were setting up a GoFundMe. You're setting up like an angle on this. So now Chad's kind of fucked because he has to still sell the car accident, but anything he was going to do to try to raise money on it is kind of fucked now.
Yeah, I think people are catching on to this guy's many grifts in life. We're all catching on. He was like, we talked about Stuttering John talking about donate to my Patreon and my PayPal, and I'll give it to this person for chemo treatment. Chad Zumock did that shit months before that with some buddy of his who got into a car wreck in Cleveland. And he's like, I'm going to give 100% of my Patreon money and 75% of my merchandise sales to this guy over the next 2 months. You're like, dude, what you're saying right now is insane. Because who's keeping the accounting on this? I want to see Chad in a spreadsheet going, all right, hold on a second, 0.75 times sell C1. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the amount of money to go to. It's like, there's no way he's keeping track of this.
Yeah, and that is a terrible thing to do. And may I just, it reminds me, may I say, guys, we are currently taking donations for Gino Bisconte's cirrhosis of his liver. We will be giving 75% of that to Gino, a dear friend of the program. And we want to make sure he gets better. So if you just send it to the Steel Toe PayPal, we will make sure that gets to
that's an important charity, too, because I know what Gino will do with that, having spent some time with him. He will turn that money into whiskey, and he'll clear up that health issue right away.
He's a goddamn magician, that man.
He really is. He's something else.
No, it's, actually understanding Gino and getting to know Gino how I have has actually kind of, it's also what kind of changed my opinion on like the Mike Davids of the world, because his point, and he may belabor it a bit, but Gino's point of like carrying that shit around and being that way ages you and makes you sick and everything else, it does kind of like shift the dynamic on how you used to see Gino. Like for me, when I didn't know him after the Brennan stuff and the Pat Dixon stuff, and then to how I see him now after listening to the guy, and you're like, you know what? He may be shouting it at a remarkable level, but it makes sense.
Yeah, Gino's another one of these guys, and listen, I've spent some time with him. We spent the weekend together at Content House. I've hung out with him a little bit here and there, but he's one of those guys who's so genuine, and he's just always out for a good time. You're not going to see Gino and leave in a bad mood afterwards.
Sure, I can definitely see that, but no, guys, his liver is. I'm not a doctor. His liver, as I understand, is fine as far as fine can be. There is no collection. Don't worry. But back to Chad. You guys talked about him on your latest episode, and you went through his appearance on a podcast. And we're only going to play this clip because every other clip from that podcast that's playable, you guys nailed it. You hammered it home. But I really want to play the clip tonight on our show of him pulling out 20s and I think a loose 100 to prove to people that he's not broke.
So embarrassing.
And I've got to say, if you're going to be the I don't care guy and people don't get to me, you cannot let them make you pull money out on a podcast that has 150 views. That is not a winning move.
Also, Aaron, and I pointed this out on the show, but I've never seen someone prove they aren't broke by pulling out cash.
Right.
Cash actually is what poor people have.
Yes, I told you that yesterday. We were texting, and I go, Karl, I don't think I've ever carried any amount of cash near that since like I was in a casino last. Like that's just.
Or if you get paid cash for a gig, like I know from playing in bands and stuff that a lot of places they'll collect door money and they'll just hand you $700 cash. Hey, thanks for playing the show.
Yeah.
And so you'll have that money for before you deposit it, right? You'll have some cash on you. So I'm guessing that Chad just got handed money for opening for Brewer. And so he's going, look at how much money I have. It's like, yeah, you did one gig for a guy who's with a guy who's famous.
Yeah.
That's not impressive.
And then he tells people like, I opened for Jim Florentine. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't mean to brag here, but I did too when he was in New Ulm, Minnesota. The club asks you to do it. It's not like Florentine's like, Chad's my guy. I fucking love Chad. You got to have him open for me. No, the club was like, Chad, can you open for Florentine? We need somebody who will work for a reasonable price. And then
in Chad's defense, I think that Jim and him are friends. I think that Jim does. Listen to this, though. I think that Florentine does bring Chad on for shows. He's not his only feature act by any means. My buddy Vinny Paulino does shows with Florentine, was in New York State, and you've done it, and everyone's done it. But the thing that we have to know about this is that Jim Florentine is probably the nicest guy on the planet.
He is. He's
I've
really
never
nice.
met someone sweeter than Jim Florentine. And it's so funny because his act is all about like, oh, look at this asshole.
Yeah.
What a fucking dick, you know? And then when you actually talk to him, he doesn't have a bad word to say about anyone.
Dude,
he's just the nicest guy around.
I like after the show, like I kind of had like almost the pro wrestling attitude of like, I'm not going to go, talk to the main eventer. I'll go over here with the people I'm with and have my drink. But I did want to get one picture with him quick. And I asked him, and like I get done taking the picture, like, where are you going? And I'm like, oh, I was just going back. No, hang around. Let's have another drink. What are you drinking? And he's like the nicest guy, and he wants to hang out, and he wants to, like, he doesn't just want to tell you stories. He wants to hear the shit you want to talk about. Like, way too fucking nice. Way too nice, Jim Florentine.
I had the exact same experience with him. The last time he was in town, he came over to my house and did the show, but we went to his stand-up set at the club, and he was just hanging out with us afterwards. Like, he wouldn't let us leave. He's like, oh, come on, let's hang out.
Yeah,
he's got another show to do, And it's like, all right, you go do your other show, Jim. It's fine.
We were going to leave, and a couple of the friends I were with, he goes, oh, you guys aren't going to let him stay a little longer? You're not going to he has to leave now? Come on, stick around. Like, it's like, God, what a nice fucking guy.
Yeah.
But,
so anyway, that's the only reason why Chad has a relationship with Florentine is because Florentine's just too nice of a person.
Because he's the goddamn Pope, basically.
He really is.
Minus the child. Well, you get it. You guys on your last episode, your last two episodes, your last couple episodes, found some brand new characters that I fucking love. Who was the one? Not the interview guy. I loved him. He's great. But who was the guy I was texting you about? What's his name? Because I could not get enough of that guy.
Lorenzo Areola is the guy's name. And he actually reached out to us on Twitter. I don't get this very often, surprisingly enough. When we roast a podcast or goof on another podcast, they'll typically ignore us.
Right.
But this guy actually tweeted at us, and it was really funny. He sent a photo of himself holding a gun up to his head, talking about how he's listening to us review his show. And then he sent another photo where he's standing in his garage with a noose around his neck, holding out a selfie stick, like standing on a chair. I'm like, okay, this guy's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Well, and you could tell during that episode, too, like, it was you and Chris, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you guys were on there, and you could tell you guys started from like, oh, we're going to pick on this guy. We're going to make fun of him. And it went from that to, by the end, you guys, I fucking love this guy.
Yeah, I think I was starting to recommend the show to people by then. I'm like, I'm going to listen to this just on my own time. This is actually really funny. Maybe it was Croge who was on the show.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. It was Croge when you guys did that.
But, yeah, if you want to check this guy out, Funky Eskimo is what he goes by on social media. So if you look up Funky Eskimo, you could find him. But, yeah, his show is called That's All Funny. And it's a guy who just does a show by himself. It runs 14 minutes an episode. He does it just about every single day. And it's just the most random nonsense. And at first you're like, oh, this guy's obviously retarded. And then after you listen to like 3 or 4 episodes, you're like, this might be brilliant. This guy might be a genius.
Yeah, like he's talking about, was it a cousin? Like,
yeah.
And he's talking about his cousin, and not to give too much away, go watch the Who Are These Podcast episode and go watch Lorenzo. But yeah, he's like, and we had this will they, won't they period. And it's like, bro, that's your fucking cousin. You're not supposed to have.
I did another episode on him with my buddy Dick Masterson, where I found an entire episode of Lorenzo's dedicated to his cousin, talking about how they used to work together and he had a huge crush on her and they would hang out after work and watch movies till late at night. And I'm like, this guy is just, and I don't think he's lying. I think that it seems very sincere to me. I have a pretty good bullshit detector.
Yeah.
Seemed very sincere.
I liked that guy. And then the interview guy, though, from your last episode. And, oh, by the way, who are these podcasts on Patreon? Who are these podcasts on YouTube? Go subscribe to all of it. Again, if you do it for the whole year, get a nice little reduction on your.
Well, I don't expect people to pay for it right out of the gate. We do 2 shows a week. You can get it anywhere you get podcasts. Who are these podcasts? And then once you get addicted to it, you want more, and you give us some money, you get some more content.
Do it for the whole year, you cheap fucks. No, so
or that.
Yeah, the interview guy though, like he legitimately creeped me out. That guy, he looked like he was like from a different place in time. Like he's interviewing people in 2022, but he's in 1987 somehow. Like that guy.
So if you ever watch Between Two Ferns, the Zach Galifianakis show, it seems like so over the top, the character that Zach is playing, where he's doing this interview show. It seems like a public access style show, and he's out of it and he's bad at it. This guy, Harrison Young, he's not exaggerating enough. This guy, Harrison Young, is the real deal. He's still doing public access TV shows right now in 2022. He just put one out last week. And it is this interview style show, and he is the worst at interviewing. He always asks 6 questions before he lets the other person talk, which is not a good way to interview people.
No,
but he's great.
He's and then that guy he had on who's like been an extra in movies, like that's all he's been is just an extra.
Well, he claimed this guy was insane. He called in from a public library. So, zoomed in. So he's on a video thing, but he's obviously in a public library using whatever computer he could rent out for that time.
And he's whispering.
And he's claiming to be a Kardashian. He's claiming he's part of the Kardashian family. And at first he says that he's Chris's son. So, okay, so Kris Jenner. So then he says that Khloe is his wife, but Khloe would be your sister then. So how does that work? And this guy, Harrison Young, the guy that is interviewing him, doesn't ask a follow-up, doesn't pick up on this at all, just goes along with it. Like, oh, cool, I love that family. Oh, Khloe's great. She's hot. That's awesome. Good for you. Like, what the fuck?
That's what I love about like YouTube and like everybody like streaming being so cheap and accessible to everyone now is you get these people, and I guess this is kind of the basis of your guys' show, but like you just get these people where you watch it and you go, how fucking dare you? But thank God you did, you know?
Yeah, I know. And to think the balls it takes to do a show and to think you're good enough to do a show. And some people just don't have that kind of filter, I guess. Yeah. Because I would be concerned if I made myself look like an ass on the internet.
Right.
But thank God there's a lot of people who don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They have no problem with that whatsoever.
Oh my God. I'm glad that you and Lorenzo made fast friends, because that's gonna be that could be a fun guy. I mean, shit. How many people have gone from topic to guest? Has it ever happened?
A lot of them, actually.
Okay.
So a lot of the people, like the Dick Show, we reviewed that show before we were ever connected with them. Now I'm pretty good friends with Dick, and we do crossover episodes all the time. But there's been a bunch. The official podcast with Kaya, Who's Right with Doug, Good Times, Great Movies is another Doug that comes on the show all the time. We've actually had a pretty big number of guys who we first goofed on, and they understood that it's a roast, got the joke, and then we've collaborated since then. And then you get guys like Chad and Stuttering John, and don't take it well.
No.
And then it gets worse and worse and worse from there.
I would love to see Lorenzo carry an episode. I would love to see if he could do it.
That's interesting because, people were saying we should get him on my other show, The Creep Off, because he's got this really sick sense of humor, and The Creep Off is this true crime show where we kind of laugh about horrific things.
True.
But, it's one of those things, Aaron, and Shuli does this, which I don't totally agree with. Shuli will bring on the people that we're all pointing and laughing at, and then bring them on as an equal onto the show, like he did with Tom Myers. And it's like, you're not understanding how this works. You don't have High Pitch Eric in there to crack wise at Robin's News.
Right. Right.
So I don't know if I want to have Lorenzo be a part of the show in that way. We'll see. We'll see how
you got to listen to a little more Lorenzo. You got to.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah,
Maybe you shouldn't have a guy who's pointing guns at his own head and putting news. You know what? You're right. This is kind of one of those.
Go back to the Elisa Jordana thing.
Yeah, this reminds me of my time in radio where I would be like, we're going to fucking do this. And like, even though the bosses were always wrong about shit, once in a while they'd do one where they'd go, how about we just slow down on this? And I go,
yeah,
not a bad idea.
Sleep on it.
Not a bad idea.
Sleep on that one.
Oh man. So so Chad, you got John, you got all these new people you're adding in. Who Are These Podcasts really seems to have been hitting its stride the last couple of years here, because you get the best of both worlds. You get to bring on the new ones, and you always get to check on the old ones. So you guys, it kind of feels like you found that perfect balance.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying, well, when Stuttering John goes away, what are you guys going to do? And a lot of people only know us through our YouTube page, and a lot of our YouTube content is focused on Stuttering John. But it's actually been great. So John stopped podcasting in November, so he hasn't put out a new episode in a few weeks now. And I was kind of ready to take a break from John anyway. I was getting a little bit burnt out on it.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing over and over again. So it's been great, and I've seen a lot of feedback from people saying, this is excellent. We're not so focused on John now. We can go in and we can hit a lot of different other topics. I've gotten back into Opie again and Patrick Michael, and we're finding these other podcasters that I'm sure will be recurring bits on the show.
Yeah.
So yeah, the show format has always been one that I don't necessarily need one Chad Zumach to be fucking up or one Stuttering John to be fucking up in order to do a show. And it's actually worked out well for us, especially Chad. And this recent run that Chad is on, embarrassing himself, couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah.
And we're doing that, the DabbleCon, February 3rd and 4th in Rochester, WATPlive.com for tickets. And that is really focused on Stuttering John. We think he's going to be back in January. He says he will.
Yeah.
So that would be great, because that'll breathe new life into everything Uncle Rico's doing and some of the stuff that we're doing. But quite frankly, when we do WATP Live at DabbleCon, I don't even care what the subject is. I don't care if it's Chad or Stuttering John. Whatever is happening at that time, that's what we'll do, because it's always fun. It's just a great format.
You kind of have the same attitude towards, laughing at these kind of people that I do. Is I'm always looking for new ones, because I know how quickly these people can become stale and repetitive. Like, I thought Chicky McNugs, Tony Michaels, Albert Sosnowski, Albert Sosnowski's a boxer. He's Michael Sosnowski. I thought that he would be a gold mine forever. And to be honest, he's petered out because he just reads like liberal talking points from the back of a menu and just yells and shouts and says, fuck him. So we kind of fell out of favor with him, and we're like, oh, well, there's this other guy over here. Like you said, you get too stuck on one guy. You don't realize how quickly these people get, quite frankly, boring. And I think Chad's still got a lot of gas in the tank just because of his penchant for rage and anger. That well will dry up someday too.
Oh yeah, of course. But I love the fact that there's already a subreddit for Chad, dedicated to Chad. You see that? You part of that one as well?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So some of these things, they take on a life of their own, because especially with Stuttering John, that Dabblers Anonymous subreddit started in the Who Are These Podcasts subreddit. And one of the moderators was like, there's too much Stuttering John content in here. This isn't all about Stuttering John. Take that shit somewhere else. So they're like, fine, we'll start up Dabblers Anonymous. I think Dabblers Anonymous might have more people in their subreddit than we have in ours now. That's how big Stuttering John has gotten. And there's so much content in there and so much going on. So when people discover a guy like a Chad Zumach, and they go back into the archives and they see some of the stuff that he's done and the antics, and they start building content out around that, it kind of takes on a life of its own, and it makes it a lot of fun. So guys like you and I don't have to sit there and, go through every single second of every old episode and find stuff.
It helps a lot. Although, like, I've created a monster in April, and she's just become a disgusting glutton for punishment in, like, watching all of Chad's stuff and she'll be texting me if I'm out somewhere, and she'll go, oh my God, he's so fucking terrible in this one. It's so good. I'm listening to the whole thing. And I'll be like, oh no, what have I done? Like, this person has become corrupted. So she's almost doing my Chad research for me, because like, she was in his live stream. We took the kids to a skating place, like roller skating and stuff. And they were having a great time. They were all on the floor, and her and I were like, okay, well, they're having a good time. And she goes, oh, Chad's live. And she starts watching a little bit of it. And we're like, okay, you watch Chad right now. I'll watch the kids. And then we're kind of switching off back and forth. She's in his fucking chat, like writing shit to him. Like
that's hilarious.
She's diving right in. And then she's got people tricked. Like, the people in the chat are like, Chad, you idiot. That's not the real April from Steel Toe. And I'm sitting there going, no, she really is. She's 100% the real April from Steel Toe. And I don't think he knows her name, So he was like being really nice to her. And like somebody asked them to rate the girl from Steel Toe. He's like, oh, she's a Minnesota 9 for sure. I don't know how that guy got him. And then April's writing in the chat, thank you for the nice compliments, Chad. I really appreciate that. He's like, oh no, people from Minnesota are great. You know, I've been to Minnesota a few times. It's a nice place. Like, people are trying to warn him, Chad, that's April. And he's like, nah, it's not the real one. Like, I've created this fucking animal who's now like diving in with both feet on this stuff.
That's hilarious because Jules David used to be in Stuttering John's chat all the time.
Yeah.
And of course, it's not the real
It's
Jules
not
David.
Jules, no.
So I people just assume if someone has a name of one of the foes or something in the chat that it has to be a troll doing that. So that's hilarious. That's actually April.
Yeah,
chatting with them.
She flipped it a little bit. Yeah, it was a fake.
Well done.
It was fake Jules, real April. Well, you can only watch kids go around a skating rink so many times. You know, you need something to do.
No one's broke their head yet. Great, I'm watching chat.
Right, we're okay. Karl, DabbleCon is coming up February 3rd and February 4th. I heard a rumor that it was sold out, but I'm guessing someone was fucking around. You guys don't want to say it's sold out when it's not.
It's not sold out.
Yeah.
No.
How can people get tickets, and how can they join you at DabbleCon in February?
WATPlive.com will take you right to the event page where you can see all the different events that we have, and you can purchase tickets for those events. There's a VIP weekend where you get everything, including the VIP meet and greet. And I don't know if we mentioned this, but yeah, it's going to be all the guys from Uncle Rico. So Bob Levy, Mike Moore, Shuli Egar, myself, and all the characters from Who Are These Podcasts. And then Anthony Cumia is coming in with Missy B, and also Chrissy Mayer's coming in. So you can't have a DabbleCon without Chrissy Mayer, who started it all.
She did. Yeah,
So,
the term dabbler comes from her. Her and her fake swatting.
You know what's funny about that, though?
What?
Somebody pointed this out to me. So that all started because Chrissy asked John if he dabbles in comedy, and John took offense to that.
Right.
And was like, how do you not know I'm this amazing stand-up comic? And a year before that, I had Eric Nagel on my show, and Eric Nagel used that exact term to talk about Stuttering John doing comedy. He goes, yeah, I think he dabbles in stand-up. And meanwhile, of course, poor Eric, poor E-Rock, could never get any credit for anything. Like, he was way out in front of that shit long before the Chrissy says it, and now it's a whole fucking movement on the internet.
Fuck it, that is such an E-Rock thing to have happen to him. That he doesn't get credit. You know, I don't know if you know this. Chad doesn't watch any of our show, but he did watch my E-Rock interview. I don't know if you knew this. I was starstruck. I could barely speak during our E-Rock interview. I think Chad misunderstood starstruck with A, respecting one of your influences, and B, E-Rock and I were having a genuine good time in that interview. And maybe it was the happiness and jovial attitude of the interview that confused him, because when he gets on a podcast, it really just goes from blank stare to rage in no time.
Yeah, when Chad tries to figure out other people's interpersonal relationships, like he's constantly saying that I'm kissing Anthony's ass. We're all just kissing Anthony's ass, and that's why we have this relationship. Like, Chad doesn't understand relationships with people.
Right.
He doesn't understand how you might respect E-Rock. E-Rock likes what you're doing. You guys can come on and talk about radio and have a good conversation about things. Like, in Chad's world, that doesn't exist.
Nope.
He's like, all right, what's the power dynamic here? Who's kissing whose ass here? I got to figure that out. It's like, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, and like I went on the show like the day after, like Anthony saw something we did on Opie, and then followed me on Twitter, and then retweeted and goes, "This is fucking hilarious. Go subscribe." And like my head's exploding as like a longtime O&A fan, and like I said, Anthony's probably my biggest influence in broadcasting, and I'm just glowing over it, and I'm so excited, and then. Like everyone everyone who watches our show is like, oh man, that's really cool. And then Chad's like, yeah, even the steel toe guy is kissing Kumia's ass now. And I'm like, I guess if being really excited that like a broadcasting hero of yours laughed at you and called you funny, if you were a football player, it would be like Tom Brady going, you throw a nice tight spiral. Like, holy shit.
Dude, you know what it is? I just realized what this is. So you are on your way up. You're building an audience, You're building followers. The show is growing. You're doing great things. Obviously, WATP is on its way up. We're still growing and building an audience. Chad has been on the downside of his career since he got fired from the radio show in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And that's why he lashes out at all of us so much, because he's so butthurt over the fact that these other shows are growing and he cannot find an audience. He can't get 100 people to support him on Patreon.
Yeah.
And I hate to use the word jealousy because I feel like that's a cop-out. But Chad might be a bit jealous of guys like us.
There's maybe, I mean, jealousy. I feel the same way you do. Like, I cringe a little if I say you should cringe a little if you say someone's jealous of you. That doesn't mean it's not true. But definitely there's maybe a level of dark envy there a little bit, perhaps, if we can't use the word jealous.
One of the 7 deadly sins, maybe
One
2 of them.
Yeah, and if you look at the way his gut is growing and his face is getting puffy, gluttony isn't too far behind.
Yeah, okay, so there might be a bunch of them all mixed together on that one. No, I hate when because people use that with me. If I rip on someone, they're like, oh, Karl's just jealous of them. And I'm kind of a weird guy. Jealousy doesn't play in my life at all.
No.
I'm like pretty happy with what I'm doing, and I'm kind of focused on what I'm doing, and things are good. So I'm not like a jealous guy, and I hate to put that on other people and say they might be jealous. So strike that from the records. All right, Chad's not jealous. He's getting along fine. He's doing well. He's sitting at the beach right now by himself with his playlist. He's got a sweet playlist. He's got his toes in the sand. He's doing great.
I keep thinking of when you mentioned that beach thing from that I'm quitting the internet thing he did, which isn't working out too well. I keep thinking of what my co-host Johnny said when we played that audio. He goes, why does he go to the beach? That can't be peaceful for him. Everyone keeps trying to push him in or blow him up with dynamite. I'm just like, God damn it. And then that started like a 7-minute devil's advocate fucking bit about Chad. And now we're going to have shirts now that just say on the back, I'm a fan of Chad. And this take off from there. Karl, I have been on for nearly 6 hours, and I could stay on with you for 6 more. But DabbleCon is coming up February 3rd and 4th. It's going to be in Rochester, New York. Karl, what's the venue again?
It's Comedy at the Carlson is the venue. You can get tickets on their site as well. Or you can just go to whoarethese.com. I have a link to those tickets, and also you can find all of our videos, all of our podcast episodes, everything that we've been talking about on here.
Yeah, the link to the Who Are These Podcasts YouTube channel is pinned to the top of the page there if you want to go there. Also, Who Are These Podcasts on Patreon as well. Karl, always fun. Won't be the last time. Glad to see you again. And you'll notice that this time, technologically, you actually got to see me. I figured some shit out.
This worked out well. I appreciate it. Thanks, Aaron.
All right. Thank you, Karl.
See you, bye.